Do your hey now too loud because sometimes
Sometimes what?
it's like
You know, I'm gonna
peaks
go.
out.
Oh, peek the
It
mic. Just
No, it peaks out and Zoom just cuts it out completely. You don't
oh,
even
that's
hear it.
sad. Well,
Yeah.
hey now, everybody. Hope
Oh,
you're doing well. Happy Sunday.
what's up,
I'm trying.
everybody?
I'm trying to
Hey
keep the hey
now.
nows low. Tab joined by everyone's favorite, the man who saw the new Spider-Man movie 20 times in a row on IMAX
Mm-hmm.
because he loved it so much.
Oh yeah, it's incredible.
Adam
So
Francis.
so life changing.
There's a lot of stuff to talk about today. First, we're gonna watch. This interview is not getting enough traction. Okay, we're gonna watch a couple little juicy bits of this. Okay, this is the co-chair of the DSA being interviewed by the New Yorker. She says
Mm-hmm.
things that are like, at first it's kind of funny, and then it's kind of not funny and just dark. Okay, that's the trajectory of the conversation. So that's first. Then obviously we have to talk about all this push about the DSA candidates that are gaining all this traction in the media, and even worse, the mainstream media is talking so much about Hasan Piker
Yeah,
and
but
his
every
decision.
time they introduce him as the guy who said America deserved 9/11. So that's his introduction to the American people. That's not so
Yes.
great,
Well,
right?
we'll see. We'll see. Well, because I'm curious to hear your take about it because I don't know. Is this going to be like a Streisand effect, right? Where the more they talk about him, the more it's going to make it more popular situation, or is everyone going to realize he's a toxic piece of crap and they shouldn't interact with him at all?
Is there going to be a Mythbusters episode on how Hassan didn't shock his dog, but really did? That's what I want to know.
Where's Adam Savage? He's still right. I think he's pretty woke. Where's Adam Savage? We need the Adam
He's
Savage.
got a YouTube channel. He still does stuff, so he could do
Yes.
it. That would be great.
Did his son Piker
We need
shock
the
his dog? They're gonna
we
get
need the
the
definitive answer.
Oh my god, they're gonna get the oh my god, what was the woman's name? They're gonna get the woman and she'll
Mhm.
like they're gonna put her in like the little dog collar, right? They give
How
some
about
sort of
how
like
about
weird, vaguely sexual overtone and be like, we're gonna have Corey here as our stand-in for the dog to see if she was really shocked by Hassan.
how about I'll take Chris Hansen with the chat log. Sit down here, Hassan. I have some chat logs here of you discussing you shocking your dog with your friend,
There you go.
laughing about how you duped everyone.
They should do that for because there's the Chris Hansen movies coming out soon.
Oh yeah,
That
yeah.
should be like the trailer for that. Yeah.
That'd be
Believe.
great.
Okay.
Believe.
Yes. All right. So we're gonna talk about that. There's also this very interesting CNN. I don't know if you ever watched Smirconish. I'm not a big Smirconish fan, but he is on
Mhm.
CNN. He has a 10-minute segment where all he does is talk about how dangerous the DSA is and how it's going to be like the left-wing Tea Party and just take over the Democrats. And I was like, wow, this is on CNN. This is interesting.
CNN waking up. Wow.
I know. Look at this. Then, of course, we have to talk about the the basketball situation.
Right.
Multiple players have come out. Well, they've trollingly come out as women so that they can get into the WNBA, which is kind of genius, kind of hilarious, kind of genius. And I do wonder if it's a 10D chess level political operation. So we'll
Right.
talk about that. Then one of our favorite commentators. Okay, and I know this is one of Chad's favorite, Rihanna
Mhm.
Greyjoy.
Uh-huh.
Right,
The Iron
The Iron
Price is
Price.
back.
Right. Yes, we miss
Who's
her in our
paying it this
hearts.
week? It looks
We
like
miss.
she actually paid the iron price
She
this
did.
week, though.
She did. We miss her in our hearts. Okay, we no longer get her hilarious debates with Robbie Suave, but instead we now have. She was on Pierce Morgan, and it is beautiful. Oh my
Yeah.
god, she is a complete meltdown. I've never seen anything like. She's a total meltdown about the conversation. Oh my god.
Yeah, she does.
Yes. Also, of course, we got to talk about Burrito Gate. Should
Oh,
burritos
yes.
cost $20, Adam? Or should you just get a dang job?
Right. Yeah. I guess it's $10 for the private taxi, right? And $10 for the
$10 for
burrito.
there you go. And another 5 for the tip for the private taxi.
Oh my God.
That also maybe we'll watch some of it. It is very frustrating to watch. I don't know if we'll, maybe we'll just talk about it. John Fetterman was on Jon Stewart. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And I I appreciate I appreciate some of the things that Fetterman is saying and doing. I appreciate the fact that Xehanort, is trying to be more moderate or centrist, or he's trying to take things. He's saying, I want to take things issue by issue, which is the correct. What do you want your politicians to do? Right, that would be the ideal thing for every politician, not to just be a partisan, as you will. So I appreciate that, but I don't appreciate that he goes on Jon Stewart and he's just not very good at communicating a lot of positions. And maybe it's like, maybe this is because of the brain injury he suffered, but he goes on Jon Stewart and he's like just kind of floundering, I think, when it comes to pushing back against the socialists and pushing back against Hasan. And Jon Stewart's out here, he's like doing all this defense for Hasan Piker and the DSA. It's crazy.
Wow. Yeah, Jon Stewart's boomering out.
Oh God, it's so gross. And yeah, after he gave that total BJ to Mom Donnie, right? He asked Mom Donnie 4 times in a row, why are you a socialist? Mom Donnie dodges every time and Stewart lets him off. And then with Fetterman, he's like, he's like really pushing the guy. And then
what?
It's just crazy. And then the last thing, this debate was incredible. Okay, there was a debate that was on trigonometry that Konstantin Kisin moderated, and he did a fantastic job, by the way, moderating this conversation. And he has these 2 women on, and one is a person who used to work essentially getting children on the pathway to transitioning. Okay.
Right. Yes.
And
so
the other
she's
woman
ruined thousands of lives.
Right. And the other woman is very against this. And the woman who's very against this, she asked her some of these amazing questions that I'm like, holy shit. These are the questions that everyone should be talking about or asking any of these advocate people, because they don't have a good answer for any of them.
Yeah, she's a great activist. I can't remember her name, but she's spectacular.
Yes.
I've seen her content a lot.
One of the questions, it's so funny too, and here's a little spoiler for that. One of the questions was, while I'm watching the conversation, I think to myself, and I actually write it down, I'm like, oh, here's a good question that they should ask these people. They should ask them, how many people come into your clinic and then you refer them, you say, oh, I don't think this child actually has gender dysphoria. I don't think this child's actually trans. Like, out of all your patients, how many times do you turn the person away from that path? And then like 10 minutes later, she asked that question. I'm like, oh my God, she must be a genius, right? Because she's thinking what I'm thinking. That's the mark of genius, of course, obviously.
Yeah.
And the woman says, oh, well, I've turned away about 4 people that have come into my office. I've said maybe they shouldn't go down the pathway. And then she asked, well, like, out of how many, right? Out of 200.
Right. Wow.
4 out of 200. That's crazy.
See, we got to know the criteria, what the reasoning for turning those 4 people away was.
Well, they ask her that.
Yeah.
And she refuses to answer. She
Yeah.
refuses to answer. It's like, oh, I'm not going to talk about that. It's like,
can you imagine?
Why?
If, like, how you diagnose cancer was a big secret?
Yes.
Like, how do you tell someone has cancer? Well, that's confidential.
Wait, what? What do you mean it's confidential? Yeah, exactly.
I mean, wouldn't it be good for people to know? Because then they would know if maybe they have a false positive going.
You would think. You would think so. Okay.
Yeah.
So let's jump into this interview here. This completely crazy interview here. Here's the first time code I have. Now, this is more just like funny-ish in terms of showing that these people are completely out to lunch, unserious, haven't really thought anything through, which should be synonymous with being a socialist, obviously.
Or not have that much money, but we do believe in taxing the hell out of millionaires. Yeah, absolutely.
Well, what does taxing the hell out of them mean?
Yeah, you know, I don't have like a solid, but I think.
But shouldn't you? I mean, if you're the co-chair, of the DSA, shouldn't you be more specific than just taxing the hell out of something? What exactly do you mean?
So again, it's democracy, right? And we have to look at what we need to spend and what we need. We don't want to depend on the existence of millionaires because that means people are still getting exploited. So yeah, we need to look at what we need to pay for in the interim, what sort of tax base we need for that to happen, and then and build from there.
Is support of
Yeah, insane.
This is our big policy. We got to tax the hell out of these people. Well, like, is there a number? What does that look like? What kind of assets are we talking about here? Listen,
Well,
I don't know. That's up for democracy to decide. What are you talking? What? You're supposed to be advocating for a policy that people fucking vote for you.
It's not about how much they need either. Their belief system is incompatible with capitalism because they believe earning profits is theft, is stealing, is immoral, is wrong. They believe the employer-employee relationship is immoral. They want to abolish that. So the idea that they're taxing billionaires because they need some resources for public consumption, that's not true. They're taxing the shit out of them because they can't kill them.
Yes. No, that's true. I mean, she says it earlier in the conversation. She says if anyone, reaches these levels of wealth, and they're probably doing immoral things, and they're taking advantage of workers and all this other stuff. And it's and you're right. And that's probably why, because you would think, like, if you're like a serious person and you're serious, you're the co-chair of some large political organization that's suddenly rocketing to fame, and you're proposing all these policies, normally you think, okay, well, obviously a tax policy would be the most like generic, basic thing that you'd have. And I think the reason that she doesn't just isn't because she's a completely joke of a person, and so are all the socialists, but it's what you're saying. They don't care because it's not about funding anything. It's about harming people. It's about harming these people. It's about saying we don't want these people to exist. It's about saying we don't want private business to exist, really. Because he also talks about how like everything should be essentially a co-op in this conversation, that the workers should just, every person that you hire, if you start your own business, every time you hire a person, well, then they get a say, they get a vote in every aspect of your business. If you open a restaurant, well, you hire a busboy, well, guess what? He's going to get a vote on what you serve in the restaurant for the rest of time until he eventually doesn't work at that restaurant anymore.
Yeah, they want to make prescriptions for the economy that will make it totally non-functional.
Yes. Okay, so now we move to a little bit of a more darker answer here. All right.
Else then no, that's not defensible.
Daria Lisa Avila Chevalier recently won a primary election in New York City, and is almost sure to win the general election. She attended an October 8th pro-Palestinian, pro-Hamas rally, which many people saw as a justification of the October 7th attack. And some of her tweets have been extremely ugly on this score and on others. Do you fully support her in all these activities and what she's had to say?
I think Daria Lisa can speak for herself, certainly, and I think she's apologized for some pieces of that, and has been
not for attending that rally,
unapologetic about other pieces of that. And
do you support her yourself in that?
Yeah, I do.
Why?
Yeah. Because
in other words, you would have gone to that rally had you been able.
That's a good question. I probably would have. Yeah. I don't live in New York City, so I wouldn't have.
One day after the slaughter of 1,200 people and taking of over 200 hostages, you would have come and rallied behind Hamas.
Jesus.
I think that October 7th was largely inevitable. If you put people in an open air concentration camp and you deprive them of rights, of dignity, of food, of the ability to live in safety, you have to expect that they are going to not take that for that long. And that is not defending any harm of civilians or of non-combatants.
Well, sure.
That is. Do you think it is?
You're saying you're supporting it.
I'm saying that I think it was inevitable. I think that you cannot put people in a cage and expect them not to revolt. And I think that that supporting the civilians, the non-combatants, the children who are being killed, that's really the primary thing.
Great. Reeling off all of the justifications.
I know.
Is supporting it. How is it not? You're basically saying, oh yeah, they had it coming. None of that shit is true, though. None of that fucking shit is true. So
no.
All those justifications are made up nonsense.
Well, and I really like this interviewer where he's like, he's not playing shit. He's like, no, you are supporting it by saying this. That's what you're doing.
Yeah.
And the at the end there, because it's so
by
obvious
creating
what's going on
fictitious justifications.
Yes, well, and this really shows you how emboldened the DSA people feel, because normally the kind of mealy mouth response you get from like these kind of people is, oh, well, obviously I don't support October 7th. That was a horrible thing.
Right.
But, Israel's bad is so bad and they're killing so many people and, blah, blah, blah. And now they've taken it too far, right? Et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. It's kind of like
the position of self-awareness.
Right, exactly. That's like the generic, like Israel bad position. And they're so emboldened that she can't even say that. And also because, they have all these insane people in the DSA that have power. And so if she gives these sort of like generic, more mainstream left answers, they're all going to have her head on a pike. And so she has to give this crazy answer. Oh yeah, I would have been there. I would have been there on October 8th too at the pro-Hamas anti-Israel rally like this candidate went to. Like this is batshit crazy. These people are crazy.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, we'll see how it shakes out in the election. I got to admit, I am nervous that there's a growing anti-Semitism that, horseshoe theory is real. There's a bunch of people out there that honestly do hate Jewish people that are loving this.
Yeah.
They're thinking, oh, maybe I'm a socialist. This is what I've been missing my entire life.
It is disturbing that there's going to be sort of like, there's like the handshake of the far left and the far right on Jews bad.
Yeah.
That is kind of forming. So
yes.
Now,
how's this any different than the Jews drink baby blood and control the world?
Right.
Yeah.
Right. And she didn't even give the whole, and to really show you like how crazy what she said is, how crazy DSA is, she didn't even give the excuse of like, well, it was the day after October 7th. Maybe we didn't really know how bad it was, or it wasn't she didn't even say this. She didn't even say it wasn't a pro-Hamas rally. It was just, we knew how bad the response was going to be. Like there's a million of these excuses we've all heard before, right? That she could have thrown out here, and she doesn't give any of them because she doesn't feel like she has to. She feels like she could be more mask off in a mainstream outlet. It kind of has to. Otherwise, she's going to get attacked by her own organization.
I just think it's interesting that they're so quick to use the collective punishment thing. Like you're killing all these innocent people in Gaza, right? All this collateral damage. So those people are innocent. But when Hamas goes in and slaughters a bunch of people at a music festival, that's not collateral damage.
No.
Those people are literally the ones oppressing them.
Well, they shouldn't have been having a dance party outside of a concentration camp, Adam.
Yeah. Obviously. I've heard that one too.
Yes.
They love that concentration camp stuff. That's their narrative norm.
They do. I wasn't alive, obviously, during World War II. The internet wasn't a thing. So maybe during World War II, you could have gone on Google and you could have looked up restaurant reviews for restaurants in the concentration camps, right? In between the time that they took the Jews from the train to the poison gas showers, they had some nice restaurants you could go visit in between that time period.
We used to watch a travel video, like a tourist video on life in Gaza with like the 10 top tourist attractions in Gaza.
From before October 7th.
Before October 7th. Yeah, exactly. Going to the mall, going to the different museums, all this different stuff, right?
Right.
Didn't look much like a concentration camp. We actually got a copyright claim for watching that video on our live stream. So
I forgot about that.
I don't know if they're still. But look, that's always a good one to look up, the tourist attractions in Gaza whenever they start throwing around the concentration camp label.
Right.
I mean, it's decimated now. It's like it's flattened. It's rubble. We went to Google Maps and looked at it. It is not looking pretty these days. But
no.
To say that it was a concentration camp before October 7th is a bit rich. I think there was 2,000 people that were crossing the border daily to do jobs in Greater Israel. So. There were plenty of people that were living their lives and doing just fine.
Okay, here's the last clip here.
DSA's International Committee released a statement blaming NATO expansion and the United States essentially for the crisis. After the invasion, DSA released a statement condemning the invasion and calling for a ceasefire. And there have been people in DSA who have been even more firm about that it was mainly the United States' fault that Russia felt compelled to invade Ukraine. How do you feel about it?
We do not believe in pouring U.S. money, military weapons into anything. We don't think it makes it better anywhere. But obviously, Russia is this oligarchic dictatorship, which is hyper-capitalist, and Putin is this crazy right-wing oligarch. Of course, he is going to make horrific human life-ending decisions.
Well, this is precisely why those countries wanted to be in NATO.
Yes, but why aren't we doing any amount of actual diplomacy? Why aren't we doing any amount of sending actual human beings to talk to human beings and figure out what?
I don't understand what kind of there's been all kinds of diplomacy, however, failed
what a fucking
since
idiot.
the beginning of the invasion. We shouldn't send weapons to the Ukrainians.
No.
So just allow Russia to overrun Ukraine entirely.
We should be sending huge teams of diplomats. We should be figuring out how to negotiate, how to get Russia off Ukraine's back. We should, yeah, absolutely.
So Russia would get off of Ukraine's back by us sending diplomats.
I don't think that there is adequate negotiation. I don't think that there has been anywhere near adequate diplomacy.
Okay.
Oh my God. His response is so perfect.
This guy is amazing. Okay. What else? It's
Dealing
like he's
with
talking
a
to
freaking
an
idiot.
It feels like a teacher talking to like a child. They're like, oh, okay. Talking to a retard.
It's crazy. Her position is kind of JD Vance's position on Ukraine, right? We just need more negotiation. Well, I remember covering this and saying the whole time, like, Putin is not going to negotiate with you. You can't give him what he wants. So what's the point in talking?
Well, and first of all, just from like, it's just hilarious that she's even saying this, especially for someone on the left saying this, when, Donald Trump has probably been the most like friendly to Putin president that could ever exist in this time period.
Of course.
Like, if any other theoretical people would have won the presidency, I doubt they would have been as friendly to Putin. And Trump has multiple times tried to have these conversations with Putin face to face, one-on-one. The two the president of America and the guy in charge of Russia. Okay, so you have the two highest people having these face-to-face meetings, and of course nothing comes from it. And so the idea, like, oh well, you just need to have a team of magic diplomats who are just going to be flown in, and they're going to use their magic diplomat powers to just, use the Jedi mind trick to trick everyone, and to be like, oh, you will not invade Ukraine anymore. Oh, okay, yeah, sure, thank you.
Yeah, it's really showing that socialists are idiots, isn't it?
Yes. This is the number 2 person at the DSA. The numbers, we saw the number 1 person who made a fool of themselves on TV when they were like, oh yeah, abolish the borders, abolish ICE, do all this stuff. And they're like, okay, well, that woman's like a retard. We need another person. Bring out the number 2 person. Oh, she's also a complete idiot.
I think you kind of got to be an idiot just to be a socialist. I mean, there's so much evidence against socialism, and it completely goes against every intuition human beings have about power hungry bullshit in the workplace.
Yes.
So to think their policy prescriptions are actually going to improve people's lives, I mean, you kind of got to be stupid to believe that.
Well, and also, I mean, there's obviously going to be, these people are like hyper social justice advocates. So there's going to be a hyper amount of DEI in terms of who rises to the top of these organizations.
Right.
People are not being chosen based on competency.
No.
Whatsoever in these organizations.
They're being chosen by their stellar good looks.
No, well, obviously not. But her, like, the concept, like the philosophical concept here of like, you just need to send more diplomats. It's very interesting because it's completely aligns with their brain dead take when it comes to crime.
Of
right?
course.
Like, you have a person who's doing crime or criminal activity or whatever. What do you do about it? And the normal person is like, well, you stop the person, you put them in jail. And they're like, no. You just send like a magic social worker. Okay. We're going to just send Mary Poppins out on the streets. A bunch of like social workers with magic umbrellas are going to fall down from the heavens, and they're just going to talk all these bad people into being good people with their magic social worker skills.
This is how I know that they are at their heart good people who are just completely misguided, because most people, like most people's intuition, they just assume other people are just like them, just in different bodies. And so they think, well, I would never commit a crime or hurt anyone. The only reason I would steal anything is because I was desperate, because I was poor and desperate. They can't imagine people who just steal stuff for fun or just prey on people for fun. They like hurting people. It's entertaining for them. They can't imagine that type of person exists in the world. Only the problem is they do.
Well, and it's very one-sided though, because like when it comes to a person who's doing a poor person, usually also a poor non-white person who's doing something criminal, there's like all this forever, excuses, poor baby Aladdin's, deferential treatment to that person. But if it's like a white male who's not poor, that's accused of doing anything. It's like, oh, that person's Satan. That person's evil. That person's obviously a patriarchal, sexist, misogynist, POS.
Yeah.
There's no, it's like, where's all that empathy? I would be more like, it would be consistent. There are people, and this used to be a lot more common. This doesn't seem to exist so much anymore. There used to be a lot of these people on the left. Like when I was growing up, when I was a wee lad, okay, because I'm a million years old now. When I was just a wee little boy and you talked about far left people, you kind of had this idea of the person who was like the beatnik, the guy who smoked pot and was like peace and love. And they had this like naive empathy for everyone, but at least it was consistent. It was like everyone was like the same, right? Yeah, everyone was like this God's little snowflower child or whatever, right? And now it's just like, no, it's completely tribal, completely based on like what, this CRT sort of privileged hierarchy of oppression.
I mean, you do make an important point, because the stereotype that they have for the straight white male, conservative, Republican, anything coded Republican is they are evil and they just do evil for fun. So they will do evil for no reason whatsoever. It is kind of fascinating. So,
and then you even have with her, she admits, because Putin's a white male, so she can. Putin is an evil person, and she's like, "Oh yeah, he's just a total evil person." But we should
how do you negotiate with that?
Yeah, we should send magic diplomats. It's like, well, what are they going to do? What do you think they're going to do?
Yeah, you should press her on that. This guy's got to move on, though. He's like trying to get to all the insane stuff.
So, but get out this guy. Here, I sent you a tweet that you should bring up here.
Okay.
So, here, let me read a super chat. We do that. Become the Knight. Thanks so much for the $20. Become the Knight says, my 2 cents. DSA candidates are worth worrying about if you want a sane Democratic Party and a de-escalation of violence. I don't think there's a real concern of DSA presidential victory. Normies are dumb, but they ain't stupid. I hope you're right. Here's my concern.
Oh my God, that was my exact response to him.
Here's my concern is, like, a lot of times people just vote for whoever is not in power at the moment, right? And so a lot of people are going to be voting for DSA stuff just because they don't like what's going on right now and Trump's president. And a lot of people don't like where the Democrats are, for good reason, because I think the Democrats have become pretty incompetent both in their leadership and in their messaging, and they don't really have a good vision, I think, of what they really want to enact. Where the Socialist, they have a vision. It's a terrible vision, but they have a vision. And people kind of seem to gravitate towards that. They just want somebody who seems energized. That's kind of where the energy is moving, unfortunately. And that's why we'll watch it later, that Smirkanish clip is so disturbing to me, is because it was kind of the same thing with the Tea Party. You had the Tea Party come out. Everyone thought they were a joke. They had a bunch of these candidates that were saying wacky, retarded shit. And no one really took it seriously. They had some electoral victories. They had some electoral losses. But I mean, essentially, a lot of that energy, it's not, Trump wasn't exactly like this straight Tea Party candidate, but that energy sort of morphed into the MAGA movement. It sort of morphed into the right-wing populist movement that we see now. And I unfortunately see a very strong possibility of that trajectory happening to the Democrats as well.
Yeah, Republicans and Democrats both are kind of running on the we're not them, they're terrible storyline. But you really have to have some sort of vision. Like the Tea Party had the taxed enough already vision.
Right.
The Democratic socialists have you're never going to afford a house, you're never going to afford health insurance. You're never going to have a job. You're going to be paying student loan debt for your entire lives.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, they have a vision.
Yeah, I hope. Hopefully, like it's hopefully some of these DSA candidates or DSA line candidates, like El Sayed, hopefully they lose, and they lose by a decent, like a good margin. Like if the Democrats lose the Senate, here'd be the ideal situation. Okay, if the Democrats lose the Senate and they lose it just because of this one race, with Said, in Michigan.
Said's ahead by I think double digits already.
Right.
So
I know. So I'm not confident he's going to lose. I'm just saying theoretically, like if he loses and that costs the Democrats the Senate, and they, a lot of the polling, a lot of the information looks like, well, some more. I mean, I think I forgot the woman's name. I thought she was kind of a terrible candidate. But if they really show that these DSA or these progressive candidates are just not going to win in these, close races or these purple areas of the country, that's going to send a strong signal. If that doesn't happen and he does win, which I think he has a very good chance of winning, just because people don't, as I said, people just vote against whoever's in charge at the moment. That's going to send a very bad signal, and it's going to embolden the DSA candidates. It's going to embolden Hasan, who's sitting around acting like, he's the guy who's getting all these people in positions of power.
The Republican in that Senate race had a 21% chance of winning against the other candidate, the more centrist Democrat candidate. He upped his chances to 41% against this Al-Said guy. Mm-hmm. So he doubled his chances, but he's still, I think, 20 points underwater. The guy still is favored 20 points to win. My thing is, the things that the DSA are pointing out, the unfairness in the economy that they're getting people to vote for them based off of. Their solutions to these problems are horrific. We all know that. We understand that.
Yes.
But the Republicans got nothing.
Yep.
They got nothing. All they're doing is saying, oh, what they're going to do is going to destroy the economy. Like the dum-dums are going to go, yeah, well, I still have the problem. I mean, I'll try anything at this point. I'm suffering out here. And the Republicans talking about $20 burritos, suck it up and eat ramen. They're going to fucking lose. They're going to lose.
Yeah. No, that's a great point.
I'm never going to be able to afford a house, and they're telling you suck it up and eat ramen.
Mm-hmm.
These people are so fucking out of touch.
Yep.
They bought a house on the beach, 40 years ago for $10,000. These fucking crazy people. They have no idea what the people are facing in this economy.
Well, and you need to have some plan, because most people aren't going to know or be able to have the economic knowledge to be like, oh, I think this person's economic plan is going to work or not. Right. So they're just going to be like, well, do I trust this person? Do I like this person? They have a good vibe. Are they actually advocating for something? And you're 100% right. Then this is the big problem. And it's the Republicans and the mainstream Democrats. The DSA people are coming in and they're advocating for something new and different. And people just go, well, we've been trying the same crap for, 20 years and it doesn't, things just seem like they're getting worse. And so now I'm willing to vote for a change just to try it. Right. That was a lot of the energy that got Donald Trump elected, was people just saying, I'm tired of this stuff. It's the same crap. Nothing's really changed. Yeah. So
Obama ran on change.
Exactly. We need someone to kind of come in here and change. And that's the big threat here. And the Democrats can't get their shit together. And you're right. A lot of the Republicans can't get their shit together too. And we'll talk about that with the burrito stuff. I mean, some people's reactions to that were like regardless how you feel about it as an individual, their reaction from it as like dealing with it politically was completely retarded.
Yeah. Yeah. Democrats lost because they neglected people's intuitions on immigration. Republicans are going to fall into the same problem when they neglect people's intuitions on healthcare being too expensive and housing and food being too expensive.
And that was a big thing with Biden, remember? It was like, this was literally the same issue. We talked about this, where people under Biden were like, okay, post-COVID, inflation's too high, prices are too high, the economy is not doing well for the average individual. You had a bunch of Democrats come out and they'd say, well, actually, look at the numbers. And if you look at the numbers, everyone's doing fine. And it's like, okay, people don't feel that way. And those people that don't feel that way are the ones that vote. And it's kind of, I guess, ironic that now you see a lot of Republicans seem to be falling into that same kind of that trap.
Yeah. What is your solution? Well, we're going to open grocery stores that sell stuff 30% below market value. People are like, okay, that's something.
Right.
What are Republican solutions? Oh, that their solution is not going to work. Okay.
And eat ramen.
And
yeah.
Oh yeah, just suffer. That's it. Okay. Yes. Okay. Well, right. Look, you're going to get the fuck you vote.
Yeah. No, that's true.
I just look. Everyone accepts that people voted for Trump to give the middle finger to the establishment. How do they not realize that same exact mentality can be going on the left?
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
100%.
That they're voting for these DSA candidates because they're going to basically strap a bomb to themselves and ride off to Washington, D.C.
Yeah. And you know, a lot of these people, they're not even, you know, some of the polling doesn't even make sense. There'll be all these people that are like, oh, you know, they'll poll them and they'll say that they have, you know, positive feelings about socialism. But then they ask them like, well, how do you feel about free markets? And I'm like, oh yeah, we need freer markets. Free markets are good. And you're like, okay, these people don't understand. Like, that's just it. They're not even, so many people are not voting based on some sort of ideology or understanding of what even they're voting for. It's just the FU vote. It's just the change vote.
Yeah.
And the DSA people are going to use this to their advantage, unfortunately, I think, and they're going to ride it and make the country significantly worse.
Why don't they come up with a plan? Like, obviously, I guess it's because it goes against their ideology. Their idea is that government just needs to get out of the way and the market will take care of everything. So they have this magical thinking on the market solves every problem. So,
well, yeah, that's it. Because I mean, you had the Republican economic policy was that policy since the 80s.
Yeah.
But then it's weird because there's a growing faction of the Republicans or the right that is against neoliberal economic principles of just letting the markets do whatever the fuck they want.
Right.
And they don't really, the politicians, most of them are still old guard Republican neoliberal people, Reagan people, and they don't really have an answer to this policy wise. And then they also don't even really know how to, like, if they start advocating for this stuff, they're too afraid because they don't know how the votes are going to shake out.
Yeah. They can't even pitch a solution.
No.
It's just, they are pitching they're getting rid of all the illegal immigrants as a solution because that brings the housing stock up.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. If they hit that on two sides and they were like, we're going to incentivize business to come in here and build.
Right.
That would be something. They got to come out with some kind of plan. I mean, they could come up with something on driving the cost of healthcare down by getting more doctors educated, or just some sort of supply side economics thing. You just gotta have something. You gotta have some idea on how you can fix the thing. Like saying the market will fix it is kind of utopian.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Because especially as we've been in a situation where the market has seemed to create the situation that we're in the first place.
Of course it is, well, especially in healthcare.
Well, yeah, but I mean, to be fair with the food, you know, obviously a lot of this stuff is all this reaction to the COVID lockdown, the war in Ukraine and Russia. Like there's all these things that are that are affecting the prices, right? Mm-hmm. But that's sort of where you need something to step in and some policy's got to come in and actually try to help the situation.
Yeah.
Fat Brown Buffalo, thanks so much for $20. Says you guys should cover Matthew Neely incident. Progressive prosecutors are a serious threat to society at this point. Also, political brawl just dropped a video where he snuck into a private DSA meeting and they're communist. Oh, well, check that out.
Well, we all know look, all of the debating over it's interesting because people conceptualize communism as just a more extreme form of socialism. Whenever anyone says communist or socialist, I have no idea what they mean because everyone has some personal definition floating around in their head. So
Yeah.
Communism is supposed to be the one that's like too far.
Yeah.
It's socialism is the A ending and communism is the ER. The hard it's the hard R ending. That's the way people conceptualize
I like it. That's
it.
a good, that's good. Yeah.
So, but that's not reality. That's not the situation. In Marxist thinking, socialism, there is a state. Communism, there is no state because you've like achieved utopia, the classless, moneyless society. So it's all very fanciful in that utopian thinking. I got the clip up. What are we watching? Do we need any introduction here?
Just so since the mainstream is talking about Hasan so much, and since Hasan has tied into a lot of these candidates, including the guy in Michigan, and he's been asked about this on Play Club. He's been directly asked by this on a lot of the mainstream media things. I wouldn't be surprised if you're going to start to see some of these incendiary Hasan clips being actually played in the mainstream media or being played on political ads to attack these candidates.
Which is great, right?
Yes.
Hasan's introduction to the American people is, you're a piece of shit.
That would be nice. I hope that's the case. Yeah.
All right.
Okay.
3, 2, 1, 48 seconds.
Is there any other way that Americans should be concerned that Iran could attack the American homeland?
No, they have enough bases around us. Why we should go further than that?
He said, nah, you got plenty of cattle in the region. Don't worry. We got plenty to shoot at. Dude, it's so awesome. No, there is no situation where like both sides are bad. One side is always going to be worse than the other side. America is worse than Iran. That much is 100% something I stand on. It's not even a comparison. America is the greatest terrorist on the planet. Also, you might have noticed something finally framed. Newspaper from 9/11, the morning of 9/12, the newspaper right there. And I moved the North Korean poster.
Is there any other way?
All right. Look at this. Choice clips.
Yep. That's
Hasan being a total piece of shit.
Laughing about American troops dying.
Yeah.
And America is 1,000 times worse than Iran. This is exactly what you want from your political candidates in America. You want them getting the support of and advocating with a guy who says that the country you live in is worse than the authoritarian dictatorship of Iran, which a few months ago probably murdered somewhere in the realm of 40,000 of its own people because they were protesting.
Yeah.
That's what you like. That's a good thing. That's better than 1,000 times. Just put that in your mind. The government killing 40,000-ish protesters who were just protesting, okay, just mowing them the fuck down, right? Imagine if the reaction to the BLM protest was the government just taking guns and just mowing everyone down,
exactly.
Right? That's what happened in Iran. And
but
Hasan,
that's what they believe happened at the BLM protests here. These people are so delusional.
I know. And Hasan's like, yeah, that action, that's 1,000 times better than America.
Well, in this clip, he's literally laughing about men and women in the service, in the armed services, being killed by enemy combatants.
Yes.
Which is, I mean, the Democrats, for all their wackiness, were at least smart enough not to laugh about American servicemen being killed.
Yeah.
Hasan doesn't fucking. It's amazing to me that people think this guy's like the big brain politician.
No, I can't wait for this to be the political campaign ad of the season here. This is the guy. This is the guy the support is going to get you.
El Said.
Yep.
El Said worked with Hasan Piker, and then a bunch of them. Radical Hasan Piker.
The guy who said that America deserved 9/11, who also shocked his dog.
Yes. Who hates dogs.
who hates dogs. Who supports Houthi terrorism. Yeah, the list just goes on and on and on and on. And then you're going to have these fucking retards like Jon Stewart like, well, listen, I mean, it was so bad. What's the problem?
Yeah.
It was crazy. I only watched a second of it, so maybe I'll change. Chris Hayes, okay, Now, we've watched Chris Hayes once on this stream before. He works for MSNBC, which is now rebranded to MS Now, which is a terrible name, but okay. Remember, Chris Hayes is the guy who did the interview with ContraPoints.
I do, yeah. He's a huge chaser.
And we were like, we theorized that Chris Hayes
We came to conclusive.
Okay, we came to conclusive, definitive evidence based on our deductive reasoning that Chris Hayes wanted to bang ContraPoints and was negging them in order to do that.
Yes.
But even Chris Hayes, who shows up on this stream looking ridiculous, he's wearing a pink tank top and a gold chain. I don't know what the fuck he's wearing. I don't know what's going on there. Even he is talking about how Hasan is probably terrible for the Democrats' image. And fucking Jon Stewart still has his head up his ass about this stuff. Still has his head in the sand about this stuff.
Congresswoman Ocasio-Cortez.
Lives better. And the Republican
Your favorite, Adam, it's AOC.
Yeah. This is crazy because I predicted this like years and years ago.
What?
That AOC would be running for president. And now here it is.
Oh,
did you hear everyone also is talking about another prediction you scoffed at?
What
that Tucker Carlson was going to be running for president? Who came out with a 10-point plan this week?
He came out with a 10-point political party or something.
And who so many people are talking about drafting Tucker Carlson now. It's playing out exactly like I said it would. I said, Tucker Carlson's running for president. Sitch is like, no, never.
I didn't say that. I said, I'm wishfully thinking and hoping that Tucker Carlson's not run for president.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Why would you want to deny yourself all of that entertainment value?
If Tucker that would be.
Can you imagine
the most
the Republican
I think that'd be
debate?
the worst. Tucker Carlson being the Republican candidate.
Oh my God.
And possibly winning could be literally the worst thing that ever happened in this country. That I put that on like levels of like Hasan becoming president. That is just so catastrophic.
Well,
That's
he's
terrible.
running. He's running. He's definitely running.
Okay.
This is, oh man. We're going to have the election in November, the midterm election in November, and it's going to be presidential politics immediately afterwards.
Mm-hmm.
We're just into the year-round political cycle here. People are too enthralled. There's too much shit going on.
Mm-hmm. This is too much shit. Okay, we need politics to be boring again.
I mean, they tried with Biden, and look what the establishment did to us. They gave us a guy that's brain was spaghetti in a year. We had no president for 3 years, and they tried to cover it up.
Right.
These people are fucking enemies of the state.
Yep.
Are local, and all politics are local. My understanding.
Wait, let me back up a second.
Mm-hmm. How do you get around that? I mean, those are not positions that are supported by.
Right. I mean, I think that a lot.
So he's asking about the DSA positions in Hong and saying like these are crazy positions. How do politicians deal with all this?
Mm-hmm.
Races.
Do you know that? So one of our most popular videos that we first did years and years ago was this crazy DSA meeting where this woman was presiding over the meeting. Do you know that is Hong? That's the same chick.
No.
I kid you not. That is the same fucking chick.
Oh,
yes.
my God. I didn't even realize that. That's
she's
insane.
the point of personal privilege chick from all those years ago.
How did I not know that? I didn't realize that. Francesca Hong was that lady? Oh my God.
I know. We have covered her before.
Shit.
That was like our first video to blow up, us covering Hong. And now she's back again.
She's back.
Holy shit. She could be the governor of a state now. She was an internet meme like 5 years ago.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
Oh my God. That's got to be the meme. That's got to be the meme. It's just her point of personal privilege. Privilege.
Yes. Look, she goes way back. She worked her way up.
Mm-hmm.
She worked her way up. All right, back to AOC here.
Even right now, they'll have a tendency to be nationalized.
Yeah.
But these races ultimately are local and all politics are local. My understanding is that is that Francesca Hong has made clear her present stances to her electorate.
Yeah, she's moved away from a lot of that.
Right, she's moved away from it. And I have a local city councilman that has this saying, woke one was crazy.
Woke one was crazy. Okay, that's
and I think that what's important is that we have to assess what
was it. I mean, did the movement go too far with some of those positions? I mean, you briefly supported the idea of defunding the police.
Well, I think
they're all. It's so odd. They're all doing this maneuver here. They're like, everyone. It's so. This is mind-numbingly brain killing to anyone that understands what's going on here. We went through woke 1.0 and it was terrible. And eventually it was decided, okay, there was a grand council somewhere in America that decided America doesn't like this shit anymore. Okay, we're fed up with this crap anymore. Like now, we're going to get rid of it. A lot of it probably in response to the BLM shit and Harris losing and all this other stuff. And so now all these fucking pieces of shit, all these people, which all ran on the most hyper woke shit whatsoever. We played last week. There's the clip of the woman who was saying that how AOC almost didn't campaign with her candidate because he was a white male. And even though he was more left-wing and more progressive, he was trying to primary a woman of color who was a Native American. And that bothered AOC. Right. And so these people all ran on the most hyper woke issues ever. And they still believe all the same issues, as you're going to see when you answer this question. And they do this, like, try to do this fucking gaslight where they're like, oh, well, like, yeah, that was all crazy, but we've all changed. We all realized the error of our ways. Now, we're not going to say we were wrong. If you ever ask us specifically what we're wrong about, we don't really have an answer.
Yeah, all our policy prescriptions are exactly the same.
Yes. All the policy prescriptions are exactly the same. All of our thoughts and opinions are exactly the same, but it's not popular anymore. So we're just going to pretend like we're totally different, everybody. We have completely different positions.
Well, so woke 1.0 is the crazy version and woke 2.0 is the more moderate version. Is that the framing here?
That's the framing.
Because they're still in favor of sending social workers instead of policemen. They're still in favor of trans women in women's sports. They're still in favor of trans women in any woman-only space that they want to go into.
Yep.
They're still in favor of transing your kids. They're still in favor of not telling the parents if the kid wants to socially transition at school. They're still in favor of all this shit. How is this woke 2.0? What's different? They're still in favor of open borders.
Yep.
They're still in favor of abolishing ICE and
doing
away with all immigration.
Yep.
Abolishing prisons, abolishing they've 2.0. What are you talking? Now they want to abolish the Senate.
Yeah. It's more. 2.0 is just you would just increase it. You're getting more of it. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, and they still believe that you can't be racist against white people or sexist against men. They still believe all these issues. And I think actually if the Republicans figure this out, this could be a good strategy for them going forward is whenever they talk to these candidates, you just ask them all the same woke 1.0 questions and watch them flounder, because they're going to try to pretend like, well, they're not that, but then they're going to be, they all believe it and they all know that they have a large amount of their support believes it. So they're not going to be able to actually come out against it.
And they will always believe it.
Yeah.
Those people are not changing.
No.
Those people are never changing. They didn't pay $100,000 for some stupid college degree where they learned all this shit to give it up.
No. Yeah, of course.
It's part of their identity.
It's going to be interesting because you're going to see like someone's going to figure this out. And they're going to start asking these people like, should children be able to transition? Can you be racist against white people? Blah, 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 blah. Right? Like right now they're focusing on like the abolishing the border and all the other stuff because it's kind of like the newer issues. But someone will figure out to start asking about the old questions. And you'll see all these people. They're all going to give the same answer. They're going to be like, oh, well, we need to focus on the economic issues that are facing us today. And you're like, okay, that's fine. But answer my question. Like, just give me a yes or no. We can move on to the economic. Just give me a yes or no on these questions, and we can move on.
I got an economic question. How do we deal with this whole stolen land thing? How do we work out the economics of that?
Yeah, reparations.
Yeah, exactly.
Should black people pay taxes in America? Maybe they shouldn't.
Oh my God. Oh, this is hilarious.
I think that during this time and especially during COVID, there was a huge opening of the Overton window. We were shut down. There was some of the highest unemployment rates that we have seen because of those shutdowns. Yeah. And I think that the doors were really open in trying to entertain any and every policy that was going to get us to a better place. And I actually think that the discussions that were had in that time were quite fruitful. I think that when we talk about crime today, it's fundamentally different than the way that we talked about crime in bringing crime down, right? Mm-hmm. And I think that we all share in the goals of having as low a crime rate as possible. I think that, during lockdown, of course, rhetoric in that time is not rhetoric that we would use today. And I'm grateful that these candidates have the opportunity to present who they are to their electorate and what they're campaigning on in this moment.
Such bullshit. All fucking bullshit.
All she said was, she basically said the opposite. She said, I'm glad that we got to say all this crazy shit in Woke 1.0. And it was actually good because it helped move the Overton window in that direction. She didn't denounce anything. She didn't denounce a single thing whatsoever. She said, well, I guess she denounced one thing. She said, well, the rhetoric might have been a little too strong. Like maybe the ideas and the policies, but the rhetoric was a little too strong. Okay. Now here I am campaigning with Hasan Piker, who said America deserves 9/11, and he's laughing about Iranian military killing American soldiers. But the rhetoric was too strong in Woke 1.0.
I just don't see how people believe crime is going down. I guess that's just inside their bubble.
Mm-hmm. Well, I think it's going down in some places, but it's not going down because of the soft on crime policies, obviously.
Yeah, it's definitely not going down in Los Angeles.
Woke 1.0 was the socialist cultural aspect of like they're pushing all the cultural stuff. And now that everyone's got tired of that, they're like, oh, why don't we go back to like classic socialism? Let's just push the economic shit again. Now that's the goal. Let's just go back to what the classic socialist flavor is and just start advocating for price controls and the government running grocery stores and all this other stuff.
Good luck with that.
Yes. Okay, let me jump ahead here.
Where believes, I think we should be focused on what our plan to improve people's lives are.
Another person who's been made an issue is Hasan Piker, who obviously endorsed Abdul al-Sayed in Michigan. You've been on his live stream, at least a few times. He's somebody who said, that America deserved 9/11. Now he backed off from that.
Yes, he's apologized.
But he said a lot of controversial things. Is he somebody that should have a role in the progressive movement going forward?
They really need to...
I'm not sure he ever apologized for that. That seems to be a little bit of revisionist history there.
Yeah, I don't know if he apologized. He went on TYT and he sort of like reframed it, I guess.
He said there was a language barrier that was going on there, and he was misunderstood. Right. That's not an apology.
No. But I mean, I'm glad that people lead with that, and they should lead with that. But the number two thing, and I don't know why, that should always be, he supports the Houthis kidnapping people. He literally and he never walked this back. He never apologized. It was the clearest thing he ever did. He didn't even use like fancy language or try to dance around it. He repeatedly said that he supported the Houthis' actions to shoot at random ships and to kidnap people. Okay. I want you, AOC, or any of these people to explain how this is a person you want to be associated with.
I would lead with he shocks his dog to keep him on a 3-foot square in frame for his live streams 8 hours a day. That's what I would lead with.
Well, did you see someone on CNN said that?
Oh, really? Wow.
And Hasan threatened to like sue CNN.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh God, I would love that.
And then CNN came out and they were like, the next day they were like, Hasan Piker says that he didn't shock his dog, right? It's alleged or something. And then Hasan was like running around as if that was like a victory.
This is bullshit. You're making all of this up.
I'm not. This happened. This
did not
actually
happen.
happened. This 100% happened this week.
Really?
I think it was this week or last week. Yeah, this happened.
Holy fucking shit.
Yes.
CNN.
Yep.
Where are your balls?
I know.
What happened? Oh my God. If Trump did that to CNN, they would give him the middle finger.
I know.
Hasan, they're like, oh, please, I beg you, don't sue us.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my God.
Right
what
here.
fucking losers.
Here
No,
it
don't
is.
bring it up. I don't want to hear it.
Okay.
It's bad enough I
When
know
we
it
look
exists.
at our elections that have happened, we have lost young people. Much hay was made about the fact that we lost young men in the last election. And many of the same consultants that are wringing their hands today were the same ones talking about how we need to go on Joe Rogan and we need to be not so, willing to engage in cancel culture. And I think that the flip-flopping on this is a tactical debate that they may be having. I think the fact of the matter is that Democrats can go on Joe Rogan, Democrats can go on Fox News, Democrats have a responsibility to build a winning coalition, and young people are engaging in mediums and conversations that we have a responsibility to attend to and be responsive to. And even right now, when we look at this insurgent wave of what is happening, oftentimes when people are doing that Monday morning quarterbacking and what demographics voted where, the big one that's being ignored is the generational tidal wave. Tsunami.
You see it in the polling. It is significant.
Well, hold the phone. Okay. There's a difference between going on a person's show that you disagree with and they interview you or you interview them and you talk about your disagreements. Okay. That's very different than a person literally campaigning for you and saying, I'm going to go whip up votes for you. I'm going to go get people to knock on doors for you. That's completely fucking different. And she knows it's completely different. And she's just lying to everyone about this. And she's doing this absurd, well, actually, you guys are in favor of cancel culture now. All of a sudden, you're the woke 1.0 because you want to cancel this Hasan guy. How dare you do that? Okay. We just need our Joe Rogan of the left and they're going to say crazy things. And sometimes that's okay. Just relax and just support the terrorist supporter. Okay. Indoctrinating your children. It's totally fine.
Republicans are at such a structural disadvantage here because if any Republican said, yeah, we got to open up to the fascists because we need a big tent, we need a big winning coalition, he'd be slaughtered.
Of course.
But they can do this on the left. The Democrats are like, oh yeah, well, we have a big tent. We got a bunch of Maoist authoritarian socialists.
Yes.
That are voting with us. Yeah. Who want to abolish prisons and the police. What? It's a big tent.
If someone was making these arguments they're like, why did you allow Nick Fuentes to campaign with you? It's like,
yes.
Listen,
yeah, of course.
I got to listen to what the young people are. I'm not racist, but I got to listen to what the young people are saying. I need a big tent to just really get as many people in here as possible.
Do you really think it's a great idea that all of our young people are fascists now? That's what they would say, right?
Of course.
But nobody says, do you think it's really a great idea that all of our young people are economically illiterate?
Mm-hmm.
Who think there's that abolishing prisons is going to work out well for them?
No.
Yep. Oh my God.
Anyway, let's play the rest of it.
Millennials are not, punk kids anymore.
Yeah.
We're grown adults with mortgages and kids, and that generation is starting to be decisive at the polls, and there is anger at being ignored, sidelined, having our economic futures mortgaged by the generations that came before us on everything from the economy to climate, and we're taking the reins.
So
still going down the climate path. I'm telling you, it's never going to go away. Never going to go away.
No, that's like a forever issue. Yeah.
They're always fighting the last war.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
We're almost out of time to get to your future. I'm sure you saw.
Well, that was. Oh, did you? I
No,
don't know if you
no,
want to hear about
no.
this, but-
We're good. I'm good. I've heard enough.
Okay. I think Hasan actually changed the thumbnail on his dog shock video.
Mhm.
He like changed it to because remember, like when he showed the collar, it was like very like hidden.
Mhm.
And it looks like he's changed it now. I don't know if he took this picture after the fact or something, or AI. He has like this HD photo now of the collar, of him holding the collar, which was not the original thumbnail of the video. So that's kind of
Hasan is a
interesting.
pathological liar. I wouldn't be
Yes.
surprised if he believes all of his lies that he told during that whole episode.
He tricked himself
If
into
he's
thinking he didn't
convinced him-
actually shock the dog.
Oh, I'm sure
Yeah.
he has. Yeah.
Of course. I wouldn't be surprised. Okay.
What's next?
Well,
Enough AOC? Is AOC going to be the nominee in 2028?
And join.
I'm not impressed with any of her answers. And she is doing something not as bad as Kamala Harris, because she is making a point where Kamala Harris would go on for 25 minutes and not say anything, right?
Right.
But brevity is not her strong suit. She's like throwing a lot of words out there to say very, very little. And none of it is inspirational or moving in any way.
It is interesting because like when she first came on the scene, everyone was like, oh, she's such a good political, or she's so good at like, getting the message out. She's so good at talking to voters and all this other stuff. And you're right. Every time I see her talk in the last few years or so, she doesn't say anything.
I'm like, get to the point. I'm like,
Yeah,
what
she
are we going?
She just says
Where
a
are we
bunch of
going
nonsense. Yeah. So I don't know if it was that maybe she never had it and everyone was just kind of enamored with her socialist titties or something.
Exactly.
Or maybe she just got worse. I'm not sure which one it is. I'm going to say it's probably the enamored with socialist titties, considering, I mean, we covered this too, her complete psychological meltdown on January 6th.
Yeah.
Where she ran to the Katie Porter's office and was crying about how she was going to get killed by protesters, even though they weren't even in the building that she was in.
Yeah, which was hilarious.
Yes. Okay. So now so that was on ABC. So ABC's asking AOC about Hasan. Now we have NBC's asking El Sayed about Hasan. This is getting crazy.
And Mike Rogers have for it.
You face scrutiny for campaigning with socialist streamer Hasan Piker, who has made a series of inflammatory comments, as you well know, including saying America deserved 9/11, describing Hamas as a lesser evil than Israel. Do you plan to continue to campaign with Hasan Piker in the general election campaign?
Look, I'm less concerned now with who I'm campaigning with, a lot more concerned about who I'm campaigning to. We got a lot of work to do to continue to build the coalition that's going to beat Mike Rogers.
Classic, slick car salesman politician answer. Like, oh, listen, I'm not concerned with the murdering, raping pedophile that supported me last week. Okay. What matters now? I'm not saying Hasan is, I'm saying hypothetically. Okay. That supported me last week. But I'm looking towards the future. Okay. Why are you bringing up old stuff?
So if Adolf Hitler wanted to campaign with you, you wouldn't be concerned about the person you're campaigning with. You'd be more concerned about who you were campaigning to.
Well, that's a good question. But the better question is, how many votes can Adolf Hitler get me?
Oh, yeah, exactly. Well, in this environment, quite a few, I'm certain of it.
Him, though? On the campaign trail with
like
you?
I said, I'm a lot more focused on who I'm campaigning to. So I think we have this.
I do like that she gets a follow-up, man. Go Welker.
You face scrutiny for campaigning as a lesser evil than Israel. Do you plan to continue to campaign with Hasan Piker in the general election campaign?
Look, I'm less concerned now with who I'm campaigning with, a lot more concerned about who I'm campaigning to. We got a lot of work to do to continue to build the coalition that's going to beat Mike Rogers.
Would you welcome him, though?
On
the campaign trail with you?
Like I said, I'm a lot more focused.
Would you welcome him, though? Wink, wink. Right next to you.
Mm-hmm.
Focused on who I'm campaigning to. So
look, she totally knocked him off his game.
I know.
He never answered.
No.
Is he welcome on your campaign trail? What's up?
Going on?
I think we have this notion sometimes on shows like this that we cannot or should not talk to certain groups of people. And I'll tell you that the 3 million people who listen to Hasan are people I want to make sure understand that there's a pathway into our politics around.
They're all Chinese. Why would you want to invite them into our politics?
But this goes with exactly what you were saying. Could you imagine some Republican like, I think it's important that the 3 million Nick Fuentes
exactly
know that there's a pathway into politics for them.
Yes, exactly.
Getting money out of politics so we can keep money back in pockets and pass Medicare for all. And so I'm going to continue to have the conversations with those folks who we desperately need to reach out to, just like I'm going to continue to have conversations with seniors in senior homes, folks up north, folks in Detroit, folks in Grand Rapids. So again, I'm a lot more focused on who I'm campaigning to rather than who I might campaign with.
When asked about Hasan Piker's comments on 9/11, Senator Bernie Sanders called it a dumb statement. Do you agree? Do you disavow those comments that America deserved 9/11?
Of course. Of course it was a dumb statement. And of course, I think Hasan himself would say that was a dumb statement. He disavowed it. So yes, America didn't deserve 9/11. But
see, he never disavowed it, man. Hasan is a total piece of shit.
Mm-hmm.
We covered the stream with him and Cenk Uygur, where Cenk was trying to get him to disavow it because he was still working at the Young Turks at the time. And just Cenk had this existential dread on his face. And Hasan kept fucking with him the whole time.
Yep.
Tried to give him the line about, oh, maybe, it's a language problem going on. Just a fucking bullshitter, man. Oh, my God. Yeah, Hasan didn't come out and say, oh, I should have never said that. America's great. I apologize. No, he didn't say any of that shit. And them framing it that way. You're saying it's a right to frame it that way, but why? They're blowing smoke up Hasan's ass. Hasan never came out and did any sort of mea culpa on this. Why are you giving him the benefit of the doubt?
Yeah, exactly.
To sit here and play gotcha politics with a dumb thing somebody said out of context that they disavowed themselves to say, oh, well, what does that mean about what you think?
They're fine people on both sides. That's what I got to say about your gotcha fucking politics.
It's just a gotcha
Let's
game.
not just play gotcha politics for fucking 10 years.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, God. I hate these people, Sitch. I hate these people with every fiber of my being.
Right.
It's such bullshit. I see why people step away from politics because the hypocrisy is just in your face. It's too much. It's too much for people to handle. We as Americans, we just want to chill. We want to get along with people.
That's true.
Politics is really about fucking catering to people who have nothing but dark, black, hateful hearts. That's all it is. That's all it is. It's blowing smoke up the asses of assholes all day long. Yeah. So sad. All these people. If I really wish there was an easy button. I would press that easy button right now.
Be held accountable for what I say and what I do, rather than this idea that we're so stuck in cancel culture that all of us agreed was a bad idea back in 2020.
All of us.
We all agreed cancel culture was. Did you hear that? I didn't know that we all agreed cancel culture was bad.
Funny, every leftist we talked to told us cancel culture didn't fucking exist.
Yeah, it
didn't exist at all. It was a dream, a fever dream inside of our heads.
No one got canceled. What are you talking about? They all ran successful podcasts. No one was actually canceled.
God. And then to say, oh yeah, we all agree. What? When did that happen? When the fuck did that happen? When did the agreement come out?
You mean accountability culture?
Yes. Thank you, Whoopi. Thank you, Whoopi Goldberg from The View. Oh my God.
The gaslighting is insane.
It's off the charts. We can't, there's going to be a fire in here. This is too much gas.
It's going to zoom out and you're going to see there's just like 1,000 dead canaries.
Oh, I know.
Get out of there. Meet the press.
Oh my God.
It's dangerous. Don't light a match. No.
Are people going to fall for this shit? what the look, they're going to fall for this shit. They're going to vote for these assholes, and it's going to be open borders and crime waves all across America. People are so stupid. Oh my God.
Want to bring back.
We are out of time, but I have to ask you before I let you go, if you win, you will be the very first Muslim to serve in the Senate. What would that mean to you, Dr. Al-Sayed?
Oh God, okay. I like right after that. Let's bring in the identity politics here.
Well, it's interesting because he gives Republicans a hard time for calling Barack Obama, for using Barack Obama's middle name, Hussein, right?
Right.
But he calls him Barack Hussein Obama.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
Yeah. And he's like, oh, yeah, it was super inspirational to hear a guy named Barack Hussein Obama. Yeah.
Okay.
So he's like,
Okay, I sent you another tweet. I have 2 more tweets to bring up here. 2 more Hasan clip tweets.
I can't wait.
I know.
Should be fun.
Again, these are all going to be Republican attack ads that I'm sure we're going to see here.
Oh, okay.
So.
Yeah, no, I've been seeing a lot of clips going around that I'm thinking, okay, this is gonna blow up in Hasan's face.
Oh yeah.
I guess you're saying though that it could actually be good for Hasan because of the Cassandra effect. The Streisand effect.
Yeah. No, it's unfortunate. It seems like that's the case. Every time someone gets like bad press for saying crazy shit, it just makes them more popular. It seems like.
Right.
Well, not anytime, but it seems like recently that's what's been going on here.
I don't know. It's like Vosh pretty much got destroyed. Destiny pretty much got destroyed. These people aren't moving into the mainstream.
Well, Vosh, yeah, but what Vosh said had nothing to do with politics. It was just him being gross and weird.
Right.
Right. So it's completely unrelated to that. Destiny didn't get destroyed. I think Destiny is, just as popular or probably more popular than he was before.
Yeah, but he's not moving into the mainstream. All of these people's goal is to move into the mainstream. Even Vosh and Destiny did that meetup with Ro Khanna where, and Destiny's doing door knocking and stuff. Destiny doesn't want to do door knocking, okay? He wants to move into the mainstream. So the way that you move into the mainstream is you show you've got some sort of political power, some sort of pull, right? You do something in the real world beyond just gabbing on a live stream.
Destiny is going to move into the mainstream in the next few years. The way
you think so?
Yes.
Really?
Yeah. It just took time for those allegations to kind of fall to the wayside of distance and time away from
I think the comments on the Butler shooting, the firefighter that was killed in Butler, Pennsylvania, I think is what's going to keep him out of the mainstream. But I don't think it's the Pixie allegations.
Well, if the things that Hasan said, which are worse and far more voluminous in terms of crazy things he said, if that doesn't have a negative impact on him, then I don't think so. If it does, then maybe you're right.
Hasan is like 10 times more popular online, though.
Right.
The mainstream media thinks Hasan has the juice, and they're probably testing the waters here with his incendiary statements to see if the public is going to let them hire someone with all this baggage. That's really what the mainstream media is. Well, obviously, there's conflicting goals here. The right wants to do away with him, and the left wants to kind of test the waters to see if he's still viable. All right, I got the first clip up. 25 seconds. Ready?
Yep.
Go.
Hypothetically, what do you believe would be the best foreign policy for a reformed America? Do what the USSR was doing all around the world. Do what America was doing, but for the other side. Arm, train revolutionary groups, do coup d'etats in the previous neoliberal governments that they have instituted, and literally hypothetically, what do you believe would be the best foreign policy for a reformed America? Do what the USSR was doing.
Okay, this clip is not good.
I like how always people, they always complain about like America's going around the world, doing all this bad foreign policy. Hasan always complains about that. Then Hasan's literal goal is that, no, he wants America to do all those things. He just wants them to do it in the name of socialism.
No, I get it, but it's too complicated for the average normie voter to get.
That's true.
Yeah.
But the next clip.
This one is much easier, yeah.
Which I never seen this clip before. I don't know what the context of this clip is. I don't know if he was trying to make a joke or something. This is a very bad clip. Okay.
10 seconds here. Yeah. Ready? Go.
We're going to keep bringing in immigrants into this country on purpose, just so they can fuck your sister and then maybe even your daughter. We're going to destroy the white race, bitch. That's what we're here to do. We're going to...
Okay, see? Easy to understand.
Yeah.
10 seconds and everyone gets it, okay?
Bro.
And also it plays off of Republicans' deepest fear.
Right.
So, yeah, this is the clip.
That's not a good clip.
This is a clip that's that's like devastating.
Mm.
If they played this,
is that candidate?
If they played this in a El Said attack ad,
oh my God!
Yeah, it's game over.
They should,
especially since he's like a brown candidate,
right?
Yeah,
yeah,
and
brown
an immigrant
Muslim
and all that. Yeah, exactly.
Sure. Bringing in the rapists. Yeah,
they should. I mean, the guy, he's down 20 points. I mean, I would start running that attack ad tomorrow.
Yeah,
like you would totally change the conversation immediately.
Mm-hmm.
Would the mainstream media attack that attack ad? Would they be like, "Oh my God, this is too far"?
They're gonna be like, "No, listen, guys, he was joking."
What would be the fallout
people
to
gonna
that
care?
attack ad?
People aren't gonna care. They'll be like, "What?"
Abdul El Said is endorsed by communist live streamer Hasan Piker,
who said that America deserves 9/11 and that he wants immigrants to rape your sisters and daughters.
That's right, and then play the clip.
Yes.
Yeah, that would be perfect. That would be the best. That attack ad would go down in history. Move over they them attack ad.
Yes. Yes.
God,
do you
we
want
gotta get in on some of these campaigns?
Do you want your sisters and wives raped? If not, then don't vote for Abdul El Sayed.
This ad is sponsored by the anti-rape Muslim.
Jesus Christ. This ad sponsored by the Pact for not raping women.
Exactly.
Yes. Oh my God. Please. Timmy Turner meme, please. It would be so funny. And effective. And effective too.
All right, we're back to Francesca Hong here.
Francesca Hong here.
Who we remember long ago as the point of personal privilege gavel lady at the DSA.
Yes.
Conference that we all laughed at together. Oh God. Memories. Now she's moved up. Now she's actually tried to assimilate to the white race and feels completely guilty about it. God, look, she's just got a crazy face.
She does, yeah.
Long before we make them believe in something. And that's what's been really great about running a grassroots movement.
You said you don't support abolishing prisons. Do you still hold the view that you laid out in May, which was that in a perfect world, it would be a world without prisons?
I think talking about what may be aspirational and then understanding the role of the governor, what they can and cannot do, and what is implementable right now. These are different conversations. If we're going to be serious about public safety and ensure that everyone's human right to feel safe is what we are trying to do, we have to make sure that the system right now that is incarcerating more Black and brown men than any other state in the country right now, where we have our schools are having to go to referenda just to try to figure out if they can keep the lights on, making sure that we are delivering solutions, not focusing on labels or slogans, because governing ultimately is about making sure that we're working with our partners in communities on the issues that they care about.
Well,
man, they're so, it drives me crazy because they're literally creating the problem. They are creating the problem. When you start talking about how we are incarcerating black and brown people unjustly, that inspires people to turn to a life of crime because the society is set against them. They turn to that life of crime, and what happens? They end up going to fucking jail.
Right.
So you're creating the fucking problem by fostering this grievance culture. It's just it's such insanity.
And they're so they're so full of shit because they ask them these questions. She asks very directly, you're in favor.
She gives her a multiple choice question too, which is just infuriating. What the fuck?
She asks about prison abolitionism, and she's like, "Oh, it's not about words. Don't matter. Words have no meaning. Okay, slogans and words have no meaning anymore. All I know is that I just have to protect society." It's like, well, wait, hold on. You said something very specifically, and you said it in the not too distant past. Okay, and you said it multiple times. Like, what the fuck are you talking about, lady?
What do you mean? Yeah, what is the policy prescription here? But she even gives her out. She said, "Oh, were you just being aspirational there?" Huh? Here, let me give you the proper answer here.
Jesus Christ.
Fucking CNN.
I know, what the fuck?
Is like such
Caitlin
fucking
Collins.
trash.
What is Caitlin Collins doing here?
Yeah, Caitlin Collins is the worst.
Tom Tiffany, who, if you win the primary, will be the Republican that you're facing. He keeps bringing up your past positions, what you've said. He said the facts are louder than campaign spin.
Okay, here. Let me read, because she doesn't read these here. These are the tweets she wrote. 1, defund the police. 2, defund the police. 3, defund the police. 4, defund the police.
Yeah. 4 times she has printed defund the police. Yes, so she's basically hitting that note 4 times.
What do you think she means by that, Adam?
She means defund the police. This is like,
are you sure though?
Thing.
Maybe it's just aspirational.
If you believe that 99% of people who are being incarcerated on fake charges, so because that the system is racist against them, okay, you're going to be in favor of defund the police. The problem is what they believe. The problem is what is the policy prescriptions grow out of what they actually believe.
That's just aspirational. So those are just the slogans. Words have no meaning.
What she said, the implication of what she said is that those people are being locked up unjustly.
Yeah, because they're
Why would you bring
white.
It up? Yeah.
Because they're not white, yeah.
Yeah. It's fucking bullshit.
I also like that she's like, as governor, I don't know if I would even have the ability to affect that policy. I was like, oh, really? This core policy that was very important to you. You're saying you're admitting as governor, you don't think you could get that done? Like, why would anyone vote for you if you can't get any policy passed or done in your fucking state?
Yeah.
What a ridiculous thing.
Don't you sign the budget?
The next tweet is ICE out of Wisconsin, ICE out of the streets, abolish ICE. The next tweet is I support defunding the police as a first step towards abolishing the police. Which, that's interesting because they always use that excuse, right? They always say, oh, well, defunding doesn't mean abolishing. And here she is like, no, that's the first step to abolishing. After that, she says, abolish the Senate.
Mm-hmm.
And then she says, police exist to uphold white supremacy. Defund, then abolish. Reform can't be an option. Well, there you go. Look, reform can't be an option. It's literally not an option.
The
whatsoever.
idea of that these people don't actually believe these things is just such wishful thinking. She totally believes this shit.
Of course she does.
Yeah.
And they all just gaslight us into trying to pretend like the most obvious thing isn't going on.
Or November, should you win. One thing that they brought up as well was a post from you in 2021 where you said Americans should cancel Thanksgiving, should have done this in 1621. The post has been deleted.
Let me read the rest of it here.
Look, CNN's a fucking joke. They have all those really incendiary tweets. And the one she's talking about is canceling Thanksgiving.
Yes. Well, this was pretty ridiculous too, but
it is, but obviously you think the voters I think the voters are more concerned about policing in their neighborhoods, safe neighborhoods, than they are about this cancel Thanksgiving.
I want my turkey on Thanksgiving. How dare you cancel it?
Yeah, look. Culturally, she's out of whack. They're going to be like, culturally, she's out of whack, but she is going to bring the price of housing down.
I mean, she wants to cancel Thanksgiving and do a whole bunch of crazy shit, but maybe she'll help with house prices.
Well, look, abolishing the police will definitely bring housing prices down.
That's a great point. That's a great point. There's your campaign ad.
Crime is going to be rampant.
Francesca Hong says that she's going to bring housing prices
You're not going to be able to sell your house.
And as her opponent, I agree with her. When she fully abolishes the police and crime is running rampant through your neighborhood, your housing price will drop very low.
Why aren't we running these ads? This is gold.
Republicans, reach out to us. Okay. Yes. You can pay us to write these ads. So here's what the tweet says. It says, cancel Thanksgiving should have been done in 1621 if it takes a worldwide pandemic for us to realize we should stop celebrating colonization in the original super spreader event. Jesus Christ, really? That killed indigenous folks. You like how she wrote folks, F-O-L-X?
She's signaling to the queer community.
Yes. Wait, I don't understand that. She said killed indigenous folks and women. Why did she, what? Isn't women included in folks?
No, obviously.
Why did she write that differently?
Only trans women are included in folks with the X.
Okay, that's weird. Also, did she spell indigenous wrong? Isn't indigenous with an I?
I don't know.
I think it's with an I.
With an I?
Yeah, INDIGENOUS.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I guess with two I's. I should have been more specific.
I was like, it is an I.
Right.
I mean, it's capitalized.
Right. Okay. So that's the whole insane tweet that she wrote. By the way, this was 2020. They're acting like, oh, she said this 20 years ago when she was in middle school or something.
6 years ago.
Yeah. When she was
25 with a child.
Yeah, this was 6 years ago when she was still in politics asking for point of personal privilege at DSA meetings. Okay.
Yes, totally. Yeah.
Republicans have been highlighting it. Do you still believe that Thanksgiving should be canceled?
I'm a chef, and one of the first meals that I made that was for the community when I was 16 was a Thanksgiving meal. You know, I always think my hospitality background in owning a restaurant.
I was cooking bacon when they came in and they said, he wants you to be the president.
Okay.
These personal stories do nothing for me.
Right. Oh, that Kamala Harris story.
Sensing a lot of Kamala going on here. Let me tell you a personal story about me as your future leader.
Mm.
None of this is gonna. She's running for governor, right? So it's the whole state of Wisconsin.
Of Wisconsin.
Yeah. Ugh. Okay. Is the state of Wisconsin like 20 plus 20 Democrats?
No.
Like it is in California?
No.
Okay.
Restaurant for 7-8 years, that bringing folks around the table to share conversation and build community is always a good thing. But Thanksgiving is also a time that's incredibly painful for many people in our communities. And so I think I wanted to make sure that people understood that there are multiple views, but views can evolve. And the position that I'm running for right now, and I think my background as a chef, will actually help me become a better governor that's able to bring more people to the table.
Francesca Hong, thank you for joining us. We hope to have you back on.
Oh my God. What? First of all, she let her get away with that pathetic answer. Well, I think actually me being a chef when I was 16 is going to make me a more competent governor now. What? What the fuck does that even mean?
Yeah.
Get in there. Be like, well, hold on. We're not going to commercial break. Give me a second here. You didn't answer the fucking question. What do you mean that Thanksgiving is a time of pain for people? Okay. In the year 2026, people are like, oh, Thanksgiving, it really reminds me of the massacre of the Wounded Knee 200 years ago that I lived through, that my ancestors lived through.
We know what it means, but most people don't know what it means.
Yes.
Most people don't know that it means we live on stolen land.
Make her say that. Make her say that shit. Don't just stare at her with this weird smug expression like a retard.
This is choreographed. I mean, this is basically her campaigning for Francesca Hong.
Yeah.
This whole thing is set up as a campaign ad for her. So she can come out and say, "Oh yeah, no, I'm in favor of Thanksgiving now."
Mm-hmm.
And get duping delight and give duping delight to all of her fans.
Well, she didn't even say that. I think she's too scared to even just directly lie about it. Because like she had too many supporters that would freak out if she said that. Like, what do you mean you're in favor of Thanksgiving? She has to give this like weak non-answer.
I can't find any polls on. I don't know if there's been any polling since she won the primary.
I don't know. If Wisconsin votes for her, people are just brain dead at this point.
Well, look, I live in California where most people are brain dead, so she could win. She could definitely win. Yeah. We've got like communist and communist light running for mayor. I mean, yeah,
but Trump
Los
won
Angeles
Wisconsin in the last election.
But he barely won.
That's true.
He won by a whisker.
Oh, you're right. He won by a very small amount. Yeah, but still, that small amount, is that going to translate into people like, oh, the woman that wants to cancel Thanksgiving?
You think the Thanksgiving thing is really going to be your downfall?
It really signals, I think, to people that you are not American, especially if you're not like white, right? You're a not white person. You don't like Thanksgiving. People are like, is this person really American? What's happening here?
Right. Yeah.
She also said she's in like 4th of July.
No, I look, she's a horror show.
Yeah, I know.
I know all of these things, but I put more emphasis on the abolish the police, abolish the prisons, because that to me says the person's more of a retard. Like
you're more like policy focused, and I think the Thanksgiving is more like vibe focused.
Right. But I think people can say, okay, the person is culturally out of touch. Like, I love Thanksgiving and this person hates Thanksgiving. That's fine. Right. But they're going to freeze my rent, or they're going to make it so I can afford a house. People are like, I don't give a fuck about Thanksgiving when it's compared to me being a lifelong renter or owning a home.
Right.
Yeah. They're willing to make concessions. The same way people on the right are willing to look the other way with Trump's crypto shenanigans. They're like, look, I don't like the fact that he's doing all these totally corrupt crypto schemes, but he is deporting a lot of illegal immigrants, and that's really what I'm in favor of.
Right.
Yeah, exactly. So this whole like Thanksgiving thing, I don't think it's like really gonna. Is Caitlin Collins possessed? Is she like a demon? A demon
looks like
in a trans woman's body?
She looks like a marionette doll, I feel like.
Yeah.
So
I think it's a shame, because I think Collins does look like a trans woman. I think she's the most masculine looking man on television.
Isn't that what Trump said? And everyone got mad about that?
I mean, the most masculine looking woman on television.
Right.
Yes. Trump did say this, and I'm mad because he completely ruined the joke, because he bombed so bad at the press corps dinner.
They said he said she looked like Dylan Mulvaney or something.
So look, exactly. Yeah. I've only seen Catherine Collins from like the arms up like this. She's basically a talking head, right?
Right.
I did see a picture of her online from the behind, and she's definitely all woman. So you can the trans. It's interesting too, because a lot of trans women can pass from the neck up, but as soon as you see him out in public, you're like, that's a dude.
Right.
Okay.
The frame. Yeah.
Yeah. Skinny waist, big broad shoulders. You're like, I know a dude when I see a dude. Okay. Yeah. But no, Caitlin Collins has like the big old booty. She's got the big Latina booty.
I've never seen her butt. No.
Oh yeah. Everyone was sharing her butt around.
Okay. Interesting.
Yeah. It was a pretty juicy picture. So I see why people are sharing it. But
okay. Well, there you go.
I think it came off of Caitlin Collins' Instagram, because I do think Caitlin Collins knows that she looks like she's got total man jaw. I mean, look at this. She's got the Dudley Do-Right jaw to end all Dudley Do-Right jaws. She could win in a Quentin Tarantino look-alike contest. That's how much jaw this woman has. So, but look, Tarantino don't have that booty. I guarantee it.
Mm-hmm.
So
anyway, back to Hong here for a second.
Mm-hmm.
So there's
who's
also
going to win the forehead contest?
There's a clip of Hong here where she explains that she believes that tipping, the act of
don't make me fall in love with this candidate.
She's gonna say the act of tipping is actually racist.
Okay.
And rooted in white supremacy, and that tipping was created to keep the wages of non-white people down.
Really?
Yes.
Okay, so translation, I shouldn't tip.
There you go. You say, Trump, he wants to give you no tax on tips. Hong doesn't want you to get any tips because they're racist. She also said, another one of her tweets, her anti-Christmas tweet, she said, IT bro who was working on our computer remotely changed the background theme to snow and a Christmas tree, and I feel slightly attacked. She also doesn't like Valentine's Day, saying, quote, this was a few years ago, I miss working in a restaurant every day except on Valentine's Day, as if we weren't invisible enough to those who don't recognize the emotional and physical labor of service workers. The worst of humanity comes out on folks celebrating on another day. Capitalism tells you have to show love. On 4th of July, she said, I do not enjoy fireworks. And then here's another one that was very interesting. She says, I ate 2 bites of my kid's cheeseburger at Cullivar's in Black River Falls and told him that they ran out of ice cream, mostly just because I wanted to leave because I was on the verge of an anxiety attack. Too many old white people who didn't think we spoke English.
Wow.
I don't believe. Now, when she talked about her background, I saw this clip of her talking about her background where, she's married to a white guy. She has half white children, which she bizarrely referred to as like her proximity to whiteness, which is a very strange way to refer to your children. Okay.
Yeah.
Yes. That's not great. And she talked about how, she's very assimilated and everything. I am very skeptical that the average white person in America would see Francesca Hong just randomly out and about and be like, that person doesn't speak English. I don't believe that. I think that she's sitting there. I think she's so anxious ridden and so crazed that she's sitting there looking around at all these like white people like, oh my God, they're all thinking about how I don't belong here. Everyone's looking at me. Everyone's staring at me. And then it like cuts out to a wide shot. Everyone's just like eating and talking to their family and friends. No one is paying attention to her whatsoever. She has like this insane like main character syndrome going on. Like no one cares. No one gives a shit about what's going on with her.
Yeah, that's probably the case. It's all in her head. Where's she from? Where did this take place at? Is it like an all white place where she's the only Asian in 10 miles?
It's in Wisconsin. Black River Falls is some city in Wisconsin. I don't know what the population breakdown is, but it's a population of 3,000 people. Jesus. So it's a small town. So she's saying all these small town people in Wisconsin are racist, essentially, I guess.
Well, look, she could be the only Asian woman in the entire town. There in these small towns, sometimes there is.
Yeah, but wouldn't that make you think? Yeah, but that would make me think the opposite.
In California, you're out of place. All these small towns are all Mexicans. So
no, right. But what I'm saying is, if I'm in a large place where there's a huge population of an ethnicity, that would mean it probably more likely they don't speak English. If they're the only person who's not white in the town, then they probably speak English because they have to.
Right. Unless they're fresh off the boat.
Well, yeah, but they're probably not going to be in that town if they're fresh off the boat.
Oh my God, not this. Sitch, why do you torture me?
I like torturing you. Everyone in chat loves that I torture you here.
Oh my God. Pod Save America even.
Details.
The only thing good about Pod Save America is one of the hosts was first out on Survivor. I think season 42.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Interesting.
He's a big Survivor fan, so he went on Survivor. And he was the first one to get voted out.
So,
and he was screaming gay representation too.
Right.
Even though the first guy to ever win Survivor was a gay guy, like an openly gay
That's
guy
true.
who'd walk around naked.
A nudist, yeah.
Yeah.
So now we have Alex Wagner.
Mm-hmm.
She used to be on MSNBC. I don't know if she still is anymore. Talking to other MSNBC host Chris Hayes here.
Right.
About Hasan Piker.
Their little cliques.
Yes.
Oh, wow.
I want to ask about the flip side of all this, which is, let's talk about it, Hasan Piker. This is what Hasan Piker had to say after Abdul Al-Sayed won Michigan, and people began talking about what he needed to do next. Here's that clip.
Like everyone being like, Abdul has a fuck ton of work to do mending bridges. Here's the fucking take nuke for you, okay? You are all unbelievably Islamophobic pieces of shit, okay? You literally called the dude a fucking terrorist for months on end and like called him a sexist, misogynist, terrorist, bad candidate, fake doctor when he has like 2 fucking degrees. And now you're gonna sit there and be like, well, you know, you really gotta come to me now. Like, what are you talking about? Do you wanna fucking win or not? Lock the fuck in, okay? Lock the fuck in. And I do worry that there are some out there who, in an effort to make sure that this narrative that a progressive can win in a state like Michigan doesn't take root, will literally either subtly or, you know, not so secretively endorse Mike Rogers.
Okay, it is.
Don't you love the fact that it's like, do you want to win or what? We have our candidate when it's the socialist candidate, but when it's the normie, middle of the road candidate, it's like, fuck you. There's no way we're voting for you.
The gaslighting is insane from these people because we all lived through the last 8 years of, oh my God, this candidate isn't progressive enough. They're not social enough. How dare you say blue no matter who? I'm not going to vote for the lesser of two evils.
Yep.
We heard this discourse from these people.
Again
nonstop.
and again and again.
Again and again, the whining and whining and whining. They're just trying to use Trump as a boogeyman, blah, 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 blah. As soon as they get their candidate, they're like, you got to vote for him. You got to stand up to Trump. It's no matter who. Like the same.
Yep, exactly. You want to win or what?
I know. It's so crazy.
Now they're the ones wagging the finger with the you want to win or what?
Of course.
Yeah.
They don't stand. These people, no one stands for anything. These people don't stand for shit.
Does the hypocrisy drive you insane, though?
It does.
It just fucking drives me insane. I'm like, how can these people be so in your face hypocritical? It's like they have no sense of reality.
I mean, I think everyone just has the attention span of like a gnat. They don't even remember that these conversations happened.
You're
or
contradicting yourself. I want to shake him by the collar. You fucker.
Well, I would shake Chris Hayes by the collar, but I don't know what the fuck is he wearing?
Yeah, what is going on here? What is this all about?
I don't know.
This is more proof in the ContraPoints wanting to smash ContraPoints.
I saw this
locker.
and I was like, is he transitioning? Like, what's going on? What the fuck is happening?
Right. Chris Hayes. He's putting up the image for the queer community.
Mm-hmm.
Some deep paranoia that Democrats so threatened by the rise of democratic socialists and hardcore progressives on the left wing would support Mike Rogers over Abdul Al-Sayed. We can unpack that in a second, but just more broadly, like, what the fuck should happen here with Hasan Piker? Like, what should Democrats do? I mean, is this the case where it's like, don't talk about him? Should Abdul Al-Sayed continue to campaign with him? We're going to get to like his reach in a second, but just as a specific political actor, like, should other Democrats be talking about him? I was on Deadline White House with Nicole Wallace, and she wanted to ask Mallory McMorrow about Hasan Piker, and I was just like, this just is not good for anybody on, like, what should happen here, Chris?
I don't really know. I mean, at one level, like, I think there's a little irony in like the whole discourse being like the left needs a Joe Rogan, and then like getting the closest thing to it and being like, not like that, not like that, not like that. No.
Not
and
anyone who says incendiary things.
It's like, do you ever watch Joe Rogan's show and he says crazy stuff all the time?
These people are so out of touch.
I know.
Like Hasan's audience is 70% women. You think Joe Rogan's audience is 70% women?
No.
What? You're talking about winning over guys.
Well, no, and also like when Joe Rogan says something crazy, it's classically, he'd be saying something crazy about like aliens, right? Or
oh yes, of course, yeah.
And then it would kind of, he'd be saying a lot more like economic. He's been like really pushing a lot of economic populist stuff, or he'd be saying a lot of like COVID stuff. I don't think he's pushed. I'm not familiar. I don't think he's pushed any Charlie Kirk stuff.
Just the idea that they think Hasan has the same kind of appeal as Joe Rogan.
No.
He's like some kind of dude, bro. Like he paints his fingernails. Hasan paints his fingernails. Okay?
Well, they're but they've been saying this for years. They're literally that retarded. They just say, "Oh, Hasan is like a guy who works out. Joe Rogan is a guy who works out. Therefore, same appeal, right?
Yeah,
because they're that stupid." But putting that aside, it's just obviously retarded. Anything like the controversial things that Joe Rogan has said don't even hold a candle to the crazy shit Hasan has said. Joe Rogan is not supporting fucking terrorist activities in America and abroad. It has never supported terrorist activities in America or abroad. And the fact like, it'd be to compare those two things, it'd be like, oh yeah, Joe Rogan, he says controversial things, is fucking retarded.
Yeah, totally. So out of touch.
Also, Joe Rogan isn't part of a political movement that wants to subvert a political party. He's actually just a podcast bro.
Yeah.
Hasan is part of a political movement that does want to subvert a political party and subvert the entire country towards a political ideology.
Yeah, great point. Yeah. His political project is to undermine America. Joe Rogan is not doing that.
No.
Joe Rogan wants to have a good time. And tell funny stories.
I mean, the difference in this case, I think there's a difference between going on someone's show and campaigning with them hugely, right? So like, I think you can go on lots of people's shows. I've been on Bill Maher's show. Bill Maher says all sorts of things.
Know.
That not only do I disagree with, he says some things I really like find.
Oh well, yeah.
Pretty wrong. Like,
and more often with greater frequency.
Yeah. So, but again, it's a free country. So the big question is campaigning.
It's kind of a free country.
I don't think it makes a ton of sense in a general election, frankly, to campaign with Hasan Piker. I think you also can't control what a 30.
He just said he was fucking Joe Rogan of the left. What the fuck? You're contradicting yourself after 30 seconds.
Mm-hmm.
What is happening here?
But even he's like, maybe it doesn't make sense. Even Chris Hayes in his pink tank top is like, maybe it's not a good idea.
Follow this chain of reasoning. Joe Rogan won the Republicans the last election. We need a Joe Rogan of the left. Hasan Piker is the Joe Rogan of the left. It doesn't make any sense to campaign with Joe Rogan or campaign with Hasan in a general election.
Right.
What just happened there?
Well,
what just happened?
He's trying to, I think it's a silly argument. He's going to say like, well, like being on Joe Rogan's show is helpful, but if Joe Rogan campaigned with you, it wouldn't be helpful. I don't agree with that.
That's
at all.
Total bullshit.
Yeah.
Joe Rogan came out and endorsed Trump.
That's true.
What the fuck is he talking about? Joe Rogan and Elon Musk both came out and endorsed Trump.
Yep.
This guy's fucking. How is this guy a political commentator?
5-year-old streamer is going to say. I also think that he is learning the lesson that like with great power comes great responsibility. And like, no, seriously. I mean, it's one thing to be like, look, this is a dude who streams like 7 days a week for years. Do you know the amount of words he said? Like, you're going to say some stuff. And
this is just, it's so interesting because before people were talking about Hasan and people would like be dismissive of this stuff. You'd always be like, maybe like, do they just not know? They're probably just boomers. They don't know. And yet you're hearing literally all the same defense talking points. Like this is the most common. Oh, well, like you just say a bunch of stuff because you're streaming all the time. You just say a bunch of stuff. It's not your fault. It's not your responsibility. Even though if you say something and you're like, oh, I don't believe that, or I should have said that, you can just say that. And Hasan still stands by all these views and repeatedly says the same shit. It's not like if he one time said some off-color joke and then everything else he said was kind of against that the politics of that joke, I'd be like, oh, okay, well,
Yeah,
that's probably a one-time thing, right? But it's not. It's all the same shit again and again and again. Oh no, but it's just bad words. It's just wording things poorly because he just streams so much. That's all it is.
We make jokes all the time on the show that are completely antithetical to our belief system. That's what makes it funny. The joke is, wouldn't it be hilarious if we actually believe this?
Right.
So, but Hasan says those things, and they aren't, clipped out of context because he's making a joke. This is not actually what he believes. No, he really believes that Hamas is great. Okay, that is his literal belief system.
Yeah.
Which Chris Hayes is kind of implying here that, oh yeah, you're gonna make some jokes that people are gonna clip out of context. That's not what's happening.
No.
Yeah, and fuck you for imagining that.
Mm-hmm.
They don't even know. Look, he probably tells himself in his head that him supporting the Houthis and Hamas and that kind of stuff is just out of context clips. Probably because he sees people on the left doing that so much to Republicans. He just thinks, oh yeah, that's what people do now.
Right, of course.
That's our politics.
Yep.
Chris Hayes lies about Republicans all for a living. So he's like, oh yeah, I knew Trump never praised neo-Nazis. I just talked about it on my show for 7 years.
Part of the genre of what he's doing is saying stuff. I'm reminded a lot of
who watches this crap, Sitch? Who fucking watches this shit? Who watches this shit? Does this have a bunch of views?
Pod Save America.
It is on. Oh yeah, it is on Pod Save America. I thought this was like their own channel or something.
Well, first of all, I didn't even know that she was on Pod Save America.
Yeah.
It's got 74,000 views, so a good amount, not like this huge amount.
Well, it's funny that the mainstream people are on Pod Save America. They probably get 3 times that, the Pod Save America guys, when they're on, because they're the ones that built this channel up.
Right.
These guys are just carpet bagging the Pod Save America channel. Nobody tunes into Pod Save America for these.
Those guys are terrible. They're
the Pod Save America guys?
Yeah.
I hate those guys. I'm telling you. But people love those guys. I'm saying nobody loves Alex Wagner and Chris Hayes. The only reason these people are popular is because, well, I don't even think they're popular. The reason that they're known is because they were on MSNBC for years and years and years. So they've got that cachet. Oh, they were on television. So that adds some sort of reputability that Chris Hayes is doing his best to destroy with this gold chain and this Dayglow pink tank top. What the fuck is he
wearing?
Yeah. Oh my God.
Marcos Melitsas Aniga, who played a somewhat similar role a generation ago, who was the founder of Daily Kos, and would say pretty provocative things and would curse and be like, F these people. And there was also an attempt to sort of tie him. I also sort of feel like, I don't know how much
that was a cut. They completely cut something out there. Editing this down.
I don't know.
Guilt by association works in the era of Donald Trump. Like, the man had dinner with Nick Fuentes.
Oh my God. I can't. This is insane. This is insane. This is fucking insane.
You can't deal with it. Yeah. I mean, Nick Fuentes did not campaign with Donald Trump.
Not only that, as soon as Donald Trump realized what was going on, he threw him out on his ass. He fucking tossed him out on his ass. El Said is not going to toss Hasan out on his ass. He's going to campaign with him some more. These people are so fucking hypocritical, Sitch.
I know.
Insane levels of hypocrisy.
I know.
Oh God. I can't. I just can't take it.
People are delusional.
This is why I'm tainted against Democrats. This is why when anyone says they're a Democrat, or I think of a archetypal Democrat, I just think of these kind of idiots. It's hard for me to think, oh yeah, there's reasonable Democrats out there. It's because every single example you give me week after week of Democrats is this nonsense.
It's my fault.
It is
Okay.
to some extent.
Okay. Look at this.
I would like to think that there are reasonable Democrats out there, but there are reasonable Republicans and unreasonable Republicans.
Of course.
It's hard for me to think there are reasonable Democrats and unreasonable Democrats. It just seems like there are only unreasonable Democrats.
Well, we can go through the short list, right? There's Bill Maher, there's Stephen A. Smith.
Okay.
Even though I think Fetterman is bad at speaking and believes he's against this shit. Okay.
Yeah, no, good. That's good. That is good.
What's his name? The Raging Cajun guy who said he's going to leave the party over Hasan.
Oh yeah.
So.
Oh, that's so bad. Carville's not doing.
James Carville, yeah.
Carville needs to learn when to shut the fuck up.
Well, I'll play the Smirconish clip after that. I'll give you maybe it'll refresh your brain a little bit, right?
I just all of this in the context of the woke 1.0 and 2.0.
I know, it's insane. Yeah.
Woke has never ended.
I know.
Woke, nothing has changed.
Well,
These
it
people are
changed.
still woke as can
It did morph a little bit, but it's all there.
Listen to that clip of Hasan. What does Hasan say? What is Hasan's defense of what is Hasan's, what accusation is Hasan levying at Republicans?
That they're racist.
Yeah, they're racist. They're Islamophobic. Yeah.
Yeah.
What's changed?
It's put on a new mask. It changed the mask. It imagine it's like this disgusting creature that looks like it. Not it, the thing. It's like the thing. But it's got a new face on it now that it's trying to use to sneak into the base.
If you don't vote for the fascist, you're a racist.
That is true.
Yeah. Not even for any purpose other than let's break bread.
I just think
let's hang out.
Let's hang. I want to hear what you.
He wasn't trying to get his
What are you
help on a
thinking about
campaign.
these days, Nick?
I mean, they're also leaving out. I mean, it's very dishonest the way they're framing this too. The only reason that even happened was because he wasn't going to see Nick. He was seeing Kanye West.
Yeah, Kanye West brought him along.
And Kanye West brought him. So.
No, this is what they do. All they do is lie. Yeah. All they fucking do is lie. Look at it. It's systemic lying because a lot of times they're just hearsay talking about what other people have talked about.
Yeah.
So it's like the lie gets introduced and they remember the narrative as, oh yeah, he personally called Nick Fuentes. Nick Fuentes has Donald Trump's cell phone. They talk on the phone all the time.
Right. I remember we talked about this at the time. To me, it speaks to the just broad incompetency of the people around Trump that no one was like, oh, Kanye West is bringing this person. We should maybe Google search this person to see if they are before they show up.
Just in your point of view, Nick.
So I do think
it's not like Kanye West wrote a song called Heil Hitler or anything.
I know.
I actually, to be fair, I think that happened before the Heil Hitler song came out.
Yeah, I think it did too. But it was after he's already sent. That was after the Alex Jones.
That was later that night.
It was after the Alex Jones interview. So
later that night, Nick Fuentes pitched Kanye West an idea for a song.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh my God. There were people down on Hollywood Boulevard a cappella singing the Heil Hitler song.
Oh my God.
It was a bunch of black guys too. It was hilarious.
Of course.
Yeah. We should look that clip up because it's pretty, you're like, what the fuck? What the fuck am I looking at here? And the response from all the people.
Yeah.
A little bit of the associational politics have lost a little bit of their sting. But the other thing is if Hasan Piker wants to contribute to the success of the movement, he's probably going to have to watch what he says a lot more. And that's not that fun for him. And I get that he's been in a different lane, but one of the things that all of us, I think, with public platforms start to learn is that your words have consequences.
Yeah.
And it doesn't mean that you say things you don't believe. It doesn't mean you don't say things you do believe, but it does mean that how you select your words and the way that you communicate really does matter. And
the ego on Chris Hayes here, the undeserved ego here, oh, Hasan doesn't realize the position that he's in. It's yes, he does. He's intentionally trying to subvert you, you stupid fucking retard.
Yeah.
I would wager that Hasan has more of a political presence in the future of politics than fucking Chris Hayes is going to have.
Oh, Chris Hayes is a nobody. Chris Hayes is over. Yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised if more people know Hasan Piker's name than Chris Hayes, by far.
Of course.
He's all like, let me sit down, child. Let me tell you a story. Let me explain to you the situation.
Let me educate you how the real world works.
Yes.
Okay, me, who's grifting on my friend's Pod Save America channel.
Now, his answer isn't very interesting, but just the question here is kind of funny.
And so now you have to model your way out of that. And that leads to a lot of modeling assumptions that introduce a lot of uncertainty.
That was very judicious, that assessment, Chris.
Thank
now we're going to return to the man who sits before me in a gold chain and a pink tank top for this last one, which is we're sitting at this moment. I feel like so much of this season of Democratic politics has been defined by the questions around masculinity and power. Right? There's Plattner.
Why is he laughing? Why is the weird twink guy laughing? What's happening?
Yeah.
Yep.
There's Swalwell in California, gubernatorial race, obviously main Senate race. Max Miller is currently in a House race, refuses to drop out despite like very serious allegations of abuse and otherwise. Representative Chuck Edwards is out with some ridiculous reporting about what he's been doing. We went to Brown University, which we're prone to bring up all the time, and I think I sound like a...
Oh my God, Brown University is like woke central.
I know. Well, whatever. We can. His answer is completely retarded. So
we don't need to hear his answer.
No. Okay. Let me maybe refresh your brain a little bit.
Yeah.
Pull you back from the brink.
Smirkanich is pretty good. He seems reasonable.
I've never been a big Smirkanich fan, but
well, look, I'm not a fan. I'm not running his fan club. He seems more reasonable than most.
Right.
I don't even know that he's a Democrat or Republican. He seems to be try to kind of keep his politics out of it, which is completely unusual on CNN.
Right.
So, but I haven't watched a lot of his content. I'm not a regular watcher of him, so. But I have seen a few things here and there.
Tea Party rides again. I'm Michael Smirkanich in the Philly Burbs. The name on the ballot, it was Abdul El-Sayed, and he didn't win in some deep blue House district. He won an entire state, a big state, a swing state. And now everybody is asking the same question. Can he win in November? I think it's the wrong question.
He won in the Democratic primary, though, right? I mean, they didn't have an election.
Well, that's what he said, is can he win in November? Yeah.
Right. Yeah. But he's saying he won statewide. So that doesn't.
Well, statewide primary.
Yeah. So.
Yeah.
A lot of times. Well, evidently the turnout was huge in this primary. It was up 67% over the last primary. So, I mean, a lot of people showed up.
Right.
A lot of socialists showed up.
A lot of socialists.
And it was still a squeaker.
Right.
So.
This is long ball. It's a game measured in decades, not election nights. And make no mistake, El-Sayed stands for everything that Donald Trump opposes, but he is rising exactly the way that Trump rose. The rise of democratic socialism on the left is 2010 all over again. It's the Tea Party run from the opposite end of the spectrum. And if history rhymes all the way through, it doesn't end in Michigan. It ends with the movement owning the party. Quick facts and then some of the parallels. El-Sayed won by 1 point without a majority after being outspent 9-1. And no, he's not officially DSA. He calls himself a capitalist. But he ran on the movement's agenda with the movement's army, had Bernie's support, and ran against the establishment's chosen candidate. Close enough. Don't take my word for it. The analysis...
I'm glad that he said that, because I had this... It's kind of annoying. I had this long conversation with my dad where he was trying to make... oh, El-Sayed, he's not one of these DSA candidates. I was like, no. I was like, why all you think it's just a coincidence? All the DSA candidates, they all support him. They're all coming out specifically to rally for him against the person that's more like the quote establishment candidate who is pretty progressive already. You think that's a coincidence just because he's claiming not to be DSA?
I love how you're trying to wake your dad up on all this socialism stuff in the Democratic Party. It's great.
Well, it worked. He acknowledges on the New York people. He's like, oh, that stuff's crazy, right? But then the problem is my dad has like, he has such strong.
He hates Trump. I know.
He hates Trump so much. So like,
we're not supposed to use that term. What are you doing?
I know. Well, I know. He hates Trump so much that like for him to say, okay, this guy who is an important Senate vote is like a bad candidate, like that's going to freak him out because he like in his mind is like, oh my God, the Democrats have to win the Senate. The Democrats have to win the House and they have to win the Senate. So he won't accept that there's some bad candidate for the Democrats.
Yeah, it's too painful.
Of what took place in Michigan agree on nothing except for one thing that nobody noticed. Here's the Wall Street Journal from the right. Democratic primary voters, quote, want candidates who share their anger no matter their policy views. Jonathan Chait from The Atlantic, left of center. The insurgents won less on ideology than on, quote, broad frustration with the party's failures. And The Intercept from the left, celebrating a, quote, pissed off base, just beat an out-of-touch establishment. Right, center, left. They see the same engine, anger, aimed at the party's own establishment. Well, 16 years ago, an engine like that got a name, the Tea Party. So why does the comparison hold? Here are 6 reasons. First, nobody in Washington built either one of them. The Tea Party grew organically in spite of the Republican Party, not because of it. Same now. The DSA is a grassroots insurgency that treats its own party's leadership as its first opponent. You think I'm exaggerating? There's a leaked audio of El Sayed telling a donor his plan for Pennsylvania Democrat John Fetterman. Quote, put one ogre on a pike, and then everybody else gets the message. Well, the Tea Party talked about Bob Bennett and Dick Lugar in the same way and then took them out. 2, both run on anger at a system that people believe is broken. In 2010, the fuel was bailouts and debt. In 2026, it's rent, it's healthcare, and billionaires. Different grievances, identical fuel. The conviction that the economy is rigged and the party establishment is in on it. 3rd reason, both get outspent and it doesn't even matter. The establishment spent $62 million in Michigan. El Sayed won anyway. Tea Party insurgents were buried in establishment money too. And 6 years later, Jeb Bush's super PAC spent north of $100 million, which only bought him a handful of delegates. When a movement runs on anger, money buys less than it used to. 4th reason, the DSA reminds of the Tea Party. The polls can't find them. Eric Cantor's pollster had him up 34 points. He lost by 11. This week, Michigan's primary polls were off by double digits. Movements that live outside the system aren't measured well by the system's instruments. 5th reason, the first wave is always the truest believers. The Tea Party's opening act gave Republicans Christine O'Donnell and Sharon Angle and cost them Senate seats that they should have won. Today's roster of insurgents includes candidates who want to abolish ICE, defund the police, pack the court. Some of these candidates can win, and some will blow races that Democrats could have won. Exhibit A, Graham Plattner in Maine, the insurgent who won the primary, then collapsed under his own baggage. The Tea Party did both in the same cycle. 6, and this is the one that really matters, eventually the movement doesn't influence the party, it becomes the party. The Tea Party didn't stay a faction, it established a beachhead, and in 2016, Donald Trump walked right across it. Reince Priebus and Paul Ryan, they swallowed hard, they then fell in line. And the Republicans who scoffed in 2010, today they work for that movement. It's already happening again. Governor Whitmer and the party establishment backed Haley Stevens. By Wednesday morning, they were lined up behind El Sayed, which raises the real question, not whether El Sayed wins Michigan, but who becomes the left's Donald Trump, the standard bearer who harvests all of this energy. Probably not Bernie. He'd be 87 at the time of the next inauguration. Maybe it's AOC. Most likely, somebody whose name we're not even saying yet. Remember, in 2010, the man who would cash in on the Tea Party's chips was hosting Celebrity Apprentice. Now, the skeptics have a point. Research published last week in the Washington Post showed that 55...
Hasan thinks it's him. He's like, I'm going to be the one, guys. I'm going to rise up, chat. I'm going to be the president.
No, he does. Yeah. No, I'm sure he does. He's thinking it. He's like, Obama did it. I can do it.
Mm-hmm.
5% of American adults wouldn't even consider voting for a Democratic Socialist. Only 15% like political leaders who wear that label. Even among Democrats, it's 1 in 3, which sounds disqualifying until you remember that the Tea Party polled badly too. 6 years later, its heir was taking the oath of office. Unpopular today is not unelectable tomorrow. And there's another reason to believe this movement ends by owning the party. Youth. Harvard's youth poll, fielded in November, among all Americans 18 to 29, support for capitalism is down to 39%. Among Democrats, 25%, while 63% support democratic socialism. And Gallup, 66% of all Democrats now view socialism positively. That's against 42% for capitalism, the widest gap Gallup has ever measured. Square that with the numbers that I just gave you. The label scares voters. The ideas don't. And the idea polls best with the people who'll be voting for the next 60 years. It's why one of El Sayed's best counties was Washtenaw, home of the University of Michigan, where he carried 60% of the vote. So, watch Michigan in November. It's going to tell us plenty. Democrats need to net 4 seats to take the Senate, lose this one, and the math gets brutal. But don't let the outcome fool you either way. The Tea Party lost plenty of elections on its way to winning the whole thing. The beachhead is established. The energy is all on one side. Win or lose, this trend is here to stay. Democratic socialism, not a movement in the Democratic Party. It's the movement the party is becoming. In 2010, the Tea Party knocked on the Republican Party's door, and 6 years later, they owned the House. This week in Michigan, somebody knocked. I want to know what you think. Go to my website at Smirkanish.
That's a pretty good monologue.
Yeah.
I think he lays it out exactly the way it is. I think I agree with everything he was saying. Completely. That is what's going to happen. And it's going to be, it's what we said earlier in the stream. It's so reliant, unfortunately, on the Democrats need someone in leadership to become sort of the figurehead and actually energize the Democrats in a direction of not socialism, and actually have some sort of policy and goal and vision for what that looks like that people can rally behind.
You got to do it. Yeah.
And that just, I don't know who that person's going to be, but so, I mean, 2028 is going to be pretty interesting in terms of like kind of laying out what the future is going to look like. Okay.
Do you know John Ossoff?
I mean, I know, I don't know him personally, if that's what you're asking.
No, you know.
I know of him. Yeah, he's the senator.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Why?
Because he came up in a poll and I hadn't heard him. I don't think I've ever heard him speak. So.
I don't remember what he sounded like.
Odds of winning general election if they win the primary. He was 75%. Over Gavin Newsom, who was only 65%. This was the end of July. This poll came out. So.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. But I didn't know who he was or ever heard him. So I've never heard him speak.
I'm going to be pretty doomerish on this stuff until I see some non-DSA candidate on the left actually gain some traction. And it's annoying too, because like, I'm glad to see finally, Destiny and Hutch and these people like really raising the red flag about this. I feel like it's probably too late though now. I mean, these are people that attacked us when we were saying, we literally were getting arguments with these same people saying, we are afraid that the Democrats are going to get consumed by socialism. Remember? And they'd be like, no, you just have to, you just have to attack Trump the whole time. And I'm like, well, like, I don't like Trump, but I don't like the socialist stuff. And they just kind of were not, and they just seemed like they weren't really taking it seriously.
Yeah, of course.
Seriously now. So
yeah, they were calling us Chicken Littles.
Yep.
Turns out the sky is falling.
Okay, somebody sent this to me. I don't know. I haven't seen this. Maybe we'll watch a little bit of it here, see what this is about.
So today, Iran put out a new Lego video, and one of our own is in it. And so this one, it feels like an official one. I don't know which ones are official or not, but it's about 2 minutes in, and it's got a lot of Donald Trump in diapers, and we can't show you that because YouTube prohibits seeing the poo. Okay, but we can show you the Anna part. So near the end, this happened.
Say the real word, they killed the kids killed. Janu said complicated and kept the lid. Iran, 2 weeks from the bomb. Now your own people screaming, build it, stay strong.
Hilarious.
So if you're just listening, this is an Iranian propaganda video. If you don't know about this, Iran has been making AI Lego propaganda videos.
Mm-hmm.
I guess now they have one that's got Anna Kasparian in it. She's featured in a Lego Iran propaganda video.
Right. It's funny because they even have her background from her place when she live streams at home.
Yes. Well, what they do is they just take a screenshot and then they just tell the AI to make it a Lego. So
okay, well the AI did an excellent job because even the background is correct.
Right.
They ain't screaming for another front.
Oh my god. This music is too bad. I can't take it. It's
really bad. So wait, they're saying that I didn't see this TYT. They're saying that Anna said that Iran should build a nuke. Okay, interesting. That's
Do it,
good, right?
Do it, Iran.
Do it, yeah. See what Jang says about this.
Look, when you watch the whole video, it kind of goes by in a blur, but the reason it caught my eye, I already knew it was in there, but it caught my eye because of the background, right? You know, that's not from the TYT side, it's from Anna's house where she has.
Oh my God.
He got it too. Look at that.
Jank is saying the same exact thing.
Know.
Like, oh my God. Look, I think when she was on our show, she had that background.
Mm-hmm.
Her little home studio, right? And I'm like, wait, is that? Oh my God, yeah, that's her. And then when you freeze it, you see, not only does it have that background, you'll see every once in a while when Anna's doing it from home, but it literally says Anna Kasparian on the sheet. Okay, so, and she said, they said even your own are saying, build it, stay strong. And so, of course, like the Israel First people are like, oh, you guys are in the video, it's terrible.
That's you, Sitch.
That's
me. He's doing his impersonation.
I did say that. Did you guys hear me say that? I did say that, yeah.
He called you Israel First.
That's true.
Look at that. Says Mr. Turkey First, right?
Just because we started a war and we forced you into it, and now there's 18 caskets that came home and 600 Americans injured, and it's costing you hundreds of billions of dollars. Can you believe Anna Kasparian is against it? Yeah, and I'm super proud of her for it. Right? And by the way, if both sides had bombs that were of the degree that Israel has, there would be a balance of power and we might not have had war. Instead, we don't have a balance of power and only Israel has nukes. And what's happened, Israel has attacked all of its neighbors.
There you go. We just need a balance of power, everybody. Just give Iran nukes. Balance of power.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I mean, they're trying to get nukes.
I know, it's ridiculous. They're so blind. God, they're so blinded by their hatred of Israel. They really consume so much of their thinking. It's sad.
It's uncomfortable.
You recount.
Metalworks for $20. Thanks so much. Says props to Wick this week for doing 2 almost back-to-back 5v1 debates. First one was taking on Lib and Learn, downplaying the DSA, and the second one was taking on basically a pro-Russian, anti-Ukraine panel defending America and liberalism. Nice. I'll have to check that out.
Do these panels change anyone's mind? Is anyone voting differently because they saw some YouTube video?
Yes.
I don't think so.
No. The individual panels don't, but if there has to be like a vibe, essentially, like an ecosystem of a feeling that I think changes people's minds.
You always, our great debate is over whether people vote based on vibe or policy, but I think the conflict in our positions is really over how you frame what is policy. Like if you can't afford things, right? You're having trouble making your money stretch. You may not know what policy works, but you want some policy that's going to fix that problem in your life. Therefore, you're voting off of policy. So I'm just calling that policy and you're calling that vibe because you're saying, well, since they don't know exactly what policy it is, they have to go off the vibe of the person that has some solution that is going to potentially fix their problem. So I'm just calling that policy, and you're calling it a vibe.
Well,
you see the difference?
Right. I'm saying that that they don't understand they don't fully grasp the policy, but they use the vibe as trust to determine
their voting pattern is based on policy because they want a policy that will fix this problem in their lives, right?
Well, no, they want a solution. So to me, when you say
Right.
policy, that makes me think like there's they have a solution in their mind that they think will work, and that's what they're voting for.
See, that's a difference. No,
Okay.
I think they have a problem that is a tangible problem in their own lives that they were voting to fix. And the only way to fix that is some sort of policy change. But vibes is not going to fix that. They can't vote for a candidate because they're cool, and that's going to fix the problem that they're having. The candidate has to pitch some kind of solution. And yes, the solution can be wrong. A lot of times I think it is wrong, but they're voting because they think at least this is a policy change that could help. It's a gamble.
Okay. Well, maybe we're just Sitch's law here because we're just using different definitions of policy. So, because I mean, I would agree with that people vote on the way that you're defining it.
Yeah, if they want some they have some problem that they want fixed.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Okay.
Immigration, that's their problem. They're like, I want to vote for a policy change.
This whole time we were arguing, and it turned out we didn't need to.
No, not at all. But it's fun for the show, so we should continue to argue.
Okay.
Who are these jackasses?
This
guy on the right was a Tea Party congressman.
He was
Joe Walsh.
True.
Yeah.
Joe Walsh. Yeah.
He was like one of the first Tea Party congressmen to be elected. Elected in the Democratic Party. And I've never heard him say anything remotely conservative. He's always seemed like a far left lunatic.
Well, he doesn't agree with Brianna in this conversation.
Oh, nice.
I mean, I was going to skip what he said because I didn't think it was very interesting. But
yeah, skip it.
Okay.
I only want to hear what Brianna says.
But blast from the past, our favorite, Brianna Greyjoy, is back.
Who's this? This guy's a communist too. I just saw an interview with
He's
him.
some DSA candidate, yeah.
Okay.
Okay, Brianna Joy Gray, you like these positions. You want to get rid of borders, the Senate, the presidency, the Supreme Court, ICE, prisons, give amnesty to illegal immigrants. You're exactly the kind of whack job that many people are saying are the problem in the party. Not my words, their words. Why would you support the kind of policies which instinctively most Americans, when they hear them, think whoever thinks that is a whack job?
I mean, you can say Americans instinctively feel whatever you say they feel, Piers, but the reality is that polling suggests quite the opposite. The Democratic Socialists of America are polling better than both the Democratic Party and the Republican Party. So I think the question that needs to be asked is of traditional establishment corporate Republicans and Dems, why their party is so tarnished, why their brand is so bad, that ideas that do seem relatively novel to the average American ear sound a lot more palatable than two parties who say, fund ICE, who's literally murdering American mothers and nurses in the street. Let's have a foreign policy that intentionally creates pressure on the borders. Let's ignore the domestic concerns of Americans who have been struggling for decades with health concerns, with health care, with being able to provide basic needs like education and housing. I think Americans are increasingly aware that this is a sort of three-card Monty, where they're asked repeatedly to look over there at the scary thing when you have a government in office currently that ran on and is actively trying to dismantle the Department of Education, dismantle our response to disease. We're in the middle of what is.
I like that she's saying that this is the three-card Monty. This is the conspiracy. They're all trying to get you to look over there, right? The DSA, of their own free will, put out their own policy and included all these things in that policy. This was not some magic trick. The Democrats and Republicans did not get together and Jedi mind trick the DSA into putting out this insane policy proposals that make them look like fucking retards. Okay. They chose to put it very prominently on their own website. No one forced them to do this. There's no trick going on here. This is a very silly argument.
Yeah, it's a weird way to frame a policy debate, right? You put your policies out, they put their policies out. And you're saying, what? They're like trying to trick us with their policies?
Yeah. I looked at your policies and they look shitty. No. That's a trick. Ignore the shitty policies. If you don't ignore the shitty policies, then you're getting tricked by the bad guys. Oh, well, so do you not agree with the shitty policies? No, I do agree with the shitty policies, but just ignore them. Okay, just ignore them.
Yeah, insane.
Being called a poop pandemic because nobody can even buy bagged veggies anymore in the United States of America. And when people like Zora Mamdani or Oliver Larkin, who's here on the panel with us, offer straightforward, common sense solutions, or even old-time ideas like getting rid of the Senate, which is wildly unrepresentative. Does it make common sense to the average American that a state like Vermont should have the exact same representation as a state like California, the world's 5th biggest economy with 30 million people? No, absolutely not. So I think when you get out of the clickbait Fox News segments with Megan Romer, who I also just recently had on my own show, Bad Faith, by the way, and had an opportunity to have a more fulsome discussion, as Americans hear more about these ideas, they're only going to become more popular.
How many illegal immigrants would you let into the country in your brave new world?
I think what you need to do is be asking questions about why both Democratic and Republican administrations have a sanctions campaign against Venezuela and other countries in the global South that
hang on, that wasn't my question. Brianna.
This is the fundamental framing problem that people persistently have. Brianna, yes.
Simple question. How many illegal immigrants would you let in to the United States under your brave new world?
And how many undocumented people would you have Donald Trump or any Democratic president drive
Why can't you answer my question?
Through a crushing sanctions program like the ones
Why can't you answer my
Venezuela,
question?
like the blockade that's being implemented on Cuba, like the war on drugs
Brianna, you're not answering my question.
Below our border. These are questions you never want to answer, Piers, because you act like the problem magically materializes.
Why don't you just answer my question? It's my show.
We should live in a world. Do you agree?
It's my show.
We should live in a world.
I ask the questions.
No, I don't know that it works that way, Piers. Do you want to live in a world where you get to the root
It does
of the
work that
problem,
way.
or do you want to keep hand-wringing and passing the buck and passing blame around? Is the ultimate goal?
Why can't you answer a straightforward question?
We got the dodgeball queen here. Holy shit.
I've never, the DSA is special here in terms of, I've never seen so many politicians associated with a single movement that don't want to answer very straightforward questions before. Like this is unreal.
Yeah. How are voters supposed to vote on policy when they won't even tell what their fucking policy is?
When you ask them a specific policy question and then they try to change the subject.
Yeah.
Every time. It's crazy. It's so
scary.
obvious what's happened. It's the most obvious thing. If you have some sense of paying attention, okay, it's so obvious what's going on here, that all these people have dog shit views. They know they have dog shit views. They know the majority of Americans don't agree with them, and they're going to try to lie their way into positions of power.
It's strange because we're in a situation where, according to polling, the top issues for Americans are healthcare and illegal immigration. And we have two parties that for just reasons of history, they can't embrace one of those positions.
Mm-hmm.
Like Democrats can embrace the healthcare position, but they have to be completely open borders. So they're just feckless at addressing the other concern of Americans, right? And Republicans can't do anything because of the free market stuff we talked about earlier, address anything about healthcare,
right.
but they are gun-ho on the immigration front.
Mm-hmm.
So we don't really have an effective party that can take those two issues and tackle them both. So we're in this fucking strange world where the Democrats are going to completely hide their positions on immigration, right?
Right.
And Republicans, I mean, they're not really hiding their positions on universal healthcare or healthcare at all. They just basically don't have any at this point. So
yeah. Well, and also now the third issue, which is, inflation. No one's really has I mean, the socialists have a policy of like the government is going to buy you stuff, I guess, or subsidize groceries. No one really has any. What is the the mainstream Democrat or the Republican solution to this stuff.
Healthcare kind of fits into the inflation stuff. And I guess immigration somewhat fits into the inflation stuff with housing. So
yeah, but that's part of the problem too. And we talked about this earlier. Like the DSA, they have some policy to address that. I mean, it's a sucky policy, but
Right,
they have
yeah.
some policy. They actually have something they're going to say.
yeah. The Republicans, if they just came up with something on healthcare, I think it'd be a huge, huge win for them.
It
But
is
they
kind of
can't do
wild,
it.
yeah.
They can't do it because of the free market stuff.
Yep.
Just anything, any policy prescription.
People in other countries are able to live their lives.
Okay. I love how Piers completely wears her down.
Oh no, he does. He gets her to finally break at the end of this conversation.
Yeah.
It's pretty hilarious.
She admits everything and
Yes.
makes it like 10 times worse.
It's so funny.
Yeah.
And passing the buck and passing blame around is the ultimate goal.
Why can't you
making
answer
sure
a
that
straightforward question?
And people in other countries are able to live their lives in their nations
let's
of
try one more time.
origin in
Let's
peace
try one
and
more time.
prosperity.
Let's try what listen, we're all into utopia. We're just trying to work out how to get there.
Then why don't you
okay?
want to work
Under
toward it, Pierce?
Biden,
Do you agree with these crushing sanctions programs that are the root cause of immigration?
What I agree
Do you agree
with,
with them?
Hang on. Here's my position on immigration in the United States. And then I'll ask you one more time to answer my question. Under Barack Obama, 3 million people got deported. He was the greatest deporter of immigrants in the history of the United States as a president, right? Way more than Trump. Nobody on the left gave a damn. No one on the left
That's
even
not true.
really knows the
left,
number.
Pierce,
Right? It became,
the left calls him the
Actually,
deporter
no,
in
hang
chief
on,
as a
hang on.
criticism all the time.
Hang on.
Liberals didn't care,
Almost
but the
every-
left did care.
Hang on, Brianna. No one on the left cared because it was Saint Barack, okay?
That is absolutely not
Biden
true, but go
comes
ahead.
along. Hang on, please stop making speeches. Then Biden comes along and he allows up to 10 million people to cross the border illegally into the United States. Then Trump replaces him, partly because of what Biden did on the border. That's why he gets re-elected. And he immediately closes the southern border. Your view, unless I'm wrong, is that you basically reopen the border to whoever wants to come in. And my question for you, for the last time, if you don't want to answer it, it's fine, is under your plan, how many would you let in over the border illegally into the United States? It's a simple question.
My view is that it is deeply naive and frankly sort of dim-witted to believe that the solution to global immigration crisis, which is only going to get worse because of climate change and because of the kind of international destabilization that you've seen Trump instigate with these wars in Iran and that have broadly trickled through the entire Middle East.
Can you answer the question, Brianna?
I am answering the question, but the problem is, Pierce, you persistently don't want to hear answers to the question that don't fall into your gotcha cycle.
You're not answering the question.
And some questions, Pierce, require a more sophisticated answer than let's throw up a wall on the border that may or may
let's
not
move
get to
on.
the root of the crisis.
All right, I've tried. We all know why you don't want to put a number on it. Because under your utopia,
it's absurd,
unlimited.
because there is no number.
Anyone
The goal is
can come
to stop
in.
immigration. Is it not, Pierce? Is it or is not the goal to stop immigration?
No, your goal is to stop the concept of illegal immigration.
No,
you would
that's
let
what
everybody
you're saying
in.
my goal is.
And once,
I'm being very
and
clear
by the
about
way,
what
and
my
by the
goal
way,
is, Pierce.
as Ronald Reagan, and by the way, as Ronald Reagan once said, very rightly, if you don't have a border, you don't have a country. Let me bring in Joe Walsh. Joe Walsh.
Okay, wait. Let me skip Joe here, unfortunately.
Yeah, no, we'll skip past it.
Democrats-
It's
some of them more
kind of
lunatic.
crazy that Biden undid all of Obama's work 3 times over. Obama deported 3 million people, and Biden let 10 million people back in.
I know.
Like,
Good job.
talk about the huge fuck you to Obama.
And it's funny too because Biden is supposed to be like more center than Obama was.
Yeah, but look, Biden wasn't running the country for 3 years.
That's
like,
true.
Biden's staff was running the country, and they were the ones letting those immigrants in. So
That's true.
Oh, hang on, Brianna. I want to bring in Oliver Larkin. You're a Democratic Socialist candidate in South Florida. What is your view about what should be done at the border then? Would you reopen it? Because obviously Trump has closed it effectively. Would you reopen the border and allow anyone to come in?
We are so far from the conversation of how the United States is not respecting internationally agreed upon standards for the right of refugees to seek asylum at our border. We're trying all of these tricks and trades, and Joe Biden did it the same way as Donald Trump. Do you think all 10 million people...
Hang on. Oliver. Do you think all 10 million that came in Biden's 4 years were legitimate refugees and asylum seekers, or were the vast majority people just wanting a better life in America but not wanting to do it legally?
I think people who are coming to the United States are seeking a better life. And let's be clear, we're talking about immigration as if it is a criminal violation when it is immigration that is not documented. But this is a civil infraction, not a criminal infraction.
Well, it is a crime. It is a crime to enter a country illegally.
It is a civil infraction. It's not a criminal act. It's a civil ordinance that is not the same as treating people who are
you accept it's unlawful.
The United States has...
None of these people can answer a fucking question straightforward. It's so fucking stupid. It's so stupid. And this is like, whoever is feeding people these talking points is completely retarded.
That it's a civil matter, I know.
Oh, it's not a crime to legally enter a country and live here legally. It's a civil crime. Mm-hmm. It's not a criminal crime. It's a civil crime. No one gives a fuck. Are you retarded? Who is this? This is not effective. This is not persuasive to a single person alive.
No.
Oh my God.
A system that is literally making people lose their documented status when we have the Department of Homeland Security that is invalidating temporary protected status for our Haitian neighbors.
Yeah, but Oliver Larkin, do you accept that if you enter, do you accept, Oliver Larkin, if you accept, hang on, I want to be clear about, I want to be clear what you think. Hang on, Oliver, do you accept as a point of principle that if you enter the United States illegally, you are breaking the law? Yes or no?
I think that this is a civil violation. It is not a criminal violation. And frankly,
is it unlawful?
Who are entering the United States.
Answer the question, do you think it's lawful or unlawful?
We need to add more capacity
is it lawful or unlawful?
For immigration judges, for people to be able to get documentation, because we are so under capacity when it comes to people. It is so cost prohibitive for for immigrants to be able to even maintain documented status.
Listen, I'm not saying anyone should do this, right? But I guess it's not a big deal if someone were to defame anyone and to continually call them a PDF file again and again.
Because it's civil.
Because it's just a civil. It's just a civil claim, right?
Yeah, of course. Defamation.
Yeah. It's just a civil crime. I'm sorry. It's just a civil infraction. Okay. It's not a crime.
Forced to wait. They're forced to travel overnight to take off of work. I've been to these facilities, Piers, in Miramar, the ICE Enforcement and Removal Operations Center. People are being forced to sleep on the floor in air-conditioned rooms that are lit 24/7 while their families are outside. They've had to drive from Venice, Florida, or Sarasota.
It's so weird that obviously he's in favor of open borders, but he just doesn't come out and say it. The people voting for him are in favor of open borders. So why doesn't he say that? He's like, I'm just going to gaslight people into not knowing my position.
Because all of his supporters, this is why it's so disgusting. All of their supporters, they know what their true
position is.
Yeah, they know what the true power level is. Yeah, so they want to trick a bunch of the normie voters into supporting them, essentially.
Yeah. Normie Democrats who think, oh yeah, he's in favor of, I heard that he is in favor of border security.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Right.
So weird. We live in the gaslighting environment now.
or Titusville 3-4 hours and taking off work at the drop of a hat just to be able to maintain their status. So we make it so hard on immigrants to be able to even maintain status once they've obtained it. And then we have the Department of Homeland Security that is just blanket invalidating people's status.
But that's a different
and
issue.
They do this to manufacture a political crisis.
Hang on, Oliver.
It was known in Trump's first administration that the sanctions on Venezuela would create the conditions for migration.
Oliver, I'm not defending everything Trump's done on immigration. I thought some of the behavior of ICE was disgusting, including the deaths of people in the street, as we saw, which I thought was repulsive and called it out at the time. It went way over the top. However, if I was an American citizen, I would much prefer to have a secure, closed border, pretty much, that Trump has brought in, to the porous open border that Biden allowed. And my question for you is now the same one I gave to Brianna that she didn't want to answer, which is if you have
But
your
you didn't
utopia,
like my answer for.
if you have the democratic socialist utopia, then how many illegal immigrants would you allow into the country?
The system that I believe we should have is one where people are receiving documentation when they apply for asylum or when they apply to immigrate at our borders. So it's sort of a red herring question of.
So to be clear, what he just said, which I don't know if they caught, he's saying that everyone should be able to just automatically get papers. He is saying that
at the border.
that there shouldn't be any restrictions whatsoever, that you show up, that you apply for asylum, and boom, you're just granted your green card and your papers right there.
Yeah.
That's what he just said.
Of what is the level that is acceptable. I want people to be able to receive the documentation to be able to work and live freely in the United States and not have this legal limbo hanging over people's heads. I mean, we're treating amnesty as if it's a dirty word. Ronald Reagan, you invoked Ronald Reagan's name. Ronald Reagan supported amnesty. I believe that we need to have amnesty. We have a overburdened immigration system that has not had the capacity. Okay. I'm not saying that we've had too many people enter the United States.
Oliver, would you let Oliver, you don't have to keep making a campaign speech. Would you therefore let everybody in who wanted to come in?
If people have a desire to come live and work in the United States, then I want to facilitate that, and we can do that and still maintain public safety. I think
so what
that
if
is actually quite dangerous.
You just need the desire to come in, and then we grant it to you. That's all it takes. You just come to the American border and you make a wish upon a star, and then down from the heavens, a little little citizenship green card passport just floats down into your hands. You go, thank you, my Disney princess, and you're granted American citizenship.
Do all these people get union jobs, or do they throw them in the sweatshop?
I mean, they should at least, I think, be in the sweatshops for like 5 years. You know, it's kind of like when you join a frat, you got to like pay your dues by getting beat up a little bit at first, right?
Yeah, but can he say that they get a job in the sweatshop, or does he say, "Oh no, they have to get union jobs. They got to get health care"?
Well, he's a pussy,
should we grant these people? Should these people be part of Medicare for all?
Of course, they should. Yeah. You should be able to come to our border. You can say, I wish upon a star to be American," and they say, "Granted." And then they go, "Here's your green card. Or they just say, not even green card. Here's your citizenship. Here's your Medicare card where you get free medical insurance. Here's your card that gets you into your Mom Donnie grocery store." Okay.
If this person works at Walmart and they don't make enough money to live off of, should we give them food stamps?
Yes, and government housing on top of it.
Should they get paid family leave when they have 10 kids?
What are you, a monster?
When they have 10 anchor babies.
They should also get like a cell phone, smartphone.
Oh yeah.
They should get it all.
It's so bizarre. The politics we live in now are so bizarre because it's like totally catering to the suicidal empathy of all their constituents.
Mm-hmm.
So when's Brianna finally blow up and say, "Hell yeah, I'll tell you what I really believe"? Because I saw the clip.
Oh no, yeah, it happens later. Yeah, I just it was interesting to hear the DSA candidate.
His nonsense. Yeah. What is he running for? Is he running for Congress or Senate or what?
Unfortunately, not in my district, but unfortunately, he's running for Congress in South Florida for
Okay.
representative. So
Does he stand a chance?
unfortunately, he's only down, I believe, 2 points against his primary opponent.
Oh, the primary hasn't even happened yet.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Still in Primaryville.
Right.
But he's going to get smoked in the general, though, right?
I don't know. We'll see.
Obviously, he's in a Republican county.
I think it is a Republican district. When I was looking at the map,
well.
it looked red, but I'm not 100% sure. Because actually, it looked like it was in a blue area. So
Cool.
But yes, don't worry. There is a Tom Cruise, Few Good Men. You can't handle the truth.
I know. That's what I'm waiting for.
Jack Nicholson moment that will happen here. Okay.
It's going to be great.
Okay. No, actually, hang on. I want to bring in Marianne here. I want to bring back Marianne here. You see, Marianne, this is exactly the problem that I think people have latched onto, that Joe Walsh was touching on, that Bill Maher has been talking about, is that when you hear that response, what this person, Oliver Larkin, is actually saying is he would let everybody into the United States. There would be no border. Without a border, there is no United States. There's no country. So this is the problem, isn't it, Marianne? You've got a wing of the party that are saying these things, which are, I got to say, even me, who skews slightly liberal, right? Probably in a more old-fashioned Bill Maher way. I just find that, I'm incredulous that a politician in America would just open the border to anyone who wants to come in.
I'm sorry, Pierce. I've been listening, and I did not hear him say that. We used to.
Oh my God! Get the fuck out of here!
I know, and he asked that too because earlier in the conversation, she seemed reasonable. My little crystal mama here seemed reasonable because she was all like, "Oh yes, I think there's two extreme." Positions that people on the left are making, and we need to appeal to the voters, blah, 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 blah. And then when she's confronted with that position, she's like, I didn't hear that. What are you talking about?
Yeah. That's why they don't just come out and make things clear. It's the art of not making things clear.
It tricks the boomers.
Yeah. Lets them hear what they want to hear.
I looked it up. The 25th Congressional District's current representative is Debbie Wasserman Schultz.
What?
So it is a very blue district, yeah.
Yeah, but she's going to get smoked because she's as establishment as it gets. Oh, okay. Well, good.
Yeah.
Then whoever the new guy is stands a chance.
Have an immigration system in this country that.
All right, let me skip.
Judges and Bill not pulled America one either.
By the way, what Marianne
Shut up,
said
all
there
you
is
people.
absolutely correct. And look.
Let Brianna blow up.
I'm somebody who would abolish ICE tomorrow. What Trump has done with immigration enforcement.
Okay.
Here you go. Tea Party Republican. Did you hear what he just said?
I did see, yeah.
He would abolish ICE.
I know. Well, no, he does. I believe he does say that Brown says is retarded, though, to be fair.
And then we'll figure out how to process them and all the rest. No, there needs to be a border, period. And we've got DSA candidates out there saying we want open borders. If you say you want open borders, then damn it, defend it. Defend it.
Can you name which DSA candidates said they supported open borders?
One sitting next to you.
That one supported open borders. The one out in Colorado.
The one sitting next to you on the panel. Oliver Larkin just said it.
He just told you that's not true. As an attorney and probably the only person who's actually handled an immigration case on this panel, everything that Oliver and Marianne have said about the failure of our processing system, I think most people have an intuitive sense. People are coming across. You need to be able to sort people into, is there national security risk? Is this someone who is not fleeing drug crime and drug trafficking, but someone who is doing that themselves? Are these people that can be put on a path towards citizenship? But the problem is...
This is so insane. Do you think regular voters are thinking about sorting the people coming across the border? I think they're just saying, no, don't cross the border.
Yeah.
Why do we need to sort them? What is the sorting process? Stay over there.
Just get it. Listen, you just get the little Hogwarts hat. You just put on their head. If they're for Slytherin, you kick them out. Okay.
Why are we engaged in this sorting process?
We only let in the Hufflepuffs. They're the nice ones.
This is so insane. They're like, look, they showed up. We have to sort them. It's like whoever knocks on your door is immediately invited for dinner. No, get the fuck off my porch. Get the fuck off my porch.
You sort them right around to the exit.
Yeah, exactly. Sort? What? Sort yourself out over there on the fucking sidewalk.
Mm-hmm.
We have a backlog that lasts years and years and has only gotten worse since the days when I was an attorney, precisely because there has been an unwillingness to hire, train, and recruit administrative law judges who can actually process this claim. So what you have...
No, this is the reason is because you guys go on the news and claim to be open borders. So every time a Democratic administration takes over, the world floods to our borders. Mm-hmm. That's why we have a problem. It's not because we're not hiring enough judges. It's because you keep flapping your gums about come to America and you can get in for free. Jeez, how and then give them so stupid.
Come to the country for free, get a bunch of free shit.
Yeah, how many people around the world saw 25 Democrats raise their hand about free health care for illegal immigrants? Mm-hmm. Like, oh my God, Biden's president, run.
Is a party that is intentionally gumming up the process and then flinging their hands in the air and trying to politically exploit the negative consequences of not having of the crisis that has ensued. And if you want to talk about...
Oh my God, it's so painful, Sitch. This is the most painful thing ever. She does not even understand. People want the border shut down, okay? She sees it like, well, we have to deal with all these people here. No, people don't see it that way.
Hugely unpopular 60-40 issues.
So look, and these are the people that are trying to fix healthcare. That's why Americans can't get any satisfaction. They're
you don't
like
trust her to fix healthcare?
Americans want the border closed and they want healthcare fixed, okay? Mm-hmm. But unfortunately, their two choices are open border, anybody come and get free healthcare to Democrats, right? Mm-hmm. They're the only ones talking about fixing healthcare. Or Republicans who are going to shut down the border, but they don't give a fuck if you die in a hospital waiting room. It's like Americans are like, please help. Why can't I? These two things, they're both on the menu somewhere. Why can't I get them together?
No, you only get one. You don't understand this, Adam. You have to choose. Okay. Yeah.
You get the border closed and you get to die in an emergency room.
Right.
Or you get every single immigrant flooding your country and you like taking over the emergency room. It's insane. It's fucking insane.
The elephant in the room is that part of why all of these DSA candidates are so popular is because of Gaza. That's a 60-40 issue against Israel. We have both mainstream parties.
Brianna, respectfully, a lot of these DSA candidates are very, very popular with left and left-of-center people in Democratic Party, but they're not popular with all Americans. And when you put their policy positions in front of America...
Gaza's a 60-40 issue, but it's like number 25 down the issue stack. So this idea that your pet issue that's number one for you and like 25 people is going to win elections, just please stop.
Well, most Americans say no.
Go ahead.
Obviously, when people are like, how am I going to pay for groceries? How am I going to
They're like, but what about the children in Gaza?
Gaza. But Gaza.
How am I going to pay for groceries? Did you know there's a genocide in Gaza?
Oh my God.
And you're worried about feeding your family? Oh my.
Oh, most.
Joe, this is what's so frustrating, because when it comes to an issue like Medicare for All that 88% of Democratic voters support and 49% of Republicans, half of Republicans also support, we're never doing all of this alarmism about how...
Now do the polling on open borders. Give us some polls on open borders, Brianna.
I know.
Give us some polling on open borders. Then all of a sudden it's like, but it's our job to move those polls. It's our job to change those polls.
Well, that's what they always, I mean, I'm glad you brought that up because that's what they always say. If when the polls are against them, they always just say that. Yes, I can squint at the polls and say, oh, they all want Medicare for all, even though the polling for public option was higher than Medicare for all, which they always intentionally don't bring up in these conversations, right?
Yeah.
And even though when you ask people very specifically what Medicare for all is, they don't fucking know. And when you ask them like, well, do you want to make all private health insurance illegal? They say no. So the polling is not really honest on this stuff. And then, when it's like open border, overwhelmingly people are against that. When it's abolishing the police, people are overwhelmingly against that stuff.
Yeah.
Now there's this really popular policy that we just can't get the two major parties on board with. When we're talking about stopping funding to the genocide in Gaza, which again is a majoritarian issue against funding Israel, there's none of this hand-wringing about, oh my gosh,
Brianna, would you defund the Pentagon? Brianna,
people say,
would you
defund? It's only
Brianna, would you defund the Pentagon? Would you defund the Pentagon?
Walsh, I want you to ask yourself the question why you have a Pentagon that has failed, 6, 7, 8 now
I asked a simple question. Pentagon's got problems, but would you defund it? Would you get rid of America's entire Defense Department?
You guys have to stop with this absurdism that to defund something, to decrease the funding of something, is the same thing as to abolish it. When you want to abolish
no, it's not to decrease. I'm talking about defunding. When you say defund the police, when you say
decrease funding is not defunding. What the fuck is she even talking about?
I know.
Defunding is taking away all the funding. How is taking away all the funding not abolishing?
Well, no. Defund means to do a slight reorganization.
Look, as soon as everyone loses the money for their fucking wages, how long is that institution going to last? This is just idiocy.
It is. But again, they're so dishonest because, there's a reason they're not saying, we need to change. There's a reason they're not saying we need to reformize, right? They're not saying reformize. They're not saying reform the Pentagon. They're saying defund.
Yeah.
And they do it because, obviously defund means to get rid of the funding of it, but they're going to try to pretend like, well, no, actually it doesn't mean what the word means.
Okay? Yeah. They're completely lying about their policy objectives.
Yep.
And it's all to trick Marianna Williams, which they have done successfully. So
they have, that's true.
She needs to rub some crystals or something, get some wisdom.
Hey, Brianna, defund the police. You're talking about getting rid of the police.
Joe, we live in a country that defunds social services every year. We have a government right now that is defunding healthcare every year. And there is, again,
I don't think you understand. Brianna.
That's not defund.
How's she this fucking stupid?
Well, she knows. She's doing it intentional. It's part of the trick.
The money that we give to the healthcare industry is not their sole source of funding. I'm pretty sure the Pentagon doesn't have some private source of funding, right? Some market. Where are they raising money in the private market, Sitch? The Pentagon. Are they selling their services to somebody? Is the Pentagon getting paid by somebody?
Right. So I looked, oh my God, I've been getting nonstop spam calls. This is insane the entire time. But I Googled the definition of defund to see what the various websites would say. I'm just curious. Okay. So Merriam-Webster, one sentence, to withdraw funding from.
Right. Yeah.
That's all it is. Okay. To withdraw funding from, which that's okay. That's what it means. I looked up Cambridge. Okay. Cambridge Dictionary. Now, this is very fascinating. So it says defund, to stop providing money or as much money to pay for something. Okay. So they add the or. Now, I thought for a second, and I looked at this, and underneath it for the example, it says, example, by defund the police, we mean to reduce police department budgets and redistribute those funds toward underfunded services such as housing, education, and mental health support.
That's in Cambridge Dictionary?
This is in the literal Cambridge Dictionary. So I looked at this, I'm like, okay, this is obviously woke, right? Like, that's crazy that that's included. So I had an idea. I said, what if, I try to pass off, what if I went to the Wayback Machine and I put the defund into the Wayback Machine to see what it said? Okay, so that's what I did, folks.
What was woke 1.0? What did it say?
So I went back. The earliest page that it has saved on the Wayback Machine is from 2015. Okay. Defund, to stop providing the money to pay for something. Period.
Okay.
Does it have a second definition, just to stop providing money? And I'm like, oh, interesting. So I look, when did it change? 2017, same definition, to stop providing the money to pay for something. Okay, very interesting. When did it change? Oh, here we go. 2022 magically.
Right, yeah. After the George Floyd reckoning.
Yes, magically, right out.
Once it became an issue. Once defund the police became an issue.
Isn't that fascinating?
This fucking insane, man. I find it troubling. Like, imagine medicine and stuff like that. All this shit is infecting everything.
Yep.
Everything.
Isn't it insane? Yeah.
Yeah.
Cambridge University literally changed their definition of defund just to help the dishonest hacks like Brianna and all these other
I don't know
people.
that I would trust young doctors in this atmosphere. Like anyone under 30 as a doctor, I would be suspect of.
Right.
I'd be
That is a
thinking,
problem.
oh
Well,
my
we saw that
God.
lady from last week, right? She was a therapist and a social worker.
Oh yeah. No. Well, and the trans doctor we're going to watch in a little bit here is
Now, yeah, that's, oh God. Now, dictionary.com still has the correct definition. It says to withdraw financial support from, especially as an instrument of legislative control, and to deplete the financial resources of. So
right.
they don't have some crazy definition change
That's
here.
what they want to do.
Yeah.
Cambridge is the one that did the DEI hire of that black fraudster.
Oh, that's right.
That's Cambridge University. Yeah.
Right. Yeah,
He's the one that probably changed the definition.
Now, the interesting thing is the Google AI response, for some reason, chooses, out of all the choices here, one that does give the both definitions. I wonder why that is.
Because that AI is woke.
Yeah.
Woke is dead, you guys. Completely gone.
It's dead. Yeah, it's gone.
It was just a big whoopsie.
Yeah. Why are you talking about old stuff?
Large budget that literally loses billions of dollars every year. You want to keep giving money to this institution
stop talking.
to keep its filings
Stop
in order?
talking. Brianna,
Stop.
It's not your show. I know it gets confusing.
Yeah, Pierce.
It's my show, okay? You're a guest on my house. So please stop talking for a moment, because it's very interesting, your interpretation of what defund means. As Joe Walsh rightly says, the actual interpretation of defund the police or defund the Pentagon or whatever it may be is you get rid of that institution and you replace it with something else. What you're talking,
English peers, English dictionary does not defund
wait a minute.
in that way.
Wait a minute. So I'm asking you whether you mean a decrease in the amount that you fund these organizations with, or do you believe in abolishing them? Would you abolish the police? Would you abolish the Pentagon? Would you abolish prisons? Yes, no, yes, no, yes,
If you want to let me, Brianna, enjoy great things, you can come on my show and we can debate my views at length. But I think what the viewers want to know is
answer
what
my
the
questions.
DSA
That's why you're
candidates
here.
believe. No, why we're here is
That's
to
why you're
discuss
here.
the DSA candidates and people who are running for office, not one 40-year-old woman sitting in her apartment in Washington, D.C. So if you want to talk about what the movements to defund the Pentagon are about,
Can you
it's
answer
about
my
asking the
questions,
question-
please?
Wait, it's about asking the question of whether or not we should continuously increase funding an unprecedentedly high
No, it's
military
not.
budget
It's not.
year after
That's
year
not what
to an
defund means.
institution that literally fails its audits and can't even account for where the money is going.
Brianna,
Do you, Piers
defund
Morgan,
means no
think the
money
Pentagon
for,
should be
period.
funded more? I'm sorry,
no
Joe?
money for.
Defund means you abolish it.
No,
Would
those
you
are two different
Let me
words.
try
It's
one
very
more
interesting,
time.
Piers, that you
Let me
use two
try-
different words there.
Let me try one more time. Given you don't know what defund actually means.
Oh, I know what
right?
defund
Because
means a
we've
lot
just checked
better than you do, Pierce, as evidenced by the fact that you chose to pivot to abolish, because you can discern a distinct difference between those two terms. Defunding, just like when Republicans say they want to defund the Department of Education, they want to defund things day and night. The whole point of DOGE was to defund the national government. And again, I don't see all the hand wringing about that. The Pentagon, no one here can answer the direct question of whether or not.
I mean, when the Doge people were talking about, I don't even remember if they used the word defund, but if they did, when they were talking about getting rid of programs, I mean, they're very clear they wanted to get rid of the program entirely. They were not.
Yeah, they're
saying they
not
wanted to
hiding it.
reduce funding. Yeah,
They want to abolish the Department of Education. They just come out and say it. They're not hiding the ball here like you are.
yeah.
They're like, look, I want to be clear here. Fuck that institution. I want to burn it to the goddamn ground.
Right.
the Pentagon, which has an unprecedentedly large budget that cannot pass an audit for 8-9 years in a row, should get increased funding.
Let me try.
Do you think that's the case, Joe?
Okay,
Do you think that's the case, Piers?
Brianna, once again, it's my show, so I do the questions, and then you answer them, or you choose not to. I'm just going to repeat again, whatever your interpretation of defund is, and you clearly have a different one to mine and Joe's, okay.
Mine is the English dictionary.
Let's park that debate for one moment. Well, it actually means to stop providing money, or it can mean to reduce the amount of money. So it depends what interpretation.
Absolutely, it can. I'm glad you've acknowledged that now, Piers.
But I just want to say from the fuck up here. Okay, so they obviously Googled it. That's the Google definition. It comes from Collins Dictionary. It says to stop or significantly reduce the funding, especially government funding. But your boy Sitch did the magical Wayback Machine magic. Again, and what do you know? You go back in time for Collins Dictionary, and shockingly, that's the old definition was only to stop providing funding. So at some point in 2023, somebody went in there and apparently changed the definition to they added just a little bit, an or. Well, we're going to add it, right? We're going to retroactively make all these lying commies correct by changing the dictionary here, just so that their arguments hold water.
So dishonest.
As you know, in the general debate about this, it's been accepted that when people have said defund, they mean abolish. So let me just clarify with you what you personally believe. Would you, in your utopia world, would you abolish the Pentagon, abolish the police, and abolish prisons? Yes or no?
Piers, it's wild that you talk about the general debate about this when you're the one hosting the debate and creating the ambiguity by posing questions exactly like that. Defund means
Brianna, would you abolish those institutions?
Means get rid of entirely. That is a clear answer to your question. Defund means decrease funding for. Abolish means abolish entirely. Period.
I'm asking you if you would abolish them. Would you abolish them?
Why do you care what I personally, Brianna Joy Gray, I know why you care, actually.
Because you're a guest on my show.
No, because you want to make this a conversation about whatever. I am to the left, way to the left.
I just want to know what you think. Why is this so difficult? This is excruciating.
This is not a referendum on me. This is a referendum on the actual DSA and the candidates that you are frustrated are winning races because they're overwhelmingly popular. I'm not running for office.
Brianna, you were invited as a guest onto a panel to debate the future of the Democratic Party in light of the rise of the Democratic Socialist.
So let's debate that and not my personal beliefs.
Wait a minute, Brianna.
About the Democratic Party and the DSA and the candidates that are running under those banners.
Given that I'm going to keep talking over you if you keep talking. Given that the Democratic Socialist candidates
right back at you.
espouse a philosophy where they want to abolish all these institutions. I'm just asking you, Brianna, whether you personally would like to abolish the Pentagon, the police, and prisons. Yes or no?
I, Brianna, think it's Brianna with a ah sound. Think it's absolutely unconscionable that you can say a kind of mealy mouth, I think it was really bad that ICE murdered American citizens in the street, but want to make this a referendum of whether I, one socialist, happen to believe in abolishing those programs. To me, the answer is yes.
The
absolute long-term goal. I just answered the question.
Yes or no?
1 second. The long-term,
yes
to me,
or no?
The answer is affirmatively yes.
Yes or no, Brianna?
Personally, absolutely, me, Brianna Joy Gray, since the world is clamoring for my one woman's opinion, absolutely do believe in abolish the police, abolish the Senate, abolish the Pentagon. I do not think the American war machine, which has caused unfathomable horrors across the globe for the entirety of all of our living memory, should persist.
Got it. We've got that.
Absolutely, the Pentagon
is a force for evil in the world. Pierce.
I think the police.
We got it. We got it. We got you on the record.
That's a wrap. That's a wrap.
We got it. We got it. Brianna. It's a wrap. It's a wrap. It's a wrap. Brianna, it's okay. Sorry, Brianna, just to be clear, you've agreed you would abolish the.
Wait
a minute, Brianna. Please stop talking. You would abolish the Pentagon and the police. You said, what about prisons? Would you abolish prisons?
Oh, they're first on the list. Just like the DSA, Megan Romer said.
Great, okay. Let me go to Oliver. Great, no, it's all right.
Look at me, Ariana Williams.
I know, she looks so dead inside. She's like, no. The crystals, they've all turned dark.
She's coming to terms. These are your coalition partners, Marianne. They want to abolish prisons.
Yep.
Yeah. All those rapists and murderers out there. You know, she's a hardcore feminist. All those rapists who have been raping women, they all get to run free now. all those woman beaters, all those wife beaters.
I like that it took 30 minutes of like asking the same question for her to actually admit what her position is. How like that's how you know you're just wrong.
And it's completely relevant because it's like you're here supporting these candidates. People want to know. The question is, are these candidates secretly insane?
Right.
And you've done a very good job of proving, yes, they are secretly insane.
I like that a political pundit is on a show to talk about politics, and she's going to try to argue that her political position is irrelevant to the conversation.
Yeah.
Okay, that's a take. That is definitely a take.
Definitely. Now, all we have to hear is Marianne say, well, I didn't hear her say she wanted to abolish prisons. I heard something completely different.
She said something completely different. What are you guys talking about? You're crazy.
Yeah.
We're done. Let me be clear. We're done. We're done. I got my answers. It was utter torture, but you want to abolish these things. Okay, Brianna, thank you. Brianna.
I can't take any more of this. It's like she just won't shut up. She's talking over everybody.
I think Pierce mutes her at this point.
Oh, really? Okay, well, we got to hear that.
Brianna, it took a long time, but we got the answers eventually. Thank you. That's why you're here. Let me ask Oliver Larkin. Let me ask Oliver. Please stop talking. Stop talking. I'm talking to Oliver Larkin. Please stop talking, Brianna. Or I'll have to mute you. Do you want me to mute you? I will have to mute you if you keep talking.
If that's the only way you can win the argument, Pierce, go ahead.
Okay, mute. Just temporarily mute Brianna, please. Just because she can't stop talking. Let me go to Oliver Larkin. I'll bring you back, Brianna, when you stop talking. Oliver Larkin, the same questions to you, which we eventually got the answers to from Brianna Joy Gray, because I'm astonished about what I'm hearing.
Oh my God, he's not going to answer,
would you abolish the Pentagon, the police, and prisons? Yes or no?
I just got to say, I feel like I'm on Around the Horn with Tony Reali on ESPN. I didn't know the mute button worked on a news broadcast. I believe that, we have a system that has private prisons literally profiting off of mass detention and deportation. $170+ billion went towards ICE in the One Big Beautiful Bill last year. And I'm coming to you from a district with the corporate headquarters of the GEO Group, the private prison corporation.
Okay, so what are the answers to the question?
We need to abolish a system that allows for the private for-profit detention of individuals in the largest mass incarceration country on earth.
What would you do with the police and the Pentagon?
I'm saying private prisons must be abolished. GEO Group, Core Civic. We need to reduce the amount of incarceration in the United States, end the war on drugs, end the war on communities of color.
Would you abolish the Pentagon and police?
No. I would not abolish the Pentagon. I do believe that the Pentagon could stand for at least a 10% cut in its funding. We need to stop this nuclear proliferation that is incredibly expensive. We have more nuclear weapons than we can ever reasonably spend. And as Brianna said, the Pentagon has not passed an audit in years and years and years. We're seeing record Pentagon budgets and yet a complete deficiency in our inventory of missile interceptors, of all the things that we're actually supposed to be getting when we invest record amounts in the Pentagon. We don't actually get them because there's so much waste, fraud, and yes, abuse in this system that enriches private military contractors.
I don't think I wouldn't take.
These are the same people who look the other way on all the Medicare fraud. It's so insane.
Mm-hmm.
They only care about fraud when it's.
Well, it's fraud that they care about. I mean, that's the way it always works, right? You only care about fraud that goes against your, ideology.
No, I care about all fraud.
Well, I mean, you're a hack. Gotta be a team player.
I fucking hate these people. I hate them. All right. Have we heard enough or is there more?
Yeah, that's enough. We've heard enough.
Of his non-answering.
That's enough. Yeah, sure.
Who cares about Brianna?
She doesn't really say anything else.
And Williamson is just completely demoralized now.
She realizes her spirit has been broken. Her crystal has fractured.
She realizes
she needs
it's over for her. Yeah.
So
These
this
people
whole
are insane.
So this whole Collins dictionary, which is what the AI Google uses when you ask it what the definition of defund is, that it uses to point to add this additional definition of significantly reduced funding. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I think that was weird.
What happened?
I had my Zoom crash.
Oh, it was a Zoom crash. Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
I thought the internet went out. Woo!
Oh, no. Okay.
Nice.
Where did I get cut off?
I don't remember.
Okay. Anyway, basically, if you look at collinsdictionary.com, you look up defund, it has a definition twice.
Okay.
Is
You're back. No, everything's good. Yeah, no, it's just Zoom. Zoom crash.
Sammy was saying that there was no audio, so I don't know. Anyway, no, they're trying to mute me because I discovered the conspiracy. Okay. If you look up Collins Dictionary, look up defund. It's got defund written twice. It has a definition repeated twice. One has the fake definition, one has the real definition. And the only difference is that the fake definition, it says underneath it says verb transitive. And underneath the real one, it says transitive verb. And I was like, what the fuck is a verb transitive? I've never heard that term. So I looked it up and it doesn't mean anything. A transitive verb is saying a verb transitive is just a weird way of saying transitive verb. It means the same thing. It doesn't mean anything different. And so I looked up, was there any other, could I find any other transitive verb in the dictionary that was labeled verb transitive? And there wasn't one I could find on Collins Dictionary. Okay. So I think what happened was somebody altered the definition just so that it would show up in the Google search AI algorithm, and they created a fake label just so that it could exist on the website, because probably if you wrote what it actually was, if you wrote it as a transitive verb, it wouldn't take two different versions of the same definition. So they just swapped the term around so that you could have both definitions there.
Whoever did it, they're Zionists, right?
I think they're socialists. I don't think they're Zionists. I don't think they're fans of Israel, probably.
Okay.
And also, that definition cites Webster's dictionary. And if you look at Webster's dictionary, it doesn't even have that definition. So it's a lie.
Interesting.
So I've uncovered the deep conspiracy here. Okay. Aussie, thanks so much for the 20 Aussie bucks. Says Oliver Larkin is on Piers Morgan's show primarily to assist Republicans collecting clips for their future attack ads on the Democrats later. Typical DSA short-sighted thinking. That's a good point. That's true.
Nice.
Okay.
Excellent work.
So we can look at the transit-based stuff, we can look at the basketball stuff, or we can talk about burritos. What do you want to do?
Basketball, I guess.
Basketball.
Because that's in the, I'll put that in the title.
Okay.
And a bunch of people are interested in that, I think.
The basketball.
This is Civil War.
Former NBA.
The race war in the NBA, right?
The gender war. Okay. Well, let me read you the
gender war. I mean, it's all the white girls against all the black girls.
Oh, maybe we're talking about something different here.
Oh, okay.
So let me read you the
declared for the 2027 WNBA draft.
Yes.
Okay.
Wait, do you not know about this?
But it's about gender, huh?
Yeah.
Oh, it's Royce White. Okay.
What?
I thought we were talking about the woman, but that's okay.
I don't know. What are you talking about?
The NBA player, the WNBA player who is who's turf now, and everyone's losing their minds.
This is that story. This is related to that story.
Yeah.
Okay.
But there's a bunch of people like fouling her, and now she's got bloody teeth and shit.
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, I see.
I'm
okay,
up to speed.
I see where you're. Okay, yeah. You're throwing.
Which way are the? I mean, I saw the clips. She's pointing the finger at black girls, and black girls are like, "Oh no, bitch! No white girl's gonna point the finger at me."
So the timeline here is that Sophie Cunningham is who you're talking about.
There we go. Yeah, that's her name.
She's for the Indiana team, and she publicly came out against transgender women. She's saying transgender women should not be able to play in women's sports.
Yeah, based.
Okay. Right. And now this, at the time that she said this, and I think it was in July, it wasn't in reference to anything specifically. It was just kind of like, it was just like a theoretical thing. Like she's just saying generally, like it shouldn't be. No, just leave it.
No.
Yeah. She's just saying like they shouldn't be allowed to play. Okay. Then after that, a bunch of WNBA people came out. And of course, they were being very performative, saying, "Oh no, of course, trans women should be able to play in women's sports and everything."
And she said, "Nah, fuck that."
Yeah. And they tried to shame her. They tried to cancel her. Now remember, canceling doesn't exist. They tried to shame her and cancel her. She doubled down. She said, "Fuck you." You had the coach for Minnesota, Cheryl Reeve. She came out. She wore a T-shirt that said "Trans kids belong." You had another coach came out, Natalie Nakase came out, and she said, "I'm all about women deserving to play," and that includes trans women. So a bunch of people coming out, all sort of pushing for this. Okay.
Yeah.
But now there's a new wrinkle in the story here.
Oh, good. That's what I want to hear.
There's a new wrinkle here. So this is Enes Kanter first. Now he's a former NBA player. Okay. So this man you're about to see here, he used to play in the NBA, and he has made a public announcement. All right.
All right. Let's hear it.
27 WNBA draft.
After careful consideration and reviewing the current eligibility guidelines, I am officially declaring myself a WNBA prospect. If simply declaring who you are is all that's required, then I meet every single requirement necessary to compete in the WNBA.
I love this guy. Okay.
Look,
okay.
He's coming. He's gonna play, man. There's nothing in the rule book that says a guy who says he's a woman can't play basketball.
This is fucking brilliant. This is brilliant. Oh man, an entire men's team just fucking dominating the WNBA. This is now, what we want to see.
There was a movie that was really fucking awful that we watched and reviewed that was about this exact plot.
But no, it wasn't about this plot. This is like way better.
Yes.
That plot was super goofy.
My team and I have carefully examined the WNBA's eligibility criteria and governing framework surrounding self-identification and inclusion. Based on the current guidelines, I can and am officially declaring my eligibility for the upcoming WNBA draft in May 2027. I am definitely not here to mock, make fun of, or disrespect any community or personal choices. I am simply asking that the current rules be applied equally to everyone. The rules that represent the very values many WNBA players and coaches have publicly advocated for. My team and I are prepared to ensure these guidelines are applied equally, consistently, and without exception. And I look forward to the WNBA honoring its stated principles. See you at training camp.
Yes. Yeah. There we go.
I like his pink background that he threw in there.
I know, it's great. He's got the is that the WNBA logo on his chest there? Some woman dunking.
There you go. Yeah, there it is. So, but that's not the end of it. Okay. So everyone got very excited about this, right?
Right. Yeah.
But now another has appeared. Okay.
Oh,
nice. See you at training camp.
Oh, earlier this week, I made the announcement. I'm transgender. I'm a woman. I identify as sometimes identifying as a woman for purposes of basketball, professional basketball. So I'll be declaring for the WNBA draft in 2027 as well. I mean, I think I'd be unstoppable, but I'm a team first guy. I'm a pass first kind of player. I do the little things. I led my team in all 5 major stat categories at Iowa State University. So I do a little bit of everything. I'll do whatever the coach needs me to do. I'll do whatever the girls need me to do. I think the WNBA could come out and make a definitive statement about guys with a pair of balls playing in the women's association. But hey, that'd be probably too much like right. So, and I don't want to be discriminated against. No, I want fair treatment. I'm a black, I'm a young black, hopefully United States senator that would like a fair chance to participate as a sometimes identifying as a transgender woman athlete.
And after they,
this is fucking great. This is great. Okay.
So that was Royce White, who also was a basketball player, a former NBA basketball player who's now come out.
Nothing is going to be more popular than the WNBA if these guys are playing. If these guys are smoking a bunch of fucking ladies who are with their panties in a twist because they're going against the transgenders. Oh my God.
And so currently the WNBA is they're convening a meeting to discuss what to do about the situation. Okay, they don't know what to do about the situation, so they don't know.
Well, it's obviously discrimination if you're not going to draft these guys, right? Because they're fucking, of course, they're gonna win. They're easily gonna win. These are the guys you want to pick first,
right?
If these guys don't get picked, that's obvious discrimination. So,
of course. Royce White said he responded to the backlash he's received since coming out as sometimes transgender, which I like how you phrased that. I haven't even been publicly trans for 72 hours and I'm already getting so much hate. I just want to hoop with my girls in my feminine era. Why can't you all be happy for me?
Oh my God.
Now, I do wonder, because I know Royce White he's run for office in the past. I don't think he's ever won, but he's run for office. Is this just good, interesting timing? You have the female basketball player come out, and make these statements kind of randomly. If Sophie Cunningham come out and make these statements, and then you have these other kind of male basketball players or former basketball players come out and just kind of do this because for it's a meme or for publicity. Is this just randomly good timing, or is this 10D chess level anime bad guy light Yagami play here? Because it's kind of fucking genius from a political standpoint to right before the midterm election, you're going to bring to national attention the ridiculousness of people on the left's position on trans issues and trans women in sports, which wasn't an issue that anyone was really talking about. Whenever it gets brought up, they try to dismiss it as not being important. But now there's literally 2 former NBA players trying to join the WNBA. It's going to be impossible not to talk about. Is this a genius political move?
By Republicans? They approached Sophie Cunningham and said, by the way, help us out here?
Somebody did, yes.
I mean, obviously she went viral for doing the pointing thing, so that had nothing to do with politics whatsoever. Right. So
yeah,
but yeah, someone could have approached her and said, "Hey, help us out."
Or no, I think what she was doing was just their situation. But what the guys are doing here, it's just so I mean, if it wasn't a plan, the Republicans lucked way the fuck out on this.
Yeah.
Because it's going to make it it's in the basketball. It's going to make it completely in the normie arena to talk about this stuff. And I bet you there's going to be, questions at these debates, what do you think about this goofy situation that's happening in basketball right now?
I mean, it seems more like a happy accident than anything. Okay, but obviously people are going to use this to jump on the bandwagon. I'm not sure if it's some grand conspiracy.
That you just lucked out.
What makes you think it is?
It's just so perfect.
The time.
I don't know if it is a grand conspiracy. It's just so hilariously perfect for them that I wonder. I just wonder.
I'm not sure the mainstream media is going to pick this up. Obviously, they want to keep all that trans stuff on the back burner. Their narrative
I think they 100% will pick this up.
Okay,
I disagree.
Their narrative is that nobody's talking about transgender issues. It's just Republicans trying to force it into the public eye to make it a wedge issue.
Right.
That's their narrative. So them covering this would be giving into that narrative.
I would agree with you, but all the sports channels are going to talk about it.
Okay.
Like ESPN's going to talk about it. All the sports stuff is going to talk about it.
Nice.
Because this is normie bait to talk about this stuff.
Yeah, look, I think
perfect
this is like the 90-10 issue.
Yes.
Yeah. And nobody needs to hide their position on it. Nobody's in favor of this shit. Well, no, 10% of people are in favor of this shit, but they're just insane DSA party members.
Yes.
Who've been indoctrinated with it in college. It's so weird to me.
Mm-hmm.
Remember when the people on that morning television show were shocked when McEnroe said that a woman couldn't beat a man in tennis? They were like just shocked. They were like, "Oh, that's sexist for you. How could you say that?"
Mm-hmm.
That's how uneducated people are on the situation between men and women and physical strength.
Right.
Isn't that crazy?
It
that
is
people
crazy,
are that uneducated. Like it's got to be this whole idea that there's a generation of single children, right? On only child.
Mm-hmm.
People raised as only child because you're not having any. Well, I guess you still have interacting. Well, I guess you're not really. Everything is pretty gendered if you don't have siblings. If you have siblings, then there is a lot of fighting going on between brothers and sisters, right? So you can get a sense of there's just an unequal balance. As soon as you hit puberty, men have a greater strength advantage.
Mm-hmm.
But if you never experience that, if all these people are basically only children, then you can live your whole life and think, oh yeah, men and women are comparable.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, we can move on. Let's go.
Sammy wanted me to, she yelled from the other room. She wants me to remind everyone that Trump actually made this joke last week.
What was the joke?
About men playing in the WNBA.
Okay.
So Trump did plant this. Trump was the 10D anime genius here that planted the seed.
Trump seems to talk to everyone. I wouldn't surprise me if Trump was talking to both these guys on the phone and personally asked them for a favor. Is this guy, did this guy run as a Republican?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Well then, yeah, he totally talked to Trump. Trump told him. I like his keep it salty hat.
Get in there, help us win. Okay. Should we talk about the burritos now? Should we talk
Kathy
about...
Engelbert says the league will meet next week.
Should we talk about the burritos now?
Yeah, sure.
Do you want to know about the burritos?
I'm down.
Okay. I sent you.
How many burritos can you eat?
I could eat. Well, it depends. Back in college, I would only eat one of the big ones because I usually get like the big. Taco Bell would have the big grilled stuffed burrito. One was enough, I felt. It was a good deal. Now, it was Taco Bell, so it was probably, gave you the shits, right? Probably wasn't very healthy, but financially, it was a good deal.
Let's see here.
We can bring up the first picture first, though, the tweets, because that's what kind of sparked the controversy. Was this tweet here.
Yeah, I was trying to get to it, but I guess I don't know what you sent me here.
I sent you 3 pictures.
I guess you sent me images, and I tried to bring.
I sent you 3 images. They're not tweets, yeah, they're images because it was like a bunch of different tweets, so I just made them all one.
I can make it work.
Thing. Okay,
I'm gonna figure it out. I'll get it.
Joe Rittenhouse, thanks so much for the $20, Joe Rittenhouse. Thank you. Says, gents, hope you're doing well. Sending this message from DC at my desk. Well, look at that.
DC at his desk. Look at this.
Yeah. Stuff inside the admin never ends. We'll catch up. The midterms haven't even started, and so much is coming. A-team reigns supreme. In S-class, he's the best class.
Hell yeah, look at that. The ultimate centrist position.
Yes. Righteous Indifference for $5 says, FYI, this is an active basketball debate. There's a trans player dominating the European League who was debating moving into the NWA. Well, wow, I didn't know that. Okay, well, thanks. That's interesting. So I guess then maybe that's where this all came from.
Such bullshit.
I didn't even know they play basketball in Europe. Is that even allowed? Should that even be allowed? I feel like that shouldn't be allowed. That feels sacrilegious.
A lot of the WNBA players do play on foreign leagues. That's how
I don't like it.
That's how that one chick got caught in Russia with the weed, and she was playing for some Russian team.
I thought she was an American team that was just going to Russia for some game or something.
No, she was playing on some foreign team.
The intersex individual.
Yeah.
Well, I don't like it. America should have a monopoly on basketball. Okay.
They should make them play full time, 24/7, 365. All right, I got the tweets up.
Okay. Burrito Gate. So Andrew Colvett, who is working with TPS USA, who Candace Owens thinks is
Turning Point USA.
Yeah, who Candace Owens thinks was involved with Charlie Kirk's murder.
Right.
She's a terrible person. He's responding to Matt Walsh. Matt Walsh put a tweet out that said, grocery prices are insane. They're still rising. Addressing this problem should be the number one priority for every elected leader. End the stupid foreign wars and focus on this issue. It's one of the main reasons socialists are gaining power, which I don't like Matt Walsh, but I do agree with that.
Can't stand Matt Walsh, but 100% correct.
That is correct.
Yeah.
To which Andrew Colvett retweeted that and said, one of our TP USA college students gave me his take on affordability. Quote, a burrito shouldn't cost $20. Yeah, a lot of this is hangover from COVID and Biden era inflation, but the lived experience is the same. It just feels like basic things cost too much. Okay.
Yep.
So that's what he put out. So in response to that, there's some very weird responses. Mark Thiessen, who's a big Republican journalist guy, he said, cry me a river. The burritos in the college cafeteria are included in your meal plan. So not very sympathetic to that. And then Dan Crenshaw, of all people, even more bizarrely, a politician in Texas, said, just hearing about this dumb $20 burrito debate just thought I'd make the losers on social media angry before going to bed. Stop whining, get a job, eat ramen like the rest of us did in college on a budget with 4 roommates. The market doesn't care what you think something should cost. Only communists care. They set prices and everybody starves. Remember, are you a communist or are you an American adult male capable of handling his own shit? Now, there is a community note that says Dan Crenshaw did criticize the Biden administration for telling Americans to change their dietary habits to lower their grocery bill, which that's always funny.
Okay, yeah. Hypocrisy.
Yes. Hypocrisy. Now, JD Vance, who, as I've always said, has the charisma of wet cardboard, but he is much smarter than Dan Crenshaw because he knows how to read the very obvious political temperature here. He criticized Mark Thiessen's tweet very directly and said, I'm surprised to hear Mark say this. If you've ever met him in person, it's quite obvious the man has never missed a burrito.
Okay. Fat shames him a little bit.
JD Vance called him a fatty fat. He said, fatty 2x4 can't fit through the Taco Bell door. Okay.
That's good.
All right. So I was curious about this because I've been saying this for a while. I mean, everyone's been saying this for a while. It does seem like grocery store prices and food prices overall has gone up dramatically in the last 6 years. Okay. So I decided to finally, get around to doing the thing, to looking it up, right? I wanted to
I was looking at this menu just last week.
I wanted to just coast on vibes, Adam, this whole time, but I had to go and look it up. Well, before we look at the Taco Bell thing, okay, the other chart here, right? So this is from the Bureau of Labor Statistics. It shows that in 6 years, the price of grocery store prices overall have gone up almost 30%.
Okay.
Okay. Now, for comparison's sake, the 6 years prior to that, grocery store prices only went up, 7 years prior to that, the grocery store prices only went up 6%.
Oh, wow.
So for the previous years, grocery store inflation prices only went up a little bit less than 1% every year. But for the last 6 years, it's gone up 30%. So that would mean...
Is that 30% 6 years combined or 30% a year?
No, combined.
Okay.
So from 2020 to now, things are 30%
Groceries
on
are
average.
30% more. That seems correct. Yeah.
Right. When the previous cycle before that, it only increased 6%.
And everyone's waiting for those prices to go back to normal.
Which I don't think they will. So that means in the last 6 years, grocery store prices increased 4 times greater than the previous 6 years.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Which is pretty fucking crazy.
So did your wages go up by 30%?
They did not.
Okay.
No. They went up, but they didn't go up by 30%. Right.
Yeah.
And if you look at the individual categories of things, you can see there's some difference. Beef roast went up substantially. Beef steaks went up by more than 50%. Ground beef went up by more than 50%. Eggs went up by more than 50%. Coffee went up by almost 50%. Candy went up almost 50%. Flour went up 40%.
Flour is actually super expensive right now.
Yes.
Yeah,
and
freaking
that's part of the problem
out.
too, is that like you look at like something like flour, right? Flour is and underneath it, sugar went up almost 40% and sugar substitutes. So you have flour and sugar, which goes into basically fucking everything you eat, is 40% more expensive. So everything's going to be more expensive.
Flour was like $1 for one of those 5-pound bags.
Yeah.
And last time I looked, it was like pushing $5.
Jesus.
I was like, fuck, what the hell? What happened to flour?
Fruits and vegetables went up 32%. Chicken went up 31%. This is all from 2020. Juice went up 30%. Butter went up 30%. Bread went up 29%. Lettuce went up 28%. Cereal went up 28%. Soups went up 26%. Pork went up 25%. Fish went up 22%. Milk went up 21%. Rice and pasta went up 22%.
We need to open some government-owned grocery stores.
Everything has gone up substantially. So it's not, so to be clear, it's not like
how much did ramen go up?
Well, that's a good question. Actually, I should have checked the price of ramen. Yeah,
Ramen's
price
up
of ramen.
110%.
Right.
No,
that's a good
don't
question.
Don't look it up now. It's just a joke. Let's continue.
I'm curious because I haven't bought
my
ramen
God.
in a long time. So
ramen is always, it's like 4 packages for $1, 25 cents a pack.
Right. It's super cheap usually.
Yeah.
Let me ask the AI.
But today, ramen, 1 package of ramen, $8.75.
No way. Stop it.
No, obviously I'm kidding, but
right.
That would be funny.
Mm-hmm.
That would be horrible, but funny for the show.
Yes.
Okay, so let's go to the Taco Bell menu, which I'll eat at the Taqueria, and the burrito I like to get is like $13.
Not $20, but $13. Yeah.
$13. But look, if I was getting it DoorDash or whatever, I'm sure it would be over $20.
Yes.
Yeah. But that burrito is like, we have these taquerias around here that give you a burrito that is like a week's worth of food.
Mm-hmm.
It's just ginormous. Most adults cannot eat the whole burrito in one sitting.
Mm-hmm.
Unless they're like 300 pounds and they just wolf it down. And there are people that can't eat those big burritos. So you don't want to say no one can eat it, but.
Right.
You still on your ramen quest?
No, I'm not on the ramen
Okay,
quest.
good.
So I did find a picture. Now, this isn't from 2019. I couldn't find one in 2019. This is from 2010. Okay, so it's a little earlier. But again, the price increase, it said only from each 6-year period before that was only about 6% increase. So it wasn't that substantial. So this is a picture on the left someone took of a Taco Bell menu 2010. I'm looking at the menu and I realize I probably haven't been to Taco Bell since 2010 because all this looks about what I remember. Okay, in terms of the price of everything. Now you can see you got the burrito supreme, and then the prices. You see the pictures on the right. This is from a Taco Bell now. Now it might be a little different. Obviously, it changes depending on your location, but this is where I live. So the old Taco Bell, the burrito supreme, cost $2.59. Okay, today burrito supreme costs $5.69.
So it's doubled.
So it's doubled.
Wow.
It's doubled. Yep. And actually, if you look at it, basically almost everything appears to have doubled.
Well, and there's like massive shrinkflation as well, because all this items I get now, I'm like, this is a burrito supreme?
Yes.
This thing's tiny.
The grilled stuffed burrito, which became the grilled cheese burrito. The grilled stuffed burrito, which I used to get all the time, $2.79, now $5.69. So again, basically doubled. And if you look at the menu, basically everything is doubled. A normal taco back then, $1. Right now, $2.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And then if you look at the meals, the burrito meal cost $5 back in the day. I don't even see the burrito meal actually now when I look at it. Oh, the chicken quesadilla meal back in the day, $5 now costs $10. 3 crunchy taco supremes, $10, up from $4.19.
I know. Look at this.
So
the combo, what used to be like $5, now it's $11.
Yep. And this is actually probably cheaper because I know I have like I remember like 4 months ago I went to like a Wendy's or something, and I'm pretty sure it was like $15 just for me, or $16, and I was like, what the fuck? I was like, I haven't been to fast food in forever. What the fuck is this? I was shocked. I was shocked,
Yeah.
I say.
Yeah, it seems very sudden, right?
Well, I mean, yeah, part of it is I haven't been to fast food in a long time, but it does seem insane. It does seem insane. And it's annoying to me that everyone has like a retarded take on it, that they just say, well, obviously if I go to the grocery store and the grocery store is more expensive, the grocery store must be ripping me off. And it's like, well, you go everywhere and food's more expensive. So it can't just be the grocery store. All these restaurants and all these chains, they all have individual distributors of food. They don't go to fucking your local grocery store and just buy shit.
Yeah.
So it's the food
meat
that's more
producers.
expensive.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well,
Now-
and shipping costs is a huge portion of it. I don't know about you, but gas around here is pushing $6 a gallon.
It's not, well, yeah, it's much less. It's like 370, 380, I think, where I'm around. But,
Right.
I mean, California, the gas is always like crazy, way too
Insane,
expensive.
yeah.
Yeah. But no, and it's weird because I haven't really seen a lot of people diving deep into why the price has gone up so much. Because some of it obviously is just inflation, right? But it can't be the whole picture, because if it was just general inflation, then everything would be increased by the same amount. But that's not true. Food is increased a lot more than other goods and services. Part of it, or maybe a lot of it, could actually just be the war in Russia, because 10% of the world's grain came from Ukraine before the war. That number obviously has dropped substantially. So 10% is a huge amount of grain to lose. And 13% of the world's fertilizer came from Russia. So that could be a huge thing that happened that's affecting the prices. And then also right now, obviously, you have gas has gone up. We have had issues where there's been a bunch of problems with beef, which is why the beef prices are especially high. It's kind of fucked over. There's obviously all those problems with the eggs recently. But that doesn't fully explain why all the other foods seem to be keeping pace around that 30% price increase range. They all seem to be at a minimum around that 30% price increase. And I was trying to look into it. I haven't really seen anyone do a good explanation of what the fuck's going on here. And you have all these candidates talking about it, and none of them seem to know or care either what's going on here.
Right. Yeah. Oh,
And the answer can't be from a political standpoint. I mean, it is baffling to me that Dan Crenshaw is so politically retarded that he thinks the answer is to just be this like 1980s Republican of like, well, you just need to get a job. That's why your food is too expensive. That's why food has increased more than 4 times the amount that it's increased in the last 10 years. You just need to get a job.
You need to get a
eat
6-figure
ramen.
job.
Yeah. It's just so silly.
This is a
stupid.
problem of the K-shaped economy, because it's like people with money, this doesn't really affect them. And obviously Dan Crenshaw has money. So he's like, it's just not a big deal. If you have money and a job like me, a congressperson, well, he's not a congressperson now, but he probably left Congress and went into some consulting gig where he makes like $500,000 a year, right? He's not sweating the price of burritos at Taco Bell. So, but if you have an economy where you've got a bunch of people who actually have money, who aren't sweating the inflation, and a bunch of people who don't have any money and are sweating the inflation, you get this kind of dual situation. And you see this a lot too, where, I mean, I follow a lot of business stuff, and a lot of companies, they make this calculation. They're like, can we sell more at a higher price to less people and still make the same kind of profitability numbers? I saw a video recently where Disney is doing this. Like, Disney prices are getting outrageous, but they've realized, okay, we can tailor the experience to just people with money and still make as much money, but not have as many guests at our theme parks and stuff like that. And that is that's the K-shaped economy right there. It used to be in business, you could only succeed by doing volume and making your prices as cheap as humanly possible. So, but now I wonder if it really is the price of ingredients, or if it is businesses kind of saying, okay, well, for less work, we can just cater to the rich people out there and fuck everyone else.
I think, yeah, I think that could be a big part of it. I think it's just there's all sorts of weird shit happening simultaneously. You have the war, you have oil prices, you have them coming off of COVID. I think I've seen a lot about how like Uber Eats fucks over the price for everyone, even if you don't use Uber Eats. And like the restaurants basically increase their price to offset the cost to them for all the Ubering and shit that's going on.
Really?
Essentially. Yeah. And then there's all sorts of fucky wucky shit that Amazon, you talked about last week, that Amazon's doing all sorts of fucky wucky shit to try to like keep prices at, some level
Dynamic
that they
pricing.
like.
Yeah.
Yeah. But no, like your state is actually suing Amazon because Amazon's engaged in some sort of price fixing lawsuit with other competitors against Walmart and Target and other things like that. So it could just be that there's all sorts of factors happening simultaneously. Plus, obviously just inflation itself. It's all kind of coming together to create this problem.
Well,
and
I mean, I look at prices much differently than you, because like if they could charge $25 for a burrito, they would, right?
Of course.
It's what the market will bear. So,
well, but it's weird because I'm like, now you see on like all these food apps, they now have, you could literally take out a loan in the food app. You could buy it on credit, which is like, that's a dark sign.
That is a very dark sign.
Like,
you want to live like a rich person? Here,
right.
Put your burrito on layaway.
Yeah, exactly. No, but we were saying with like Dan Crenshaw, and it's crazy too, because it's like, I mean, I assume Dan Crenshaw doesn't go to the grocery store, so maybe he's oblivious to that. But I still assume he goes out to eat with his family and says, "Oh, I used to go out and it used to cost, $40 or something. Now I go out and it costs like $120, whatever, right?" You think you'd see some substantial increase in the price, and I'm sure you could afford it, but you notice it. You see that it happens, and then you think, "Oh, I bet my constituents who aren't as wealthy as me, this affects
are not
them."
going out anymore. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, and and this should maybe I shouldn't be so flippant and so dismissive about this.
So when I can continue to go out, because the $120 dining bill doesn't really affect me, I realize that my constituents who are barely able to go out for a $60 night out, they're staying home. They're like, no, I can't afford this. This is the end of dining out for me. Yeah, look, I think of that, but I don't. I guess he's out of politics now, so he isn't thinking about it, but
no, he's not out of politics.
Yeah. What's Dan Crenshaw doing?
He's still a representative of Texas.
Oh, he is? Oh,
yes.
I thought he lost his seat. I thought he got primaried and kicked out.
Oh, did he? Maybe he did.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no, I think he's out of politics.
Well, I mean, he's still in it right now.
Oh, he is?
Yeah.
Okay.
No.
One of us is wrong.
But I think you're right. He lost the recent primary this year.
Okay.
So yeah, he lost this year to Steve Toth.
So this is him kind of lashing out I lost my seat and I'm going to go out and have an expensive dinner.
Right.
Well, you can't afford a burrito. Fuck all of you.
Maybe that's
this is him rage quitting Congress.
Mm-hmm. Interesting.
Yeah.
So I don't know. When I do look up, it says because I did see I did see a chart that showed average wage increase versus food price increase, and it showed a substantial difference. But now when I asked AI could be lying to me. AI is saying that it is basically the same. AI is claiming that
the wages
average hourly
have kept
earnings
up.
have increased by 32%, and average groceries have increased by 32%. So they're telling me it's basically neck and neck, which, I mean, if that's true, then Dan Crenshaw's right.
Everybody got the $20 minimum wage now. So they're like, hell yeah, I can afford $10 burritos.
Interesting. Well, now I don't know. Now I don't know. I don't know who to trust. Tell me who to trust, Adam.
I don't think you should rub it in people's faces that
That's
can't
true.
afford a $20 burrito.
Yes.
Not all of us.
Not a good look. Mm-hmm.
Not all of us can afford that.
Right.
And burritos should be cheap.
Well, I guess that would be an interesting thing too. Yeah, is that I mean, the fast food was like the cheapo food. Doesn't seem necessarily like the cheapo food anymore.
Right.
And it's weird. You'd think that would affect like their bottom line, because it's like that was part of the point of fast food. It wasn't just that it was fast food; it was cheap. And it's like, okay, if you can go to a restaurant and you can get something that's basically the same, but better quality, but slower, you think that would kind of eat into the fast food? But I don't know. Maybe it doesn't.
Restaurants
I don't
understand. The restaurant is like $50 now. You can't walk into a restaurant and spend less than $50. Insane.
Well, if you're by yourself. Though I guess who wants to go to a restaurant by yourself, right?
Yeah, of course.
It's I mean, it is crazy to me that people Uber or DoorDash fast food. But they do it.
I agree.
Okay.
What are you going to do? Translating.
This conversation is very crazy.
Is it?
Yes. Now we're going to be doing a lot of jumping around because obviously it's pretty long. So
let's do it. Let's jump around.
Well, I want to go to one of my favorite parts first, and then we'll kind of backtrack.
No,
Okay.
let's go to your least favorite part.
No.
Go least
So this
to
woman,
best.
who I should actually find out her name, so I'm not just saying this woman.
We'll just call her Dumbass.
Well, no, the
Dr. Dumbass.
the good person. Okay.
Oh,
Kelly
yeah.
J. Okay.
I thought
Kelly
it was
J. Here.
Oh, is her name
Kelly J.
Posey? Oh,
I don't know. It says her name's Kelly J. Keene.
okay, I guess.
Yeah.
Okay, Kelly J. Keene.
Yes. Kelly J.
Yes.
Keene here. She asks some devastating questions here of our doctor of transitioning, I should say. I don't know if I say she's a trans doctor, people are going to think she herself is trans.
Helen
She's not.
Weberly. Sammy saved my life, her shirt says.
Well, she
Look at
was really overweight, and she went to Sammy for health advice, and Sammy saved her. Now, unfortunately, it turned out to be bad because she's transing the kid, so maybe Sammy shouldn't have saved her.
Mm-hmm.
And while you're here, and I'm more than happy to be here with you and on trigonometry. But I want you to get to the granular thing where you explain to everybody why it's okay to take the view of an 11-year-old child and then give them drugs that make them a medical patient for life. And I'd just like you to explain at 11 what understanding they might have about the repercussions of the medical pathway that you're happy to put them on.
So 11-year-olds are quite able to speak and be listened to and heard. by listening adults. Some adults would dismiss them, and some adults would listen to them.
I would.
And I know you would, and that's very sad. And there are many things that an 11-year-old might tell us, which might be difficult to hear. And our reception to those things that they're telling us is really important. I mean, how many times has a child been told, I don't believe you, and the harm that does. So an 11-year-old is perfectly able to tell us how they perceive themselves and their gender identity.
So there you listen. There you have it. Okay. 11-year-olds, they can just tell you what they want, right? They know what's up. Just listen and believe the 11-year-olds. Okay. Now, she asked the killer follow-up question, which every single person should ask if they're ever in a conversation like this. Okay.
One of these maniacs.
Yes.
Wish to switch their hormones from that one to that one. It is a long journey.
Would you listen to them on other aspects of life? Would you listen to an 11-year-old?
I listen to children, everything they tell me.
So what if an 11-year-old comes to you and says, I really want to have sex?
No.
This is perfect. I was thinking, what if they say they want to do heroin, but look, the sex is better because it just cuts right to it.
Oh no! Look at her face. It's like, ugh, the smug. Slap the smug right out of her face. Oh my god!
What would you tell her?
What do you tell her?
What if she said she wanted to get a tattoo on her face?
Yes.
Enough. I feel it. Oh, I felt it for so long. It's in my. I know it's the right thing for me. Are they allowed to consent to that?
Well, as a doctor, I would take a different view to as a parent. And what we need to do is be looking after that child and who are they having sex with. But I think that's very.
Wait, what? wait. What does that mean? What do you mean? Who? It doesn't matter who they're having sex with. They're 11. They shouldn't be having sex with anybody. What the fuck? Are you talking about?
That's kind of crazy.
What the fuck was that answer?
Is having sex? It depends upon the person, right?
If
it's their priest, of course.
Yeah. As a parent, I want to know who they're having sex. Wait, what?
Yeah.
Well, as a doctor, I would take a different view to as a parent. And what we need to do is be looking after that child and who are they having sex with. But I think that's very different from a doctor sitting down with a child and family and discussing.
Would you say that was a greater harm, having an 11-year-old having sexual activity? Would you say that's a greater harm than changing their genitals and their body?
Well, obviously you need the whole picture, but I would feel very uncomfortable about an 11-year-old having sex.
So they don't always know. So sometimes you can't trust them.
But I don't know how many 11-year-olds have come to you and said, I want to have sex.
Well, none have also said to me, I think I'm born in the wrong body
I know,
either.
and that's the problem. You speak with such conviction when you haven't been in the situation.
I mean, maybe, I don't know.
The irony.
11, maybe not. At 13, I definitely wanted to bang chicks, obviously. 12, 13, I definitely wanted to bang chicks.
I mean, I was playing grab ass with the babysitter when I was
You were
5.
when you were like 5.
So,
oh, you were a little terror.
11, jeez.
Yes. Just like, oh, well, I mean, my children, they don't want to do that. It's like, oh, that doesn't answer the fucking question. What do you mean?
Yeah.
Ronnie.
No, she makes the perfect point.
Yes.
That, I mean, why do we tell children that they shouldn't be having sex? Because we're trying to protect them from making bad decisions that will destroy their lives.
Something that they might want to do at the time, but we as parents or adults say, this is not good for you.
Yeah, we understand the greater context of the situation and say, no, that would be bad for you.
Yes, you can't eat ice cream for dinner.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
You can't, play ball in the middle of the street. You can't be engaged in sexual activity. Okay.
You
can't get
shoot
the face
heroin.
tattoo.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
No face tattoos. Yes, exactly.
Right.
Yeah.
You can't
driving
your
around in
genitals.
strangers' cars, right?
Right.
There are all these things that we say don't do.
Mm,
Yeah. They're just out to lunch on this.
I know.
They're not protecting the kids. That's what's so demoralizing about it, because they seem to understand this concept of protecting the kids in certain situations, but they think they're helping them because of their weird fucking cult.
Flash trick. Kelly's making the point that you wouldn't let an 11-year-old decide whether she or he gets to have sex or not, because they're not to be trusted at that age. They're not competent to make that decision. And her point is that medically transitioning is way more impactful and way more complicated. So what do you say to that? I mean, that's a good argument, isn't it?
I think it's a bizarre argument, really, because having sex is not a medical condition. Having sex involves somebody else doing things with that 11-year-old that the apparently 11-year-old is asking permission to do. I mean, it's a bizarre situation.
It's not as bizarre to many people as having 11-year-olds have their genitals removed or have
no, but the 11-year-olds aren't.
This is so crazy. I hate when people do this. You say something, there's a perfectly reasonable point, it's a hypothetical, and they just look at you and they go, I'm just going to say what you said, but I'm going to say it with a voice that makes it sound strange to dismiss it. Even though it's perfectly logical, everyone listening understands the argument, they understand it. And, big shout out to Constantine here. He did a fantastic job moderating this conversation. And this point was getting kind of dragged into a goofy direction, and he brought it right back, and he's going to try to make her answer. Now, she's not going to answer it, obviously. She doesn't have an answer, but at least he rephrases it. He gets it back on point here.
Too much cognitive dissonance? Why doesn't she answer? She doesn't understand the question?
No, because she knows that there is no answer to the question. It's the same reason, like, why the whole thing with Rachel Dolezal, they couldn't really answer why you could be transgender, but you couldn't be transracial. Right. Other than the fact that, like, it wasn't prominent. That was their only argument.
People didn't accept it.
Yes, but there's no, if you ask them, like, what is, like, explain the logic behind it. There was no logical argument there whatsoever.
Well, the whole idea that it's a medical condition, that's just so weird.
Well, even if it is, it's like there's lots of medical conditions. People are anorexic, people are bulimic, people have body dysmorphia, they want to cut their hand off. Okay. Do you tell them, well, they should do that? People hear
protect them. Yeah.
Right. People hear voices that tell them to do things, right? You don't say, well, I guess that's fine. Then you're just born that way. Like why is this one thing, because it's wrongly got tied into homosexuality by a bunch of bad actors, it gets like a completely different treatment.
Yeah.
Having genitals
or having the hormones of the opposite sex. It's a very simple question, really. I think
I did answer it.
No, you didn't.
Okay,
let me ask it again in a simple way. Her point is very simple. You're saying that an 11-year-old is capable of making a decision about whether they should transition or not, right? With medical support and blah, 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 but nonetheless, they're capable in some situations. Not all 11-year-olds, but many. And her point is, if your 11-year-old came and asked you to do something else, there are lots of situations in which you just say, there's no way you're doing that, right? Because they're 11 and you as a parent and doctors and whatever would just be like, you're not supposed to do that. So you accept, therefore, that 11-year-olds don't always know what's right for them, and sometimes they'll be wrong, right?
Yep.
Therefore, if an 11-year-old comes to you and says, I need to medically transition to the opposite sex, they may be wrong about that.
Yep.
Okay. Therefore,
do you like that he has to explain it like she's a fucking retard? Yes, she just explain it like she is a child to get her to actually acknowledge the fucking point that she obviously understands.
Well, and how do we know if they're right or wrong? I always bring up the cancer example because we have tests for whether or not you have cancer. We know a lot about cancer, cancerous cells, how they reproduce, how cancer spreads, the various different types of cancer in different parts of the body. What scholarship is being compiled on this transgender stuff?
Mm-hmm.
Fucking nothing.
There's a lot of activist scholarship, unfortunately.
Nothing.
Yeah.
Nothing concrete. The child comes to you. There's nothing to address the what if they're wrong. You just have to assume on a wing and a prayer that they're correct.
Right.
We shouldn't just take their word for it.
But it's not a one step. So you don't come to the doctor at 11 with your parents and say, I decided yesterday that I want to change sex, and then you're done for the rest of your life. It doesn't work like that. So we do lots of talking, lots of discussion, lots of...
Hannah Barnes, who we had on the show, who did the investigation on this for the BBC, she said that what she found is some people were prescribed puberty blockers after 2 sessions with a consultant. Does that sound like sufficient?
But the consultant would be the pediatric endocrinologist who would prescribe the puberty blockers.
Right.
I don't know what her take is on all the sessions that the child had with the family and social workers and
at the Tavistock, it was 2 sessions for some people, and they would get. That's what she said.
With the endocrinologist, maybe, but the evaluation with the psychological and family team. I mean, all the criticisms were that it went on for years and years.
How long do your patients have? The people that you refer, how long do they have?
I don't practice medicine at the moment.
But you refer people. That's the gender. You said at the beginning.
Used to. She said used to.
So you don't. What do you do now? You don't refer anyone. You don't have patients.
I don't work in medical practice. I said that at the beginning.
Okay, I know, but you do something, Helen. You make your money somehow. So
well, hold on. So Gender GP, how many, before you refer people for puberty blockers, how many sessions would they have?
Well, it depends. I mean, Gender GP is a...
What's the minimum number of sessions?
There's no minimum. There's no minimum.
So someone could have one session. One session. And you just go, okay, you got gender dysphoria, off you go.
Yeah, why not?
Why not? Well, for the reason that we've just been talking about, which is children.
We're talking about 11. Okay. Well, hang on a minute. Because when
you tell me, I'm just asking.
So what happened?
All these there's like this weird trend that I've noticed. Whenever you see someone in this field that is talking about this, they always have this like disturbingly flippant attitude about this.
No.
And it's like you're giving a treatment to a person that is going to, sterilize them, right? It's going to probably create sexual dysfunction. It's going to create a whole host of other physical problems in the future that could have increased.
Many of them will have regret. Yeah.
Right. But I mean, like also like, even if they don't have regret, you could have a lot of like bone density problems. We have brittle bone disease. You can have heart disease, all sorts of like weird problems that come out of this. And I'm playing a clip earlier because she has this insanely flippant attitude about like, oh, you just switch their hormones. Like, it's just like, totally, there's not going to be any problem with any of this stuff, right? And it's just like, and the question is asked, well, okay, if the primary mode of diagnosis here is that you listen to what an 11-year-old child tells you, and based on their feelings, you're going to put them on this pathway for a lifelong treatment, right? And then her's like, well, it's intensive, right? And it's like, oh, it's intensive. Well, is there a minimum number of sessions? Well, no, you can prescribe this after one fucking session. You're like, well, what are we talking about here?
How is this intensive?
How is it intensive? I remember that there was a Louis Theroux documentary where he's talking to trans kids or kids that are transitioning. And it was so disturbing because one of the girls, it was like very clear to me that she didn't have gender dysphoria. She was just going through puberty and her boobs were growing in. And it was like a very weird transition to her because she had big boobs. And it was like all of a sudden, like adult men are like looking at her, which in a sexual way, which obviously if you're like 13 is like bizarre. And it was like disturbing to her. Yeah, it made her uncomfortable. It was disturbing to her. And so she like wanted to get them removed because of that. And then because we exist in this environment, she thinks all these people are telling her, well, that means you want to be a boy. It means you're trans or whatever, right? And I'm like, this is like horrifying. This is horrible.
Yeah, they're rationalizing her wanting to do this.
Yes, as opposed to just saying like, no, like there's just, you just have to kind of deal with the fact that there's a bunch of creepy guys out there. Okay.
Or getting to the bottom of the real reason why she wants to have this done.
Right, and you won't feel so uncomfortable with this as you get older, right?
You'll like it.
Everyone feels uncomfortable usually during.
How you'll attract your future husband.
Exactly. And then there was a little boy who wanted to be a girl, wants to wear dresses and do all this other stuff. And everyone's like, oh, he's a girl. And Louis Theroux like asked him like, oh, do you want to be like a father when you're older? And he said, yes. And he's like, it was like a complete like confusion of like, the kid didn't even really understand what they were signing up for. That like, well, you can't be a father if you're going to go down this pathway. What are you talking about? Mm-hmm. The kid didn't say he wanted to be a mother. He said he wanted to be a father. Like he didn't even understand necessarily that like, oh, well, if I'm going to be a girl, then I don't get to be a dad.
Terrifying.
Yeah, it's just, and it's also like, if you've been, people that interact with kids, let's be real. Most people historically bad at understanding why they're doing what they're doing. Most people historically bad at explaining their feelings. Children are like another level of being bad, of understanding why they feel the way they do and explaining exactly what they feel the way that they do. So the idea that you're just going to like, well, I'm going to listen to how a child explains themselves and how they feel, and I'm going to put them on this pathway is fucking crazy.
It's bonkers, I know. And the fact that they're so certain about it.
Yes.
What happens is there are criteria. Okay, so the WHO have criteria. The DSM, Diagnostic and Systematic Medicine, has criteria, DSM-5. And once you've fulfilled those criteria, then you kind of become eligible. It's a bit like the test Kelly was talking about earlier. The brain scan says, okay, yes, you are eligible for this treatment or that medical condition and what have you. So once somebody fulfills those criteria, then they become eligible for medical intervention.
And what are the criteria?
They are things like, does your gender identity differ from the sex you were assigned at birth? How long have you felt that way? Has it always been like that? We call it insistent, persistent.
So if you felt trans for a while, then you qualify.
And what does that mean? What does trans mean to a 9-year-old?
It means that everyone is calling them a girl, but actually everything inside.
And you would explore though, wouldn't you, Helen? You would explore and you would ask, why do they feel like that? So how many children that have come to you that have you thought, no, it's not right. It's not right for them. I'm not going to treat this person. I'm not going to recommend them for treatment.
I was saying when I was practicing maybe 4 or 5, I would say, listen, let's just wait. Out of maybe, I don't know, 200 actually in my clinic.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh my God. That's another question you gotta ask all these people. How many people have you turned away? 4 out of 2.
2.5%. Yeah.
Okay.
2.5%. Yeah.
Jeez. And this is something that's supposed to affect, whenever you talk about this, they say, why are you talking about this thing that affects a tiny minority of the population, right?
Mm-hmm.
And apparently they're all coming to this lady's clinic.
Okay, so quite a small number. What out of those, because it's a small number, so I'm sure you remember them quite clearly, what out of those made you think it wasn't right?
I'm not going to go into specific details.
I thought you wouldn't.
Oh, really?
I thought you wouldn't.
But it's about capacity to consent. That's what we call it, informed consent in medicine. You have to make sure that person understands what they are hoping for and what the intervention.
This is why we have the age of consent.
Yeah, it's
you can't have informed consent if you're a fucking idiot 11-year-old.
You can to transition though.
It's crazy. It is. Look, even in medical procedures where informed consent is required, you got to get it from the parents. So it's really the parents that are consenting, not the child.
Yeah, but even then,
the child can't give consent.
Your parents can't consent. I don't believe your parents can consent to you, an 11-year-old, having sex with somebody.
No, that's a good point. Yeah,
and it's the problem is it's like with this stuff. They take these parents and they scare the fuck out of them. They say, listen, your child is going to kill themselves. Okay. They're going to die if you don't do this procedure. So you better do it. And of course, most parents are like, oh my God, I don't want my child to die. Like, that's horrible. Like, of course, like I would rather my child have some sort of health issues, or to have these problems, whatever comes about being trans. And of course, I'll still love them because I'm like a good person, right? As long as it means that they live. They scared the fuck out of these people. It's disgusting.
Informed consent is kind of a joke in the medical industry anyway, because they don't really go through all of the downsides. They give you a big form to sign that has like a billion things in it.
Right.
Yeah.
And everyone, it's funny because I feel like because of drug commercials too, everyone's become so desensitized to like
the
long list of like things that could happen.
Potential
that could be
side
wrong.
effects. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, this is terrible.
To go back to your answer where you said they would say everyone calls me a girl, but I'm a boy. What's the basis of them saying I'm a boy? And I don't think innate when you're talking about 7, 8, 9-year-olds. I don't think just saying that they just said it is going to cut it for most people for an explanation. So what is it that they report is why they feel like the opposite sex?
Because everyone is saying they are a boy, but actually they identify as a girl.
Yeah, but come on, you have to expand on that a little bit because
to you, because anything I say...
No, to this audience that you've decided to come and speak in front of.
Yeah,
so they're interested.
Well, let me explain. I'll explain it to the audience. It is very simple. The birth certificate said boy because they had a penis, and they were put in the boy group for all of their up until this day that we're talking about. But actually, they look over at the girl group and go, "I fit in much better there."
What with what? Fit in with what? Fit in with, so there are some people, detransitioners and others that said, "Oh, I knew I was a girl because I liked my sister's Barbies," or "I knew I was a boy because I really hated playing with dolls and I wanted to climb trees and I was always in dresses, so I couldn't join in." So that would be them in a child's mind, in a child's brain, and that would be them saying, "I definitely didn't fit in here. I should have been over there." That would have been enough for them. And children, especially autistic children, can get really fixed on that. That will be the little fix. Or maybe their dad has a bit of a go at them, is a bit of a bully because he's playing with dolls. So those would be really good drivers for a child to do something. And I'm sure when your kids are doing it, maybe your son's at that age, whatever time of night it is that you have however many stories, as you go to switch the light off, "Oh, can I just," and they'll find something else. And that's their way of spending a little more time with you because kids are quite good at those sort of manipulations. So couldn't it be that a boy saying to their parents, I'm a girl," and their parents just stop the world and everyone focuses on that? Couldn't that be enough motivation for them to stay with that and be persistent and consistent? And then
Great
you
question.
would medicalise that child because they would be able to report for the last 2 years, they've been saying this. And all it is their parents maybe were a little too busy and that was their source of attention.
Well, luckily, psychologists, counsellors and doctors are a bit cleverer than that.
One session you said sometimes that was enough.
For adults, yeah.
No.
No, yes.
No, that's not what we were talking about, though.
We can rewind and have a look whether I was talking about adults or children. Then.
So children, how many sessions would...
Oh, so when she said the one session, she was talking about adults this whole time.
Wow.
We were just tricked, even though the question was specifically about children and 11-year-olds.
This whole conversation is about children. No one ever brought adults up into this conversation.
It's
Such
like
bullshit.
It's and she. I mean, she asked the question. Kelly J. Keene asked this question, very logical question, goes through the progression, and it's true. Like, if you interact with like small kids, like they're not like they don't.
Oh yeah,
they have a very like
attention whores, all of them.
Well, besides being attention whores, they also have a very simplistic understanding of like boys and girls. When I was 5, I thought Michael Jackson was a girl because I saw that he had long hair, and I was like, well, that's a girl, obviously, right? And so it's very simple, I think, for a little kid to get fixated on something like, oh, well, I like long hair. Does that mean I'm a girl? Right? Oh, I like playing with dolls. Does that mean I'm a girl? And they're like, no. Obviously, no kid would ever think this, ever. This is just impossible. They're just trans. They have to be trans.
Yeah, people aspire to be members of groups all the time that they have to meet some criteria and fail at. This is one of those situations. You may aspire to be a member of the opposite sex, but you're going to ultimately fail at that endeavor.
Are you telling me, Adam, that as much as I want it, I can't become Japanese?
Yeah,
you bastard. Oh my God. I can't believe you.
It's so weird because the medical community has stepped in and they're basically just gaslighting people into fixing something that they can't possibly fix. It's like you aspire to be the opposite sex and we can fix that. We can do that for you. No, you can't. You can't do that. Yes, we can.
If they had the magic character creator machine, we would who cares, right? Then people just switch back and forth, right? Do whatever the fuck you want, but we don't live in that world.
The idea that people aspire to be in some category and that just makes it so, okay, well, yeah, you can join that category. Well, it's crazy to me.
Children.
I'm going to respond.
Children.
I'm going to respond to what you were talking about then for the viewers at home. Okay. The thing is, right, you're talking about children who don't like playing with dolls, they like playing with trucks, or children who want to have their hair long, or children who don't want to wear skirts or trousers. Those are children who like playing with trucks. They're children who like wearing skirts or trousers. They are not saying what transgender children say, which is, I am a girl. And there's a very big difference to what you want to play with, or what clothes you want to wear, or how you want to wear your hair, to actually listening hard to say, they've got it wrong, mummy. Everyone is saying I'm a boy.
So what is it then?
Actually, I'm a girl.
Like, what is a trans identity then for you? It's not, you said.
She never answers the attention question. Like, it's just so obvious that, like, this is the magic. These are the magic words to get the attention I desire. And there's so much scholarship that's gone into child psychology about how them competing with other siblings for attention, them competing with other rival siblings for attention, could be the life or death situation in certain environments. So it just makes perfect sense, but I guess she's never going to answer. So
no,
she's going to completely dodge the question.
There was some school that had like a fake satanic panic. Remember?
Yeah.
Where there was, let's see, it was called McMartin Preschool.
Oh, yeah. Because that was the key for getting attention right there. That the Satan worshiper magic words.
Yeah, they had all these, I don't know. Yeah, it was in 1983. It was in California. And there were some children were starting to say that, like, there was all these like crazy satanic rituals and sacrifices going on in the basement of some school. And they were describing like magic. They're describing like all this crazy shit. And like multiple kids are explaining this. And obviously, like, everyone takes it real seriously. Like, oh my God, there's always like abuse allegations. And then they go and they look in the school and they investigate. Obviously, there's no magic basement where animals are being sacrificed and magic and all this other shit. Like, it's just nothing. They're just making, the kids are just making this shit up.
Years later,
one kid
the
makes
kids
up a story.
admitted.
Right. Yeah, they did. One kid makes up a story. They get attention. The other kids go, oh, yeah, of course. Oh, you want to talk to me about that? Of course I saw that. I saw Jimmy, watch them sacrifice, a dog to Satan. Of course I saw that.
Years later, they said they thought they were telling the parents what they wanted to hear. They were telling the adults what they wanted to hear.
Which they probably, in some cases, were.
Of course they were.
Yeah.
So look, that's what's going on with a lot of these kids. They're telling their parents what they want to hear. It's so sad because, oh God, you hear so many parents be like, oh, I wanted a girl. I never had a girl. We kept trying. We have like 4 boys. All I wanted was a girl.
Yeah.
And then you've got the perfect opportunity for these kids to come in. Oh, just tell mommy what she wants to hear. I am a girl. You wanted a girl. I'm a girl. This is just fucking sick.
Yep.
Oh,
it's not a mental illness.
How are we letting these people be in the medical field?
I know, it's sad.
We can't find it anywhere physically. You say, so what is it?
I know it's difficult for you to understand.
Just explain it.
Because there isn't the thing that you're asking for, but that doesn't mean it's not real.
So it exists somewhere else.
You're asking for a test or an exam or a result or a blood test or something.
I'm asking you what it is. Yeah. You're an expert, aren't you?
I am
what
an
is
expert. It is what someone tells you. It is what someone tells you how they identify.
If there's no evidence for it, as a scientist, how do you know it's real? Right? She's basically saying there's absolutely no evidence at all for this gender dysphoria, besides just somebody saying, I feel like I'm a boy or I feel like I'm a girl. And I continue to tell my parents this because it gets me attention at home.
And now you roll your eyes. It's like, well, what do you want me?
Here'd be my follow-up question. If someone says that they hear a voice talking to them, okay, and they say it's some 1,000-year-old alien named Gooba Gaba who's telling them secrets of the universe, how do you know that that's not real?
That's great. That is perfect. That is perfect.
Why are you assuming that they have schizophrenia? Why are you assuming the voices aren't real?
Yes. Yeah.
Explain it to me.
Yes. Tell me exactly why you know that that's not real. Because then you could get in the total debate over evidence.
Yep.
And how you've developed this whole pseudoscience around transgenderism that has absolutely no evidence for it.
Yep.
To say, well, I don't have anything more concrete than somebody's internal sense of self.
But we're all parents, and I've watched my son. I mean, he's a little younger than the age that we're talking. I mean, he's been identifying as everything from a train to a dolphin to a whatever, right? Children have imaginations that are somewhat detached from reality, don't they?
The difference is doctors can't make any money turning your kid into a train.
Not yet.
If they could,
when they can,
they'd be right on in there.
But I think probably, I mean, I don't know your son, but I think he's not identifying as a train. He's maybe pretending to be a train. But a train is a vehicle, a motorized vehicle. You can't identify as a train. A dolphin is a different species of animal. You can't identify as a dolphin. But gender identity is an identity. You can identify as a gender.
Wait, you're applying a rule that you've invented, right? Like you're saying you can't identify as that. So why can't I identify as it? There's people in British schools who identify as cats and go in to school and everyone's supposed to respect their identity.
Well, I know that's the example everyone likes to bring up, the astronaut or the table.
But is it not true?
No, it's not true.
So there's no one who identifies as cat gender?
Well, that's not what we're talking about.
Well, no, that's what I'm talking about. I am saying
I've never met anybody in my medical or professional career or my social life or my motherhood that identifies as a cat.
That doesn't mean there aren't people who claim to be cat gender, which they objectively are.
If they wish to
but
be.
But you say they can't. How dare you to be so cat-phobic or whatever the term would be? That would be the argument. I'm just playing devil's advocate.
Well,
right?
you can, but I can't answer that question.
No, the reason it's important is the point that I'm trying to make to you, which is children are capable of identifying lots of things. My son, for example,
they pretend to be lots of things.
Pretend to be, but that's the word that Kelly would use about someone claiming to be transgender at 11. They'd say they're pretending.
But they're not claiming to be transgender. They're claiming to be
the opposite sex.
Gender
Fine.
Identity. Yeah. They're saying to you, and we would listen.
How is that different from identifying as a dolphin?
You can't identify as a dolphin. A dolphin is a mammal that lives in the sea. You can't identify as a dolphin.
That's not a good argument. You can identify as anything.
Well, we don't have dolphin identity, do we? But we do have gender identity.
Because people invented it and said this identity now exists. 20 years ago, it didn't exist. No one was talking about it.
It's always existed.
Always.
Yeah.
So the ancient Babylonians had gender identity.
If you have a look in the history books, and if you want to Google history of it, it's actually very interesting. This has existed for many, 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 many years. It's just in the last decade it's become very political and topical. But gender identity, I find it very interesting. If we can just...
Listen, this has been accepted widely in society for many, many years. It's only recently that, people push back on it. Obviously, people weren't burned alive or stoned to death for having any sort of feelings that deviated from the norm thousands of years ago. Okay, that didn't happen.
No, yeah. It's just weird. I'm sure there were plenty of people who aspired to be animals of all different kinds in the past.
Of course, there's all these things, like, especially if you look at polytheistic religions. And
of course.
Religions for like Native Americans. They'd always be like, oh, you're channeling the spirit of the fox or the wolf or the coyote or whatever fuck animal you want to channel, right?
Yeah.
And
it's ridiculous.
The only difference is like if you live in a culture that has that form of polytheism, you can get away with it and say, well, you're doing it for religious purposes. You don't look like a weirdo in a fursuit doing it to get your yiff on at a convention or something.
Yeah.
It's put aside the discrimination and the bias and the prejudice and the disbelief, is actually very interesting. And what it is that people who have XY chromosomes, and your XY chromosomes give you a penis and testicles, mostly, most of those people will identify as what we understand to be male. And people with X chromosomes and ovaries, most of those will identify as with what we understand as female, but not all. Not all. But it really is that simple.
What do we understand?
And let me finish. What's happening at the moment is that there is real hurt going on to people who are transgender. A lot of hurt, a lot of discrimination, a lot of pain, and a lot of loss of life. And I think we have some responsibility to the public here to understand the pain that transgender people are going through. And there are some people who don't believe that transgender people exist. But I just want to take you back to our Equality Act, where people who have undergone gender reassignment have a protected characteristic. So in the UK, we have a law which protects transgender people. And in my book, that means that they exist and that we should be respectful of them.
Well, I am certainly not being disrespectful.
I like how everything is just self-referential. There's no actually argument. It's like, well, it's real because it says it's real. I'd be like, well, you should be like, listen, lady, like, do you think the Bible is real? Like, how do I know the Bible is real? Or not real? She's like, well, I don't think it's real. It's like, but it said the Bible says it's real. Does that mean it's real?
Yeah.
Should you be stoned? I mean, it says it's real in this book, and it says I should stone you. So should I do it? Is this how it works now? We just say something is real, and then we reference itself, and then it becomes a thing.
You're arguing with a moron here.
So
it's just interesting that this person has amassed so much power that they can actually get kids.
Well, I don't think they're actually stupid. I think they're being dishonest. They understand that the logic here is ridiculous, and they're just trying to do the best they can with the weak arguments that they have.
Really?
Yeah.
I think this is a person that was educated into this transgender medicine thing, and just she believes it because, oh yeah, we have the best science, and never really contemplates it beyond, the authorities are on our side, so therefore we're right.
No, you're well, she described it as like she was like, she just like randomly had some patient come to her who was like trans, and she didn't know how to deal with it, and then she like went down the rabbit hole, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And
following all of the best science and all the best experts.
Right. And so like, yeah, I agree that probably happened to her, but I don't think like that usually listen, I don't know, maybe I'm the only non-NPC in reality, Adam, but I don't want to believe that. Okay. Usually when I'm looking at something, even if I want to believe it and I see a little something there, I can hear I can feel that little voice in my head. I can feel that little nagging feeling in my gut. That's like, something's not adding up here. Okay. There's a little something here. Maybe you're trying to push something a little bit in a direction here, right? You feel that. I feel like people feel that little nudge. Maybe they don't want to admit it themselves, but they feel it. And I don't believe that for a second this woman hasn't felt that when looking at this information, hearing these arguments and thinking, okay, wait a minute, maybe this isn't making sense there.
There is no way you send 200 kids on this path unless you are 100% positive you're correct.
I don't know if I agree with that.
I don't think she can't have any skepticism about this and do that.
Well, it's one of those things. It's one of those things that's like, once you start doing it, you have to justify that you're right. Because if you were wrong, then it'd be horrifying, right? So yeah, I guess you're right. It's like, once you start referring kids to the treatment, you mentally have to keep doubling down.
You follow the science.
Yeah.
But yeah, you're locked in.
So Sandy said
there are lots of things in science that are completely counterintuitive.
Sure,
there's enough things in science that are counterintuitive that you're introduced this, which seems completely counterintuitive, and you just lap it right up.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not going to lap it up because I keep thinking, look, you need a better test. That's what I've always gone back to. How are you testing this?
Right.
This whole idea that just self-report, even in situations where you're talking about people's pain level, they can't really self-report well, right? What's your pain on a scale of 1 to 10?
Right.
I don't know,
Well,
fucking 10.
It's just in reference to
No.
yourself, too.
10,
Like,
10 is like, your limbs are falling. Oh, okay. 7.
Yeah, right.
It's like, what the fuck?
Right.
What the fuck? How do you even have a competent communication between people on this to put them on a path with this kind of treatment? Look at a lot of people, they're like, oh yeah, this is completely reversible, so you can't really do too much damage, right? Even if they do it, they just stop taking the medication and they'll be fine, right? That's the myth that they sell them.
Well, I just randomly saw this video like a few weeks ago. I had no clue about this. They don't fully know how anesthesia works. It just, like, there's theories on how it works. And I think they've made maybe some new experimentation has given them a better understanding, but they've been using this shit for hundreds of years, and people were just kind of like, well, we don't really know how it works. It just knocks you the fuck out.
That's
like, this is crazy.
I mean, that's how medicine begins, right?
Obviously. I know.
Like,
it's just wild.
They were using penicillin before they actually knew how it worked, I'm certain.
Of course. Yeah. But you think in like 2026, you're like, oh, obviously they understand how it works. It's like, maybe.
Yeah. No.
Yeah.
Once the AI gets smart enough, we'll be able to ask, right?
There you go.
How does this actually work? How does this shit really work?
So Sammy sent me. She looked it up here. Okay. She looked it up. Dolphin-themed neopronouns.
No, of course.
Dolphin neopronouns.
It's the internet. This lady's dumb. She doesn't realize there are all these crazy aspirations out there.
So here are the dolphin neopronouns. Dolphin, dolphins, dolphin self, or fin, fins, or fin self. So there you go. You could be your fin self here. This is used by some individuals within the LGBTQ plus community, particularly neurodivergent. I like that. So autistic people or non-binary youth who feel a deep personal connection to nature or a specific animal as part of their gender identity or self-expression.
I want to have a conversation with one of these people, but go in completely different directions than people normally go. Because as a society, what gives us a green light on certain identities and the red light on other identities? Like, why does what is going on with saying you can switch your biological sex, but you can't become a dolphin?
It's just social acceptance. There's nothing else. That's all it is. It's just and to be fair, like, that's kind of most things. It's just social acceptance.
Right.
That's all it is. I mean, that's why I like the concept of, in theory, science when it's done correctly, because it's supposed to be something that's objective. It's not supposed to be something that's based purely on social acceptance, what the collective accepts, right?
Yeah.
But here we are.
Yeah, I think the achievability of the goal should factor in somehow. Like, that's definitely the difference between the transgender and gay thing that they always bring up. They're like,
well, you don't have to change your body if you're gay.
Yeah, exactly.
You don't have to do anything. Just
to be a gay man or woman, like, the achievability is like easy.
Right. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. Absolutely. No effort required to do that.
I mean, it's a little effort. You gotta look fabulous. So that does take effort. Let's be real.
Okay.
Well, to anybody. I'm sorry?
Good. I said good.
Okay. Well, you said let's set aside the discrimination, whatever, none of which I was doing. I'm just trying to use the arguments that you're presenting and analyze them logically. That's the only thing I do on the show, is trying to understand what people are saying. So you say you can't identify as a dolphin, but you can identify as the opposite sex. Why?
No, you identify it as male or female.
Why?
Or some people identify
What's the difference
as
between
neither.
identify as a dolphin and identifying
Because
as
a male or female is the way that we're describing it here is a human characteristic. But a dolphin is a creature that lives in the sea.
I see. Okay. Well, can I identify as Napoleon then?
But Napoleon is a person. Napoleon is a person who's dead, so you can't identify as Napoleon.
Can I identify as Andy Burnham? I mean, just stop playing this. Like, you know what I mean.
I'm not. You're playing with me.
I'm not playing with you at all. I'm saying...
I don't think Andy Burnham would like you to identify as him.
I don't think he would.
You can pretend to be him if you want to.
Can I ask a question
I'll struggle with that.
So little kids up until about the age of 7, when they're, I can't remember what the hormone's called, but the hormone starts kicking off that then makes the estrogen and testosterone. That happens around sort of 7 or 8. Prior to that, boys and girls are pretty much identical. Like, if you had a little girl with really short hair, often their behaviours are very the same. There's not really too much that's decipherable between boys and girls.
I don't know. You should meet my 4-year-old.
I've got 3 boys and a girl, but I think they are more similar than they are different. That's all I'm going to say. So
Sure.
if you gave a girl...
They're less different than they are after puberty, for sure. I'll grant you that.
Right.
Okay.
So when that child says, I am the other thing, what is the other thing? Like, you say girl and boy, but specifically, because children can only view the world by what they've seen. So that little boy that says, I'm a girl, what is it that he thinks he is?
A girl.
Yeah, what is that?
Well, you
For
just,
him, what is that?
You just said that, girls and boys are almost identical pre-age 7. I don't think that's true. I think if you step back and watch a classroom of young children, the boys and the girls play very differently. They have different trends. They have different ways of thinking. They have different things that they like to play with. And we're being very generalist there. And, the boys like doing that kind of thing mostly, and the girls like doing that kind of thing mostly.
Remember 5 or 6 years ago when all of this was social conditioning? This was all just the biased...
I know.
The parents and teachers forcing trucks and dolls on kids.
But now that's not useful anymore.
They've completely dumped it.
And
there's lots of videos out there making that argument, that's the only reason girls and boys like the toy preferences that they do is because of adults forcing it on them.
Of course. Yeah. And it's frustrating because none of them they don't pick up on this, but it's crazy. Yeah, she's saying that there is
biological sex differences
in personality. Yeah.
Yeah.
Which that is something that people like her and people on her side have been so against for, the last 30 years or so, or probably longer, like the last 50 years, actually. And I said this from the beginning. I said this years ago.
Uh-oh. Where'd you go?
Oh, sorry.
What happened?
I might cut off for a second.
Oh.
But no, I said this years ago. I said that I even made a video about this back when I made videos. Okay. Was that if you're going to buy into the argument that is being given by trans stuff, it completely destroys feminism, and it completely, or the modern feminism, which says that everything's social conditioning, because it all relies on the fact that there has to be some sort of innate biological thing that determines what a male or a female is, that's inside a person. And they've never come to grips with that contradiction in their philosophy.
Yeah.
And the thing about a transgender child is that everyone says they're a boy and they're supposed to behave and think and be like that, but they're looking over there going, but that group fits me much better.
So that's the thing we used to call like tomboy and effeminate boy.
This whole idea that the person aspires to be the opposite sex. Why do we condone this aspiring in this one particular category, but we shut it off in so many other categories, right?
Mm-hmm.
And why?
Yeah.
Why? It'd be much healthier if we just shut it off in the same way we shut the dolphin thing off. You'll figure it out. You'll be much better in the category that you were born into.
Well, that's the thing. It depends if you can. Right.
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't be surprised if there's got to be some percentage of people. I think it's teeny tiny that it doesn't matter. Right. They do have gender dysphoria. They're just going to be like that forever. Now, maybe those people would actually find treatment if you did other things. Like this is part of the problem too. They give people treatment that have body dysmorphia. They give them OCD treatment, right? They give them anxiety meds. Some of them, it helps. I have no clue if it would help for any of this stuff. But I don't think they've ever tested it because they're not allowed to test it.
Right.
And that's another thing too. You ever talk to one of these people, you say, well, what's the difference between gender dysphoria and body dysmorphia? And I'll say like, one is like you have some body part that you don't like, and the other is like you don't like your gender. You're like, okay, but like what is the
How is that any different?
Yeah, how is it different? Right. And they don't know because people don't know what these things are. It's all speculation.
Yeah. So much of it just seems like the grass is always greener. They're like, I aspire to be in that category because they have it so good. It'd be great to be in that category. It's so good.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know why you want to be a woman. It's disgusting, but
anyway.
Boy, that's what we used to call it.
Let's move on. Are we going to talk about Spider-Man or?
We can talk about Spider-Man, yeah.
It's this terrible super chat here from our Hilts Hurt for $5. When are you guys going to
What's up?
Yeah, you can read it.
When are you guys going to review House of the Dragon? Adam can't stop DMing me pics of Abigail Thorne. I don't know how he has so many pics of this guy.
Lies!
Really?
Lies!
Why are you doing that, Adam? Why are you sending so many pics to our friends?
We had a funny exchange on Twitter this week because there was a big surprise on House of the Dragon. And I made the mistake of framing it as luck, and all these believers, all these hot dragon believers came in.
Mm-hmm.
And we're like, oh no, he's loyal to the Seven. Therefore, that's what saved him.
Oh, okay. I didn't watch the season, so I have literally no clue what you're talking about.
Well, and I kind of don't want to spoil it for people because it is kind of for people who might not have seen the episode.
Right.
But it was a fun exchange for those of us who have seen the episode and actually know what's going on. Sitch is not watching House of the Dragon, though.
I will watch it so that we can talk about it. Okay.
You don't have to. I mean,
I should watch it. I mean, I don't really have a desire.
Last week's episode I was like I didn't even really watch it right away. Normally I watch it right away after the show. I didn't watch it, I think, till Monday or Tuesday because the week before episode was so like boring. Not a lot of story movement at all. Just kind of like very soap opera-y. So, but last week's episode was great. I was like, holy shit. Finally, some story action. So, but I do think a lot of people liked last week's episode, and it appears our Hilts Hurt is Team Green. So,
wow,
which is an interesting, turn of events,
right?
Since they all just seem like the snooty assholes to me, but
everyone's kind of terrible.
There's levels of terrible, obviously,
right,
in Game of Thrones, but
like that was kind of my problem with House Dragon. There's no one that I want to root for. I kind of hate everyone involved. They're all kind of terrible pieces of shit.
Mm-hmm. I was on Damon's side when he was like cutting off the dinglings of the rapists. He had me from the jump.
Then he went and killed his wife.
He was like, there's a lot of crime going on. Rapist!
He murdered his own wife.
Yeah, but look, it's all in good fun.
Oh, okay. Listen, speaking of Spider-Man, it's like, you could have the villain go do all sorts of crazy shit.
Damon is a complicated character, okay?
Of course. Well, I know that was part of people's critique, because I think in the book it's like, people thought maybe he did, but it's not really clear, right? So it makes him more of a gray character. But no, in the show, they're like, no, he just did it. Straight up.
I really liked season 1. I thought season 2 was a little ho-hum. Mm-hmm. Season 3 is better. Season 3 is already better than season 2. I guess I do like Damon as a character, and all of his agency was just kind of snuffed out in season 2.
That's true.
He was just like roaming around on drugs, being seduced by that witch.
Well, they had to stall for time. So they're like, well, he just has to walk around a castle for 8 episodes while he's getting sent visions.
Yeah.
Which is boring as shit.
Especially when he's a really intriguing character that I think a lot of people like. Anyway.
Well, I did see Spider-Man, though.
You did? Okay.
I did see Spider-Man.
Well, last week I was nice enough to talk about it without any spoilers, but
yeah,
supposedly it's huge. I think, didn't it make like $1 billion on opening weekend? That's insane.
It did, yeah.
Wow, the $1 billion mark on opening weekend.
It's pretty fucking crazy.
So a lot of my criticism was
1.6 billion in the first 2 weeks.
Wow. Okay.
12th highest grossing movie of all time.
Wow. Okay. Yeah. So they're doing something right there. I frankly said last week I was bored. I was really bored. I felt like there was really nothing new. And I just was like, everything is too familiar, too well-worn territory. Scenes I've seen over and over again. Characters I've seen over and over again. No new depth to them. It felt like a soap opera where the main character just goes around and talks to all the characters in the Marvel universe. These were my criticisms just for people who didn't see the show last week.
What would you give it from A to F?
Well, I mean, we usually do the recommend thing, and I was like, I wouldn't recommend it.
You wouldn't recommend it? Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, just look at with obvious. I was bored by it. Like if you're like the hugest Marvel fan, hugest Superman fan, and you really like the nostalgia stuff that goes on, you'll probably enjoy the movie. But it's difficult for me to recommend a movie that I personally found boring.
Right.
Yeah. And yeah.
You like the first Tom Holland though, one, right?
Yeah, look, I've seen every single Spider-Man in the movie theater, so it's not like I'm not a Spider-Man fan. I mean, I wouldn't call myself like a super fan. I didn't read the comics, and I know everything about them, but...
You think this is the weakest of the Tom Holland ones?
I saw the very first Tobey Maguire one in the theater with my sweetheart.
Okay.
So, yeah.
I'm saying out of all the Tom Holland ones, do you think this one was the weakest one?
This one is probably the best Tom Holland one, to be honest with you. Because
so you don't really like any of the Tom Holland Spider-Mans then?
Well, they all took place. They all take place in high school, and they feel like more like a high school movie than a.
Well, they are, yeah.
Yeah, which I think high school movies are kind of targeted at high school people, and I'm not in high school. And the thought of being in high school for me is kind of like nightmarish. You reach a certain age and you're like, look.
It's traumatic. You're like,
yeah,
you can't even
exactly.
watch movies about this.
So being thrust into a movie about a person in high school is, I mean, Spider-Man, no. What is the animated one called? Into the Spider-Verse.
Yeah, he's in school.
He
doesn't really talk about school. Like,
yeah,
at all,
exactly,
really.
exactly. It's like you know the character is in high school, but you are not in high school with the character.
Well, there was like one scene, I think, and that's about it. I think in
the Tom Holland, it really like the setting is high school.
There's a lot of school scenes in all three of the first ones. Yeah, that's true.
So thankfully, the setting of this movie is not high school.
That's true.
So
they never go to high school. There's only one scene in the college.
That is why I would give this like higher props.
Interesting.
It's been forever since I saw the Tobey Maguire Spider-Man though, but it doesn't take place with him in high school either, right?
The first one does.
But it's not like the high school is the setting of the movie.
No, I think it's only in the beginning, like when he first gets his powers, there's the scene where he's in like the cafeteria and then like he's like dodging the bully. I think once like the main plot of the movie starts, I don't think they go back to high school. I mean, it's been a long time and I don't remember if he's already in college in the second one or something. I think, I guess he is because his Dr. Octopus is like a professor or something. It's college. So.
Oh, yeah.
Interesting. Okay. I I liked the movie.
Would you recommend the movie? I think is the question on the table.
If you like any of the Tom Holland Spider-Man movies, I would recommend this. If you don't like the Tom Holland Spider-Man movies, it's not going to
more of the same.
Yeah, it's not gonna bring fresh life to this, the franchise. I think the first one, I was kind of curious to go back and watch all of them now. What I remember is I think the first one is still my favorite of the Tom Holland ones. I think this is the second best of the Tom Holland franchise, Spider-Man's. I wasn't bored. It had some issues, which I'll talk about. I wasn't bored. I thought it was pretty solid, like solid B movie. It felt the most like a arc of a comic, like a Spider-Man comic. Like it felt like if there was a 6-arc comic book storyline that was like this, it would play out very similar to the way it plays out in the movie. And I didn't really ever feel that way with the other movies. I didn't have this this feels like I'm reading a comic book sort of feeling, which, I mean, some people like that, some people don't like that. So no, I thought it was good. I found it very enjoyable. I found it engaging. I mean, it was long too, and I guess it felt a little long. Like maybe they could have cut off like 10 minutes. There was some stuff in it that needed to be in it, but they just put it in for the trailer. But it didn't bother me. It held my attention. My only real complaint, which I guess we'll talk about in the spoiler section, was at the end was my big complaint. Well, actually, I had two big complaints. I could talk about one of my complaints, which is the dreaded W word, Adam. It's the question on everyone's mind whenever any movie comes out. Is it woke? Okay. There's a little bit of wokeness in the new Spider-Man movie. I hate to tell you this.
Oh, really?
And I think it does detract from the movie in some way. And well, first of all, I thought it was weird when you see. Well, let me talk about something I liked. I liked that in the beginning of the movie, they have Tom Holland's in a Spider-Man outfit, and it looks just like a suit. He's not wearing. He does unfortunately still have a little AI voice, but it's just a normal cloth suit. He's not wearing the bullshit Tony Stark Iron Man 2.0 suit, which I never liked. Okay. And I liked a lot that there's a bunch of scenes at the beginning of the movie of Spider-Man just like walking around, going to people's offices, just having conversations with random people. For some reason, I liked that. It felt different. I was like, oh, it's Spider-Man just talking to some guy in his office in a Spider-Man outfit. Like, I feel like we just don't get like scenes of just Spider-Man just doing random shit, which was interesting to me because it just felt different and refreshing in a good way. Is that weird? I'm excited not by Spider-Man fighting a bunch of ninjas. I'm excited by him talking to the guy from Severance in an office where it's like this kind of surreal atmosphere of he's like this serious guy in an office, and then there's some like fucking weirdo just Spider-Man in a goofy Spider-Man suit just sitting there, and everyone just takes it seriously. I like that for some reason.
You liked him talking to Malchek?
I like that everyone. I think I like the idea that you have this guy who looks goofy as fuck in a Spider-Man outfit, and everyone just takes it completely seriously. Like, oh, that's just Spider-Man. What do you mean? Of course, that's just Spider-Man. You just take it seriously. Like it's kind of surreal, but I don't know. I like that a lot. But what I didn't like was that there's a police chief in the movie, okay, and he has this like relationship with the police chief, which I don't mind that. But the police chief is a woman, okay? And you find out that she's half black and half Latina or something. So maybe she's like Puerto Rican or something. She's some sort of twofer mix, right? And she's like his mother figure, which is a little weird. A little bit weird.
She's like his therapist. This is the therapizing.
She's like his therapist, yes.
Yeah.
And I don't like that. And
I hated that part. Yeah.
I did not like that that Spider-Man has a therapist police chief. First of all, I'm watching this character and I'm like, is it even remotely believable that the police chief of fucking New York City is going to be some soft lady therapist who's babying Spider-Man? That does not seem realistic to me. Okay, and I'm actually maybe under Mamdani's rule, maybe it is realistic, but from a movie perspective, I do not buy that this character is real. Okay. And Sammy knows something funny too, which I didn't even notice, which is every scene, because the only way they talk, or most of the way they talk, is like on the phone. Like she's calling him or he's calling her. They're having these phone conversations, which is kind of a little weird. And every time they cut to her, she was doing some sort of like stereotypically classic New York thing. Like she's riding the subway. She's in a bodega. She's in a New York deli, which is kind of funny. She's always doing like a very quintessential New York activity, right? But I realized at the end of the movie that this is a movie that Peter needed to have a positive masculine role model, because there's at the end of the movie part that there's part at the end of the movie where like Aunt May and the memory of Aunt May is important to Peter and it's important to the plot of the story. And it kind of has an impact on his character and has an impact on other characters in the film. And I think that's fine. I think that's good. But I do feel like the whole movie is just like women. Like it feels very women centric. You have the female police chief that's kind of like guiding Peter. You have Peter's like obsessed with MJ and kind of guiding Peter. The villain is also female, and that's like completely affecting everything Peter's doing. And then you have like the person that's kind of guiding all of Peter's moral character is Aunt May, because Uncle Ben doesn't exist in Tom Holland's Spider-Man's. It just felt like the only like male kind of character besides, obviously Spider-Man is the Punisher, but Frank is like a comedic character. He's not really like, he's not a positive role model that anyone would ever look to and be like, oh yeah, Frank can act as some sort of like surrogate father figure or someone that you could necessarily look to for advice. And it really felt like this is a movie that needed a shot of testosterone. It needed a gruff, strong male police character who was helping Spider-Man instead of a woman.
These movies are made for women now, though. I mentioned this last week. I said the MCU has won. Like my wife wanted to see this movie 10 times more than I wanted to see this movie.
Well, you are 100% correct. And that's why the movie is structured this way, where it is a bunch of, or Spider-Man, and then it's just all women like around him. Right. That is why it's shot. That is why it's structured that way.
Women
right?
get all from a story perspective. Therapy. You should know that, Sitch. Come on.
Yes. No, I know.
Like, oh my God, a man discovering his emotions. Oh my God.
Well, and he defeats the bad guy with therapy. Like he literally defeats the villain with therapy.
Yes. Yeah. No.
Yes.
It's
no. I mean,
this is why I didn't recommend the movie.
I still like it. Okay, this criticism aside, I still like it. I still think people like it. If you like Tom Holland Spider-Man movies, I think it's good for the most part. Yes. But there is this sort of like,
if you don't have a Y chromosome, you'll love this movie.
There you go. There is this sort of weird feminine energy that I felt sprinkled in that I kept nagging me a little bit, kept pulling me out of the movie every so often.
Weird feminine. That's the marketing. Yes. What do you
know.
Mean? It's a romantic comedy.
Where they should have brought in, well, I guess they couldn't because they already had him as J. Jameson. That'd be funny if they would have had the actor that played J. Jameson as like, not him as like a police chief or something, but no, they needed a male police chief, I think, in the movie desperately. They needed some masculine energy.
That would have been totally unrealistic though, because how could the male wouldn't constantly be saying the things that the woman is saying?
No, he would be saying no, obviously.
He would be saying, look, you need to get over your ex. It's time to move on. You need to start dating.
That's what he needs. That's what he needs. That's what I'm saying. He needs masculine energy. He needs someone.
All of the women in the audience want the character to come in and say, "You need to be pining over your ex-girlfriend. You need to get yourself back in her life."
Right.
you need to be obsessed with a woman. Right. That's what women want to see: a man on screen who's obsessed with a woman.
That's
true. They can play the POV game and say, "Look, I'm that woman."
Right.
The dreamboat Tom Holland is obsessed with me.
That's true. And then we did see the thing where they had him speak Brit speak in the beginning of the movie too.
Oh, you saw that part.
Yeah,
nice.
We did. Yeah. But so besides that, my only big complaint is at the end is that they have this villain. Spoiler warning. Okay.
Yeah.
So turn out now if you don't want to hear stuff about the villain.
Everything we've talked about takes place in the first 5 minutes of the movie.
Right. So the villain of the movie is a lady, and she has some ability. I guess I won't say who it is, but it's not. That's not really important. It's a lady, and she has some ability to basically mind control people, to hop people's minds. Obviously, whoever saw, I don't know if you've ever seen the movie Fallen, Adam, with Denzel Washington.
No.
There's a movie. It's a good movie. John Candy and Denzel Washington Denzel Washington is a cop. It's called Fallen. Essentially, he's trying to find this murderer, and he realizes that the murderer is actually a fucking body hopping demon. Okay. And he's trying to figure out a way that how do you actually stop and kill a body hopping demon? It's a really good movie. And it was obvious that whoever made this movie was very inspired by that movie because there's all these like cool, and I liked it. I thought it was cool. There's always really cool scenes of like the entity hopping from people's bodies, like in New York City, just like going from one person to the next. And it's very similar to the movie Fallen. Like that was obviously the inspiration that they saw that. But so they set up this villain character. This villain is like mind controlling people. Okay, hopping from body to body.
Well, the big problem with the mind control villain is you're not immediately hooked by that because it's in different characters. Like it's hard to fixate on a character that's like, oh, now it's some sous chef in a restaurant.
I can see that. I can see that if you're like really visual and you need like this visual representation of the character. I'm not visual at all, so that I didn't have any problem.
So 5 people will like this movie because
yes, people. Yeah, I was fine with it. That didn't affect me emotionally. I'm fine with some sort of intangible villain. I mean, they're talking to Spider-Man, so you like get a sense of their character, right? But
yeah,
the villain is doing all sorts of like hyper fucked up shit. Because they're not just possessing people; they're possessing people. They're making them do dangerous shit.
I knew this.
They're making them. They're making them like kill people. They're making them blow people up and shit. Yeah. There's literally a part where like they possess a guy and have them jump in front of traffic and get hit by a car.
Yes,
and you're like, is that guy dead? I don't know, right?
I knew Sitch was going to make this argument. I knew it. I know.
Well, a lot of people made this argument. It wasn't just me. There's a part where like one of the ninjas, she possesses one of the ninjas and makes them like stab themselves to like try to stab Spider-Man like through their own body sort of situation. I'm assuming that fucking guy's dead. And then there's literally a part in the movie, which was a great part because at first I was watching this and I was like, this is so bad. I was like, what the fuck? This movie just totally dropped the ball. Unless they're tricking me and this person is not really acting this way, they're really being mind controlled, right? And it turns out, no, they're really being mind controlled, right?
Yes.
And so they do this kind of switcheroo and this character's being mind controlled. And Peter's response to the person being mind controlled is to say, what you've done is unforgivable. They literally said the phrase, this is unforgivable, okay? At the end of the movie, they totally forgive them.
I know.
Spider-Man totally forgives them. So I think my big problem was like, this person is like so fucking evil.
Yes. Yeah.
Like they have this character being so unhinged and so evil. And at the end of the movie, they try to do this switcheroo thing where you're like supposed to feel bad for them. And I'm like, I don't feel bad for this fucking person. This person is a fucking psycho. Like the Punisher's over here saying, I'm going to just shoot this person in the head. And Spider-Man's like, don't do it, Frank. And I'm like, no, fucking do it. Shoot this person in the head. This person should die. They are too evil and dangerous to exist in society.
Yeah. This is where the body jumping thing works to their advantage. Because if you saw that character, so the situation that's going on, obviously, spoiler alert, the situation that's going on is we're seeing this character who is a main character inhabit these different bodies, and they do a switcheroo where, you know, they're evil, they're the antagonist, but then you're supposed to empathize with them, which that happens for a lot of different reasons. Obviously, society's driving this person to be this way, so you're supposed to forgive them on a dime anyway, which a lot of modern people can do. But since they're jumping in other people's bodies, think of how different the movie would be if you actually saw this person do all of these things.
That's a great point.
You're seeing her kill them. You're seeing her do all of these evil things instead of watching her inhabit other people doing these things. You're kind of in that situation. It's easier for you to forgive her because you haven't really seen her do these things. But as soon as if you did have the same character doing all of these things. Forgiving her at the end of the movie would be near impossible. You'd be like, what? I remember you just like, snuffing out like 10 people.
You like killed a bunch of people. You sexually assaulted Spider-Man, technically.
Yes. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Like there's all sorts of crazy shit happening in this movie. There's like Wonder Woman 1984 shit going on. No, not quite. There's no sex, but like crazy shit going on in this fucking movie. So
yeah,
like but that's interesting. I didn't think about that. That's a great point. But see, and that's why for me, like maybe you're right for like people that are the average person more visual than I am. So maybe like that totally works for them.
It's easy for them to just forget.
Right.
They're like,
but for me, since I'm not that visual, so I am compelled by the concept of the intangible villain. But then at the flip side, I was like, well, don't forgive this person. What do you mean? Like, fuck this person. This person's totally evil.
There is also the thing that we don't really incorporate into our moral set. Like I don't look at a person doing bad things and forgive them because society drove them to do this.
Right.
And I do think a lot of younger people do look at it that way. So they can literally forgive, even if it was the same actor doing all of those things. Like the body jumping thing helps with the older audience, but the younger audience is like, she killed a couple people, right? She sexually assaulted Spider-Man,
Who cares? Right?
Whatever. Yeah. Society drove her to do that. Now she's the good guy.
Yes.
Yeah.
It was funny. There was always this I wonder if the reference at that, the how it should have ended people. They always had this joke from Spider-Man 3 with Sandman, where it was like, but my daughter, so it makes it okay for me to be a criminal, right? But my daughter. So I wonder if they're going to do it with this one. But my sister. So and I didn't like that. So it was funny. It was driving me crazy because they have this guy who's like the head of damage control. And I was like, the whole movie, I'm like, why is this guy so fucking familiar to me?
Milchick. Finally, you didn't recognize Milchick instantly?
I know at the end of the movie, I'm like, oh, that's the guy from Severance because his voice was so familiar. And I was like, he's playing the same character. Okay. It's like the sort of calm spoken boss guy who you also feel is probably evil.
Yes.
You don't know exactly why he's evil. Yeah. No, it was great casting.
Totally typecast.
Yeah, but
I like totally that actor though. He's a great actor.
Totally typecast as Milchick, right? Even though Severance is obviously a much better show than this.
Oh yeah,
but
vastly better.
Right, but I didn't like that at the end of it. Like they always do this, and it's not just in the movies. They do the same thing in the comics too. There is like an interesting moral question because one of the spoilers, I guess it is a spoiler. Like throughout the whole movie, Spider-Man is like his spider DNA is kind of ramping up because he's becoming emotional. And so he tries to develop some way to tamp down on his spider DNA. So he can
fucking hated all of that part.
Yeah, so he can be more like the way he was. And I didn't like that the message is basically the same message in every Disney movie. I guess even though it's technically a Sony movie, it's the Frozen message. It's you got to like let it go. You got to let your inner thing out, right? It's always the opposite, which is very feminine too, because we've talked about this a lot with men. It's usually like you need to be in control. This is the opposite.
Yeah, because you could kill someone, especially if you're Spider-Man.
Well, that was weird too, because the whole thing is whenever he get the spider DNA, he'd be like angrier, and he almost does. He literally almost kills a female cop, or maybe he did kill a female cop.
Yes,
we don't know.
Yeah,
right? He
died at the hospital.
Yeah, he throws Scorpion into a police car because he's raging. He's testosterone raging out on his spider DNA. And this like woman, and I was kind of shocked, but I liked that they showed it. They showed like there's like a police lady who's like being pulled out of the car into a stretcher. Like, thanks, Spider-Man. And it was crazy to me. And I wonder if this was rewrites because that scene kind of doesn't make sense with the rest of the movie. So there's a scene then where Spider-Man goes to see the Hulk or see Bruce Banner because he knows about how to like control DNA. And he's kind of talking to him about this. They show a scene in the trailer and Bruce Banner shows that he's wearing like this like giant arm thing that kind of represses the Hulk DNA. And in that conversation, Bruce fucking Banner says to Spider-Man, says, oh, well, why are you trying to repress this DNA? Like, he doesn't know Spider-Man, but he says, like, why are you trying to repress this DNA?
That's totally ridiculous.
Like, maybe nature, like, wants this DNA to be expressed for a good reason. And I'm sitting here, I'm like, the motherfucking Hulk is saying this to somebody, the guy who's wearing this giant DNA repressor on his arm because he doesn't have it, he's gonna like murder like the entire state. Like what?
Yeah. Who that's and they try to make him out as a scientist. Like what scientist says that? What fucking scientist says that?
I was like, come the fuck on. I was like, that's ridiculous. And then, I mean, obviously then they had the scene at the end where like he has to let it go. He has to take off his little microchip that's repressing the spider DNA so he can use his enhanced spider powers and control them. I don't know. I didn't like that. I didn't like any of that whatsoever.
Yeah, all of that was just filler.
Well, I'm trying to think. I lost my train of thought where I was going to go with this, but
you've said enough.
No. I haven't said enough.
You're like, I have more. I have plenty
I do have
more. That whole like Hulk is we're gonna use Hulk as a weapon against our team. That's in so many fucking movies over and over again. We're gonna use Hulk as a weapon against these people, these unsuspecting people, or against my own team. That was literally
the first Avengers movie. That was Loki's plan. Yeah. No.
Yes.
Yeah, I know.
So I'm like, oh my God, tired. Hulk against his own team fatigue. Like,
yeah.
Please stop.
It was just for the trailer. I don't know. I kind of mixed feelings about it because at first I didn't really like it. Like, because basically, spoiler, you have the Hulk's being mind controlled, and he's kind of, but it's still like Bruce Banner Hulk. It's not Hulk. It's Bruce Banner Hulk, and so it's like they're kind of fighting him, and you're like, oh, Hulk seems like pretty weak, right? But then he actually breaks the inhibitor gets broken, and he becomes like the Hulk, and I did like that scene where he goes from being like Bruce Banner Hulk to like, oh, he's like 3 times bigger and actually terrifying. I did like it for that emotional beat.
Right.
It did to me. It did change things. And I did like that once he becomes the Hulk, there's like, it's not a fight. There's no fight there. Spider-Man's just running away, not remote. Like I was very pleased to see that because sometimes they do this thing where like when heroes are in crossover stuff, they kind of have to nerf one hero, but no, there was no nerfing of the Hulk. He's just like rampaging. Spider-Man is just trying to fucking escape. Like he cannot fight the Hulk, which I did appreciate that.
Yeah. The kind of damage he does is like ridiculous. Spiders are not invincible.
Yeah, no, he does. Well, he does the Loki smash thing, which maybe that was a little bit too over the top here in terms of like Peter would have been really fucked from that one. But
I didn't know Peter was immortal and couldn't die.
Right. But also you talk about the damage.
Like,
talk about the damage that the bad guy did. Like you have the Hulk, all this damage. I'm sure people died from the Hulk rampaging through this fucking building. I mean, they ripped half like the building apart.
Oh yeah.
Stuff, so.
I know. Run in and say everyone get out immediately to try to, because for the Sitches in the world, they're like,
of course,
not too much collateral damage, guys.
Well, I'm fine with the collateral damage if it's like if it means something, if it's supposed to mean something, right? Like it's just I don't like it when they just throw it in there and you're supposed to forget about it. It's like, well, I mean, no, it's like it's important to the story.
Yeah.
But no, the thing I was gonna say was I don't like that, and they always do this in the movies, they do this in the comics too. It is a completely reasonable moral question because Spider-Man accidentally creates a device. He intentionally creates a device that can be used to turn off any superhero's powers, essentially. Okay. He creates one of those X-Men collar chips that you can just plug into someone, and they're going to use this in the, because they're redoing the X-Men movies. So obviously they're going to bring this into the X-Men movies now. He creates a little chip that you can put on the back of someone's neck that turns off their superpowers or turns off their X gene so they can't use their powers. And the movie portrays this as if that's like a really scary, negative thing. And I'm sitting here like, that's not that's a good thing. Don't we want society to have some sort of policing control over people with literal fucking superpowers? You got such people running around that could shoot fire and laser vision and have super strength, and you're like, no, we just have to trust that all those people are going to be good people. Fuck no, like fuck that. What the fuck are you talking about? Obviously, we need a police force that can come in. I mean, this feels very lefty if you're like defund the police here, but you need a police force to come in and say, hey, if someone's a fucking criminal and they have superpowers, you can put a little chip on the back of their head and they don't have powers anymore. That's a good thing. A society would need that if we had super villains and superheroes running around in it. Yeah, and I didn't like that the movie kind of portrays that as like negative. I didn't like that they make the damage control bad guy like he's just all bad. Like I thought it was going to actually be some sort of moral question where like, oh, there actually is a good question when you have all these superpowered people running around. Like, shouldn't they be controlled to some extent? Shouldn't there be some mechanism of actual government control if people get out of hand here? But no, they just everyone just becomes cartoonishly evil at the end of it, just so that there is actually no moral question posed.
Audiences don't like to be challenged. They don't want complicated moral quandaries, Sitch. They want black and white ethics.
I guess. Well, yeah, the black and white ethics of like, let's just let the lady go who's killing people and assaulting Spider-Man.
Well, she's a female, so
okay,
obviously
she has no responsibility.
She's being oppressed by men, so.
Mm-hmm. But so, I think the way that you could have fixed the movie. Here are my fixes. You get rid of the whole, Spider-Man has to let it go. Get rid of all that nonsense. Okay. I don't think that it didn't really even, I think, had much to do with the story, really. Like thematically.
No, I don't think it was completely forced.
It was only there. I feel like the only reason it existed was because they want to have Spider-Man invent the chip that is going to be used in the X-Men movies. Like that seems like the only reason it maybe existed. Didn't really have any connection to the rest of the movie. So get rid of that. Have it be a male police chief that's actually giving Spider-Man male advice, okay, which he desperately is in need of. And then change. If you want to have the villain be redeemed at the end, I'm fine with that. But you got to like pull back so they're not doing things that are as evil as they're doing, right? Which I think they could have done. They could have just had them like trying to do all the stuff where they're trying to break in the building without like actively being psychopathic or psychotically evil and fucking with people in like a very like way. Like they could have just been trying to get into the building, and you're like, oh, okay, maybe it's more. I feel like you could kind of walk back from that a little bit better if you didn't make them so evil. And then change. I didn't like at the very end the way that they change. Well, this might be controversial. So at the very end of the movie, the villain lady, she like sends out a magical telepathic wave that freezes like everyone within a mile radius of them. Okay. And then before they can only mind control one person. And now they can mind control like a shit ton of people. And I didn't like Spider-Man comes in and he has to fight a bunch of ninjas. And I don't know. I didn't like the fight itself was well done, but it just felt like from the pacing and that's not what should have happened. I think what should have happened was the psychic character, they have their breakdown, they become super powerful. That's when Spider-Man should just come in and he just sits down on the bed next to them because he's like, they already established Spider-Man's like immune to their powers for some bullshit reason. And he just like talks them out of it. You've already had like all these action sequences. You've already had all like the main fight sequences. Like, I feel like this should be the character moment for Spider-Man to kind of come in and as like a person, as a character, you see like he's not just about punching people. He can actually like help people beyond punching people. And I thought that was the scene we were going to have, but then it kind of doesn't do that. It just, he fights a bunch of ninjas and then the person goes in his mind and there's like this weird, and this is where the therapy comes in. There's like a memory that Peter has of Aunt May kind of basically telling him that she loves him despite the fact that he's Spider-Man or has spider powers. And it does this weird thing where it takes the person, the villain, and she's like first person perspectives Peter Parker. So it's like Aunt May telling her this information. And I didn't like that. That felt weird and creepy to me. And it's like, okay, so she's like role playing therapy. Like she's Peter Parker and Aunt May is telling her like that she loves her, but she's really saying to Peter, and that like cures her of her emotional damage. When like, I think the way that would have been more effective to do it from a story perspective and Sam actually came up. Me and Sam both kind of came up with this on the drive back, was that it should have been like she's going into his memories, and it would kind of keep cutting between like her past, and you see her like memories of everything's like fucked up. Her relationship with her mom is fucked up. Her relationship with her sister is kind of fucked up. You kind of see like it jumps between that and it jumps between like Peter's relationship. So you kind of have like the positive, negative, like versions of everything. So you can kind of see the two different lives kind of coming together. And then at the end, she's not Peter. She's watching Aunt May have this conversation with Peter. And then to tie it all in together, you have, she's like on the bed and Peter sits next to her, and Peter gives her the Uncle Ben speech we've never had in the Tom Holland Spider-Man movies. He gives her the great power, great responsibility Uncle Ben speech to the villain. And that hour of the magical Uncle Ben speech is what makes her change her ways.
Yeah, that'd be so much better. I feel like
that's what they should have done.
They're not really smart enough to do that, though. And also, Uncle Ben is a straight white male, so.
Well, that's it too.
They can't glorify Uncle Ben. Come on, what are you doing?
You're like literally the villain of
Aunt
the movies.
May now.
The villain of the movie is defeated by Aunt May. Technically, the memory of Aunt May. It's not really defeated by Peter. So
no, not at all. Yeah.
That being said, all my criticisms, all my complaints, which I just love to gripe, I love to criticize. I still did like the movie. I still give the movie a B. I still think it's the second best Tom Holland Spider-Man movie, and I would still recommend it if you like the Tom Holland Spider-Man movies.
Is it the same people who are capping on the Odyssey for all the therapy stuff like this movie?
I don't know, actually. I don't know what I haven't really seen any people's takes on Spider-Man, so I don't know how anyone feels about it.
Like this movie, the therapy stuff is, the therapy stuff is more subtle in the Odyssey. This movie, the therapy stuff is like, you're getting hit over the head with it constantly. Constantly. So, yeah.
Well, I'll say, visually, I think it was really good.
I'm going to run to the bathroom real quick, so I'll be back.
Okay, you run to the bathroom. Visually, it was really good. A lot of because this was a different director. The first three Tom Holland ones, a lot of things are like, people have done like comparison shots if you've seen them. A lot of things are just shot, even if they don't need to be, on like a green screen background. So you just like flat lighting, everything just looks like fake and kind of weird, and it has that kind of uncanny valley effect where a lot of this movie was, you could tell it was filmed on location. There were people there. Tom Holland's in an actual physical Spider-Man suit, so you can see like there's light on him. He has light and shadows on him. He looks like he's actually in this physical space because he is in this physical space. A lot of the other Spider-Man movies or the Avengers movies, like when you see the behind the scenes, he's not even wearing a suit. He's like wearing just a bunch of like, the little light balls or whatever, and they just kind of CG the suit onto him. And no, he was definitely wearing a suit here. So visually, I thought it was really good just because it felt actually fucking real. I've always liked Tom Holland's Spider-Man character. I do think he's funny. I do like him as Spider-Man. I do think he works very well as Spider-Man. And it was overall enjoyable. The relationship I really like Frank Castle as a Punisher in the movie with Spider-Man. They had a really good dynamic. They had a very fun dynamic between the two of them. It was like a nice little buddy cop, sort of Spider-Man and the Punisher team up. So despite all my complaining, despite all my crying and criticism, still would give it a recommend. And I do see why it's doing so, making so much money. Because in terms of like the Marvel slot movies that have been coming out, it's definitely one of the better ones. From all the, Thunderbolts and New Avengers and all this other stuff that's been coming out.
Did you see Thunderbolts?
No, I didn't see any of that shit. But it looked bad. So maybe it's amazing and I'm just being an asshole, but it just looked whatever. And this definitely felt much, much better.
So Adam Defunded has a bunch of super chats related to this, so we should read those.
Okay. Oh wow, look at that.
Yeah. Definitely has some thoughts on the discussion.
Ad funded for 10, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, $80. Well, there you go. Look, we just got to talk about Spider-Man more. Yeah. Adam DeFunded says, part 1. Uh-oh. Here's the thing. Spider-Man doesn't really need another positive father figure. He already had that with Tony Stark and somewhat happy. So I think the part analysis is misplaced. Well, I said positive male father figure. I don't think Tony Stark. Happy is just kind of like, Happy barely as a character, so I don't know if I agree with that. And Tony Stark is not a positive male role model. I don't agree with that. Do you think Tony Stark is a positive male role model?
Not really, like, and they didn't really have like a father-son dynamic at all.
That's true. Yeah.
It was more like it was kind of a mentor type situation, but
yeah, he's like a mentor, but he's not like a father replacement thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I don't agree with that, but part 2, I also don't really buy the female-centric criticism. Jean Grey. Oh, spoiler! The bad guy in the movie is Jean Grey. Yes. Seems more about connecting Spider-Man to the X-Men Secret Wars, while the police commander seems close to filling the Aunt May type role for Peter. Well, I think, as I said, I mean, I don't want to repeat ourselves, but I think it's more than that. It's just, it does feel like, and I think Adam is 100% correct, that these movies, I mean, and we see it too, like Marvel's been trying to branch out to women.
You.
They've been trying to branch out to women. And this
succeeding.
movie it is succeeding when it's doing that, because this movie kind of does it in a way that's not offensive to most guys, right?
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, it's more offensive to Adam. I wasn't offended by it. Except for the police chief,
look, I wasn't offended. I was just bored.
Oh, okay.
I was bored. Yeah. It felt like the B story took over the entire movie. Normally the love story is like, maybe 25%, maybe 15% of the movie. Here it's like 75% of the movie. 80%
well, they merge it
because
like at first it's just about like, oh, he's trying to figure out what's going on with Jean Grey and damage control, all other stuff. And then once Jean Grey like attacks MJ, then he's like, well, I have to go get MJ and I have to go hang out with her for the rest of the movie and have her, be, taken care of for the rest of the movie. Like then they kind of merge the A and the B plot together.
In the very beginning of the movie, when he's having the conversation with the police chief saying, you need relationships, you need friends, right? We all know what's going on.
Well, obviously I kind of
immediately you're like, okay, yeah.
Well, it's interesting. I do like, but first of all, this movie has like this movie is like a 4-year time span, which is kind of interesting. And I did think it was funny, and I thought they were kind of go back to it. They didn't really, where it's like, because Spider-Man doesn't have friends or a girlfriend, he's like super competent. Like he's stopping, like, and it's weird. The movie does this thing where it's like, well, because Spider-Man is like lonely, he's stopped like all crime in New York City. They have like a montage of Spider-Man stopping all crime. And they have like the reporters saying like, he stopped all the major crime families. Like, this is awesome. But apparently not having friends is a good thing. He can really spend his time on work. So
very pro incel.
There you go. So no, but I mean, I didn't mind. I don't mind the idea of you see Spider-Man's like doing all this stuff. He's doing all Spider-Man stuff, but he's still like lonely and depressed on the inside. Like I don't mind that. I think that's fine because he doesn't have anyone to connect to. What's wrong with that? Everyone needs connect. You're the one that always says everyone needs a buddy, right?
Yeah, in real life, but I don't want to see it in the movie.
Not in Spider-Man. Okay.
Continuing.
Adam Fun for part 3 says, same with the new Black Widow. It feels more like they're subtly connecting Spider-Man to the larger universe without making the whole movie about it.
I mean, I agree with that. They have to connect it to the universe, but that doesn't necessarily make a standalone movie good for me.
Yeah, the Black Widow thing, I haven't seen the movie, but it didn't bother me. The only thing that bothered me is they should have showed more of her titties. What the fuck was up with that?
Yeah, of course.
They got her
full frontal nudity.
They got
That's
Black
what
Widow.
You need in a Marvel movie.
It is. You got Black Widow. She's supposed to be naked. She's in some sort of Turkish bath. And the water's like colored blue and it's like up to her neck. And you're like, no. You got to show some cleavage. You got to show some titty cleavage. What are we doing here? If this whole movie is going to be for the girls, give the guys a little titty cleavage. All right.
That woman is built like a bulldog.
Oh,
That woman does not have an attractive figure at all.
Oh, is that weird that they're trying to make her Black Widow then?
Well, actually, look, I think she did do nude scenes in the other Nolan movie. Now I'm trying to remember.
Nolan movie.
Yeah, she in the Barbenheimer movie.
Oh, that's the woman. I never saw Oppenheimer.
Yeah.
That's the woman from Oppenheimer.
Yeah, she's in Oppenheimer, and she does there's this weird nude scene.
Florence Pugh.
Where she's like completely naked.
Yeah.
And you're like, oh, this seems a little excessive. But yeah.
Listen, you give her like you give her a push-up bra under the water, okay? You give her one of those like fake silicone titty chests. All the cosplayers, I don't know if you see it, they wear these like fake silicone titty chests, okay? You gotta do something. If you're not going to do that, then don't put her in the Turkish bath. Just have her be talking to him normally, right? They're trying to make her like, oh, look how sexy she is. She's like a weirdo. She wants to see Spider-Man naked or whatever.
I'm trying to look for like a full body shot of her so I can bring it up. She's
Adam, do not show the full body nudity of her from Oppenheimer on the stream.
No, I'm not going to. Obviously, I'm not going to show that. But like you don't see her front side in Oppenheimer. You see her behind, which, as I remember, was a pretty good behind, just from memory. But but I saw she was obviously in Thunderbolts, and I'm like, she seems to be built like no womanly figure at all. So
look at this guy.
What? I'm telling it like it is.
Yeah.
She's not curvy at all. She is the same shape as a plank of wood. Okay, I found some pictures. I mean, in these pictures, she's kind of going for it, but this is just, my God, I can't bring these up. You guys got to search on your own.
Okay.
But it is comical. She doesn't have she's not like
she's not Scarlett Johansson is what you're saying.
She's not a shapely woman at all. Yeah.
She's not a Scarlett Johansson.
I'm going to send this one. I'm going to send this one to you just on Twitter so we can get a nice hearty laugh out of you.
You're saying they should have
this is what you want more in the Turkish bath.
You're saying that they should have had Sydney Sweeney should have been this character.
Oh yeah. Come on, check your DMs.
Okay, check my DMs.
Give us your feedback.
In the DMs. I mean, yeah.
Give us your feedback here.
That's a really bad outfit. I don't know what's going on.
Is that what you want more of in the Turkish bath?
That is not what I want more of anywhere.
Is the shapely as a bulldog? Is bulldog now? Do you see why I compare her to a bulldog?
I didn't think she was ugly in the movie. I didn't look at her and be like, "Oh, that's an ugly woman" or anything. But I mean, it's a very unflattering picture that you're sending me. They tricked me. Yeah,
they deceived you by
having her. Tricked me. Give her the silicone tits.
Having her underwater in the Turkish bath. You're like imagining what Sitch can imagine under that water is like.
That's true. It could be anything.
A million times better than what is actually under that water.
Yeah. She could be a dolphin person under the water. Okay. She'd be a finsexual. Who knows? Okay, that's just terrible.
I want to bring up just one picture, but it seems like all of the pictures of her are of her like trying way too hard, like wearing stuff that is kind of too revealing for me to post on the live stream.
Okay, don't worry about it.
Oh my God, there's one of her in a normal dress and it's like see-through. You can see her nipples and stuff.
Well, apparently she likes to
she must be a nudist.
Yeah, look at this.
Jeez.
I thought I saw some clip of her talking about how the nude scene in Oppenheimer was like really awkward and weird for her. Which seems weird if you're saying that she's always wearing this like clothes.
No, it looks. Oh, okay. I guess you're right. All right, you guys are gonna have to do your own in-depth research, but
Okay. Anyway, let me continue here. Undefunded says, final part, I give it an 8 out of 10. Better than Tom Holland's first 3 Spider-Man movies for me. Okay. Not as good as Tobey's trilogy or even Andrew Garfield movies, except for Amazing Spider-Man 2. Wow. Okay.
You're speaking my language, Adam. You're speaking my language.
I did not really like the Andrew Garfield movies, I think, at all, really.
Yeah.
So I would not agree with that.
I would
really
have to even remember the Andrew Garfield movies.
Well, that's how I know I didn't like them that much.
Even though I know I've seen them.
It's been a long time since I've seen Spider-Man 2. Everyone says the best. I remember liking it a lot when it came out. I would have to see it again, and then I'd want to see the first Tom Holland Spider-Man movie back to back so I can kind of compare them, even though I know they're very different. See which one I like better. And then for another $10, Adam Defunded says, wait, Sitch, I don't get the feminine energy criticism. Peter spends most of the movie trying to control and master his new powers. If anything, that's a pretty masculine approach. Well, that's not true, though. He doesn't. He spends most of the movie trying to develop a chip to inhibit his powers. And then and he does. And then at the end of the movie, he takes it off and he controls them. He doesn't spend any movie really trying to he doesn't sit in the movie. It's not like a shonen training arc where he, through hard work and training learns
he's
the
a master in the very
powers.
beginning of the movie, because that's when he's locking up all the criminals because he's got no friends.
Well, yeah, but that's true in terms of like what he's doing. He doesn't even need additional power at that point, right?
No.
So, but no, it's the feminine energy because this has been the plot of like every Disney movie since Frozen, Mulan, all the movies is always that. It's kind of like a woke thing too. I don't know if it's not necessarily just like a feminine thing. And it's this idea of like, you have to be your true authentic self, that there's some sort of true part of you that you're like hiding from the world. It's very like LGBT.
It's part
coded.
of trans activism.
Yes, it's very LGBT code. It's very like, you have this thing inside of you and you just have to let it go. You have to show the world. You have to be free. Don't try to cover it up. It's bad if you try to cover it up. No. You just have to be your true authentic self. And look, it's fine that they did that in Frozen. Okay. It's fine. It's just like, I feel like every fucking movie now, every one of the Marvel movies or Disney movies has some kind of, especially if it involves young people, has this concept in it. And I'm tired of it. Okay. I'm tired of it. And it doesn't really make sense, I think, in this movie when you have both Peter Parker, the Hulk, and Jean Grey are all people who shouldn't let it go. These are all people that need to control themselves and control their powers. Jean Grey letting it go is like
didn't
fucking
she
horrifying.
Like kill like half the X-Men when she let it go? I mean, it was not a really pretty sight.
That's true. In the other movies, yeah, that's true. Wolverine had to slowly walk towards her as he got burned to death and stab her in the chest. I remember that movie.
Yeah. It's terrible. Still having nightmares. It's been like 25 years.
I know. Someone had a good meme. It was the architect from The Matrix. And it's the scene, and it's where he's like, we've done this many times. And he's like, we've done the Dark Phoenix saga many times and we become exceedingly proficient at it. So I'm like, okay.
Oh yeah.
We're gonna do that again, right? I hope they don't do that again.
That's look, I'm telling you, it's this whole movie is well-worn territory.
Yeah, that's fair.
I'm just like, oh please. Oh please.
Added fun for another $20 says accepting his powers at the end doesn't suddenly make the arc feminine. Heroes do this all the time. Even anime struggle with a new power, learn to control it, then accept it as part of themselves. Sure, they do. I'm not saying that's what's feminine. I'm saying the idea that you have to let it go is really kind of the woke feminine part of it. So, and then a friend says, Sitch, imagine Spider-Man was an anime that Studio Bones or Mappa made. It fixed all your complaints because anime does the story arc better than Brand New Day. Well, sure. I mean, anyone could do it and fix these problems if they change stuff, and that's true. I would have more faith in Studio Bones or Mappa to fix a lot of these problems. Definitely Studio Bones specifically. I would have a lot more faith to kind of fix some problem like this. So,
what do they do?
They do like Mob Psycho, and
okay.
I think they did Fullmetal Alchemist Brotherhood, and What else did Studio Bones do? They've done a bunch of stuff. They did My Hero they did Soul Eater, which I never was a big fan of, but
Sitch never forgave the bomb lady in Chainsaw Man.
She killed so many people, Adam. She killed so many people.
But it's a love story.
Crazy.
But it's a love story.
It is terrible. I mean, I think Mappa
They
does
did it. They did
Chainsaw
it better
Man
correctly. They did it better in Chainsaw Man. Chainsaw Man was also like totally fresh in a way that the love story in Spider-Man was not fresh.
Well, I mean, Chainsaw Man is very different than basically anything you're going to see in American media. Yeah. So that's.
And by different, you mean better.
Well, I mean, also you have all these characters. I mean, you have all these kind of like the whole character of like the guy who's sort of a guy who's
someone who has a relatable mission.
Who's a virgin loser who like his entire motivation is to like bang a chick. Like you can't have that in an American movie. What do you mean?
Yeah, exactly.
What is it? The 2000s, Adam? You're not allowed to do that anymore.
Too relatable.
No.
Actually, I guess it's not relatable for young people today because young people today,
none of them are having
they
sex.
do not want to like bone an actual other human being.
That's true.
They're like, what are you thinking?
That would be so interesting. I'd be very curious. I remember there was a while ago, there's like a YouTube channel that was all like showing kids like rock songs from the 80s or 90s, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I would be very curious to see like what do like young Zoomers or older older Gen Alpha, like if you show them these like teen comedies from like the 2000s and the 2010s, is it like an alien world to them? Are they like, what is this? Like
they're uncomfortable.
Like what is are they just freaked out? Are they like disturbed by watching that all these movies were about like teenagers and college kids just trying to have sex all the time?
Yeah. I think it is disturbing. Living in Stug's walls temporarily for $2 says Oppenheimer. I hardly know her. I tried my best on that delivery, but that's the ultimate dad joke. All right.
Okay. Let me start
back
from
to
the beginning
top.
here. Yeah. Become the Night. Thanks so much for the 40 months of being Thrill Seeker. Says with love and gratitude, Mike K. Well, thank you. Thank you, Mike. We appreciate the 40 months of following us. And I know you've been following us for a lot longer than that, too.
Did you read I guess you already read that a long time ago.
I read that one.
Huh?
Yeah.
Cool.
Fat Brown Buffalo for $10 says there's an interesting new video from Maxonomics titled "A Simple Question Socialism Couldn't Answer." Yeah, I had that tabbed in my watch later thing. I didn't have a chance to watch it yet, but so. Voodoo for $10 says in a new Rolling Stones Glacius and Hasan, I talked to his mom, and she says they share the same politics with some exceptions. Quote, "I'm not in love with China like he is." Probably shouldn't have said that.
Oh my.
Holy shit. Did that really? I saw they had some article. Everyone was talking about it, but I didn't actually read it. That's hilarious. Oh my God. I gotta find this now. So this article, first of all, is called "Why is Everyone Scared of Hasan Piker?" They're not scared of him. They're scared of why the fuck are all you people letting this shit just fly in our society? Why are you letting disgusting terrorism supporting fly in our society? That's the issue. I mean, he himself is a fucking loser, but
yeah, anyone who endorses political violence and just laughs it off or makes arguments for stealing. We want a society that sanctions those kinds of behaviors.
Mm-hmm.
Not promotes them in the New York Times or Rolling Stone.
It's weird. I'm like kind of like scrolling through this. It's weird. All these fucking Glaze pieces where they're like, what is a day like the day of Hasan Piker? Like, it's like, oh, no one gives a fuck. What are you talking about? What is this? For a Marxist, Piker's job is about as pure capitalist as it gets. He controls the means of production. His profits are based entirely on the market. A subscription to his channel runs $6 per month with nearly 50,000 subscribers. Mine Switch's 30% cut. That's somewhere north of $2 million per year. His only business expenses are travel and Hannah. He doesn't run ads or do partnerships, though many have tried. Quote, I tell them to fuck off. On the other hand, a lot of advertisers might not want to partner with a guy who said his favorite flag is Hezbollah. Oh, and he didn't say that. The author said it. Well, that's true. That should come up in his conversations. Piker could dominate a scene like this, but unlike his alpha bro online persona in real life, he's gentle, reserved, and a little bit awkward. He has a tendency to fiddle nervously with his fingernails and lapels. I saw apparently Hasan was complaining about it. I guess this is what he's complaining about this. They're like, listen, he's like a fucking weirdo in real life, which I think anyone could have told you that, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that's really funny. That's hilarious, actually. No wonder he was getting mad about this. Sedef, his mom says she shares Piker's politics with a few exceptions. Quote, I'm not in love with China like he is. She tells me. Sometimes she wishes he would tone it down or not joke so much. I worry about him, she says. The internet is a very savage place. But mostly she's happy he stopped posting so many shirtless pics in the bathtub. I'm glad we moved from naked pictures to suits.
Is that really what it says?
That's really what it says.
I thought you went on a tangent making shit up just for
No, that's what his mom
effect.
says. His mom's like, I'm glad my boy's finally grown up and put on a nice suit. That's hilarious.
He stopped doing internet porn.
Jesus Christ. That's hilarious.
He doesn't need to do sponsorship pieces, but I don't put it past, I don't think Hasan would not do a sponsorship.
Mm-hmm. He says that he was a shy, chunky kid who loved World of Warcraft and anime and got bullied often. I have never. He ever talked about? I don't think I've ever heard him talk about Warcraft. Ever.
You got to ask him about the ugly mount.
And I don't think I've ever heard him talk about anime besides One Piece. And he's like talking about it when it's like popular to talk about, right?
Yeah,
is that real?
It was on Netflix.
Yeah, but is that real? Is he pretend? I feel like he's. I mean, he was fat. He was fat and got bullied. That's true. But I'm wondering if he's just making that up, or maybe it's real and he just never talks about it because he's like embarrassed to talk about it. Maybe that's why Asmon like bothers him so much. Is because Asmon is like the guy,
an authentic gamer dude.
He's like an authentic, like disgusting gamer nerd living in a hovel playing, or I don't think he plays WoW anymore, but used to play WoW and shit. And like, he's still popular. And Hasan like cleaned himself up, went to the gym. He's like, I don't play this nerdy shit anymore. And he's like, no, this guy's still more popular to me. How interesting. Okay. Very interesting article. A messy tenant for $5 says, to them, nobody in Israel is innocent because they are all citizens of Israel, have to serve in the IDF. Everyone's a target for these fascist Democrats.
Yeah, that's true. No innocence.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I mean, that's what you get, Hasan Piker, the settler baby comment. Living Sucks Wallace for $5 says, I agree, we're not negotiating enough. We need our best diplomacy factories on the case. Lockheed Martin, Northrop Grumman, Adderall, and General Dynamics. That's true. That's kind of diplomacy you need, right?
Yeah, definitely. Light them up.
That kind of ends with a bullet in the head.
The kind that ends with a lasting peace. Because everyone's dead.
Right. It's crazy. Like the death toll for like Russian soldiers is like astronomical.
Oh, I know. Yeah.
There's something like 30,000 soldiers in like a month or something. Some crazy number like that. Jeez. They're just grinding them up. It's horrible. I Become the Knife for $10 says, that is a fair concern, dudes. Please keep exposing the DSA for the bloodthirsty, envious morons they are. We need the antidote for society. Well, thank you. And it's true.
Hope it
LC for
works.
$5 says, I think the DSA thought is that some criminals steal to resell the goods. Hence, the problem is caused by capitalism. That's literally what they did in communism too, though. They would, like, the black market under communism is like thousands of times greater than it ever is under capitalism, just because people don't have access to this kind of stuff. So, Nathaniel for $10 says the Republicans are so obsessed with just doing corporate tax cuts and nothing else. Honestly, I think the DSA candidates winning needs to happen to wake Republicans up.
Scary.
I don't know if it would, though. Well, and I don't know. I think the Republicans are going to go in the direction of economic populism anyway. So I don't know what that's going to look like. They do need that. The Republicans definitely need something, because they are stuck in this just corporate tax cuts forever. They don't really have any new. You're talking about Adam with Spider-Man. They need something new and fresh, right?
Yeah, they do. A new idea.
Yeah. The Oceans for $5 says nothing is about policy anymore. Mamdani won on vibes. Most of his achievements were just policies by Adams or bailouts from the state government. That is true.
Sad.
Shirts Off for $10 says, sorry I haven't been able to watch the episode, but I was wondering if you guys knew about the suspension of the Jones Act in March and what your thoughts about it were. S-Class is the best class.
It was great. Trump did it.
Yeah,
Trump did it to get more oil.
Yeah, we've talked about this a little bit. At least the part of the Jones Act that is insane, because the Jones Act is like gigantic and it has to do with a lot of things. So I'm assuming Trump didn't get rid of the whole thing, but the part about how, like, you have to have American-made boats. You have to have boats that are made in America and have American crews are the only boats that are able to consecutively visit American ports. And the problem with that is that there's like no boat that fits that criteria. Like, obviously there's no boats that are made 100% in America anyway nowadays. And it's kind of like fucked over so many things in America in terms of, like, it's part of why we have so much trucking back and forth in America as opposed to just, shipping things, is because,
which would be way cheaper. We have, like,
which would be way cheaper,
that runs the entire length of the United States.
Yeah, you could have anything. Yeah, you could have boats going out all down the Mississippi, but also you could have shipping from all over the East Coast or all over the West Coast or something.
Yeah.
Right? So
Great Lakes probably have a bunch of rivers.
Right.
All the big cities around the Great Lakes. Holy shit.
Sure. So I think it's great. I hope it becomes more
permanent. Yeah. It seems to be temporary to deal with the oil crisis, but
yes. It's completely batshit crazy that aspect of the Jones Act is still in effect. It makes no fucking sense whatsoever. It's just because trucking lobbies and probably airplane travel, or not airplane shipping, they don't want to have to deal with an increase in boat shipping. So,
well, they found a way to deal with the trucking lobby. Fire all the truckers.
Yeah.
They're going to have driverless trucks, and they already have. It's
still going to be a
them.
lobby, though.
Yeah.
Whoever owns the robots that drives the trucks is still going to be lobbying the government. So.
Oh yeah, it's a different lobby though.
Living Sucks, Walter Burley for 39 months. Big Fruits here. Thanks so much. Says the actual hatred I'm feeling probably isn't healthy, but it's got me hitting the weights again, so I have somewhere for it to go. There you go. Look.
That's good.
Gotta be positive.
I've been doing great. I exercise every day now.
Oh,
I get
nice.
like a massive workout in before.
Mm-hmm.
Right when I get out of bed, take a shower right afterwards, so I get good and clean. I feel so great. Sitch, you should work out every day.
I should. I have not been working out every day, so
I got up at 5 a.m. this morning.
Wow! Look at you.
Worked out from 5 to 6.
Ooh, look at that. Collins Effect for $2 says Abdul is not a doctor, only went to medical school. Oh, really? I don't know anything about his background.
Interesting.
Why are people calling him a doctor?
Interesting. Because it sounds better. It sounds like he's got some reputability to.
Beyond the line, yes, obviously, but
beyond the. Why are people lying?
Yeah. Let's see. He graduated Phi Beta Kappa. Oh my gosh. With a bachelor's degree, blah blah blah.
Bachelor's? Thought he was a doctor.
He received a full tuition scholarship to the University of Michigan Medical School, where he completed 2 years of medical school.
Oh,
he considered
2 years.
becoming a neurosurgeon. There, he led a student medical mission to Peru. What? And found a student organization that raised money and coordinated community service for a local free clinic. He then applied for a Rhodes Scholarship. As a second-year medical student, he received a Rhodes Scholarship to attend Oriel College in Oxford, where he completed a doctorate of philosophy in public health.
Oh my God. Okay. So when he has 2 degrees, he's got a bachelor's degree.
Yes.
And a PhD in philosophy.
Well, and it's a doctorate of philosophy, but it's in public health in Oxford. That's a PhD. He's at a PhD. I guess that's just their British PhD or something.
Oh, okay.
So he went to medical school for 2 years, and then he switched to getting a PhD in public health. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, hold on. In 2014, he completed a doctorate of medicine. Oh, it says he was at Columbia University College of Physicians and Surgeons.
Okay, so he did
funded. No, okay. So he does have a. He did get a doctorate, but it says he did not pursue a medical license. Okay, so he did get an MD. So whatever, I guess that's fair. But yeah, he didn't actually practice, right?
Right.
Okay.
But he got the degree.
He did get the degree, though.
I'm glad we got to the bottom of that.
But look at this. The conspiracy deepens, okay? He got his degree at Columbia University, funded by a Paul and Daisy Soros Fellowship of New Americans program.
Okay, so it's not a real doctorate.
No. I'm saying it was a real doctorate, but he got funding from the Soroses.
No, but it can't be real if the Soroses are involved, Sitch. You know how this
I see.
works.
It's a conspiracy. Okay, yeah. He's part of the Soros psyop. Yeah, they knew. They're like, we're gonna groom this guy for public office. So, Death by Sloth for 52 months. Thanks so much. Says Hasan and Nick Fuentes both have the same humor style. They just say things all the time, and anytime one thing blows up, claim that it was sarcasm. There you go. Look, that's the best way to handle it. You can say whatever crazy political shit you want. And you're like, oh, I was just being sarcastic. I was just joking. I was just being hyperbolic.
Exactly.
The Oceans for $5 says, you should see what she said about her son and his proximity to whiteness. Like all this lecturing about unconscious bias, and she's open about it. I did see that clip. Yeah.
It's not unconscious. She's like, hell yeah, I hate my son. Half of him's white.
Well, to be fair, I mean, she's not quite saying that. It's just weird. It's just a weird thing to refer to your like son and your husband as your proximate whiteness. It's very interesting in that, because like I found like the actual stream it was from. She's basically, her entire point is that she feels bad that she assimilated to American culture, which she's looking at as like white culture. She's like, oh, it was wrong of me to assimilate to American white culture instead of, trying to hold on to my Koreanness or something.
Or Asian culture.
Yes. I'm just like, oh, this is so gross. What's wrong with these fucking people? Fuck these people. I've never once in my entire life been like, listen, it's important for me to get in touch with my Russian roots from 100 years ago. I got to go learn. I don't need to learn about Russian culture. I'm fucking Russian culture. I'm fine not really feeling Russian. Okay. I've never felt Russian ever. I'm fine being American, feeling American. America's where it's at. Okay.
Why not?
Just be American. Just be American. Why is it so hard for people?
Gotta go back to your heritage.
No, fuck that.
No.
Battle Master Mac for 43 months says Adam needs to watch the clip about CNN regarding Hasan's dog abuser clip. It doesn't make Hasan look good. S-Class. Hey now! He's best class. It's your boy PSA Sitch here with another Sunday. What is this? Oh, this is our stream from so long ago.
7 years ago.
Look at your backdrop. It's so much less.
Very different, isn't it?
Blank wall there. Yeah.
Would say that.
There she is.
Yeah, it's her.
There she is.
Is it worth it to debate this procedural motion? 1 minute here means that it's...
Go ahead.
That's the video. That's not me. I'm not saying
anything. I know. I thought you were talking. I got messed up.
Yeah.
I guess I shouldn't go to our video. I should just go to the clip if I want to watch the old clip. But I just thought it'd be fun to bring up the old video.
I like you uploaded this video on your channel as Game of Thrones commentary.
What?
When you paused it and the watch together, it had your like old channel thumbnail and it said Game of Thrones commentary. That's
really?
How you titled the video. Yeah.
Okay.
That's pretty funny.
At the front on either side, so that so that they can resolve it, and they will try their best to resolve it, and then we won't have to all hear everyone's requests.
See, this is a problem. This is why
Sitch, shut up. Well, let's hear the clip.
Wow.
7 years ago. Well, you want to hear what you say?
This won't work. They have to set up all these rules and shit because they're trying to hear what every fucking busybody has to say, and they want to hear every single dumbass person's opinion.
Yeah.
You know, at this place.
Yeah.
And we know. Everyone here knows. Most people's opinions, including ours, are stupid 99% of the time. You know, it's like we don't need everyone to chime in.
Yeah. It's
Look at this. Look at this. So many years have passed, Adam, and I'm still the same elitist asshole I always was. Beautiful. It's beautiful. I love it.
That. Nothing's changed.
Nothing's changed. It's all the same. Who needs character arcs? No. Character arcs are for pussies. Okay.
Back to the super chats.
Squeeze Louise for 17 months says this whole Pod Save America segment reads like two women gossiping in an office. That is correct. That is correct. That is how it feels. That's true.
Yeah, definitely. Horrendous.
Lord Stuck, thanks so much for the 10 gifted memberships. Thank you so much. PC for 10 gifted memberships. Thanks so much for the 10 gifted memberships. Thank you so much.
Wow. Welcome new members. Look at this.
Yes, thank you. Argenimus Prime for 5 Aussie bucks says there's going to be such an opening for anti-communist moderate Republicans in 2028. If the Democrats embrace this stuff, something tells me this won't happen. We'll see. I mean, I hope so. It's true because I think Republicans are going to go through their own like weird shit now. They're going to have to deal with it. But if that's true, if there's like full-on socialist shit, it's going to make it easy for the moderates in the country to be like, okay, we don't want this fucking nonsense. You know, some moderate Republican could easily sweep in. Righteous Indifference, thanks so much for the $5. Says socialists complain about Trump trying to dismantle the Department of Education. Forget who collects the student loans they want to forgive. Oh, there you go. That's a good point. They should be.
That is true. Yeah.
Interesting. Oh, I missed one. Thank you so much. Donnie Apollos for the $20 says Destiny and the other libs crying have accepted Marxist framing for years. Socialism is just a logical conclusion of woke. If society is too racist or sexist to govern themselves, we must sacrifice our freedoms for equity. True. I mean, but it even goes further than that. Like all the woke stuff, it all came originally from socialism. It's collectivist at its root. It's saying that we have to look at each other as part of these racial gender collectives instead of being, Americans. And there's that weird quote that Mamdani said where he's like, what was it? We need to, there's like the coldness of individualism for the warmth of collectivism. What do you say? Do you remember that quote?
Oh, that's horrible.
Warmth of collectivism. In his New Year's speech, he said, we need to replace the frigidity of rugged individualism with the warmth of collectivism. That's what he said this year.
Of all the people you'd think who would understand how too many people make it impossible to get anything done. Too many busybodies make it impossible to get anything done. They don't seem to realize that.
Well, it's funny because they experience it and then they just can't, like, they experience it at the DSA
firsthand
thing.
all the time. Yeah.
Right. They just can't deal with it.
They they think
that's what killed the
somehow they're going to
Occupiers
make
movement.
government work. They can't even make their meetings work. I mean, that's why we watch this, because it's so hilarious.
Yep. PC for $5 says Brianna got hit with the ball and is yelling at the ref that it didn't count while also calling him racist.
Oh yeah, that's exactly what was going on. She was getting worked badly.
Big Venus for $5 says Brianna has never sounded crazier and never looked hotter. Why did she do that for? Well, I didn't think it was funny. She was all gussied up to be in Pierce Morgan. She was wearing makeup. She had a dress on, everything. Yeah.
She was going for it. She was actively soliciting dates. It was obvious.
Oh,
she look, she got all gussied up, which you noticed. I noticed.
Yes.
She said she told everyone where she lives, that she's single, and her age. What the fuck?
Oh,
what do you think that is?
I missed that. You're right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Look at that.
That's a job opening, guys, right there.
Don't you look at that? Don't you watch her performance and you're like, that's the woman I want. I want to hear that voice every day screaming at me to take out the trash or to do the dishes.
She knows there's a certain segment of the male population that finds that crazy shit irresistible, completely irresistible. She knows because she's been dating those guys her entire life.
There you go. That's never been me. I don't get that. I want low drama. I'm a low drama guy. Okay.
Yeah. Come on, we all want low drama.
No, a lot of people
in life.
Yeah, a lot of people want.
But
lots
we
of
all
drama.
want high drama in certain situations.
There you go. There you go. What's the thing? Some people are willing to compromise. They're like, well, if I get the craziness in normal life, maybe it'll translate to craziness in the bedroom.
Yeah, no, we know. Yeah.
Yeah. Which I don't think it's worth it. And I'm not even sure it does translate that way. So, Paul for $5 says repealing the ACA, expanding HSAs, etc. These are solutions. Just because people are complaining doesn't mean Republicans aren't fixing healthcare. Well, I mean, just repealing the ACA and then not really replacing it. Well, that was the whole thing. Remember, it's repeal and replace, right?
Expanding HSA? How is
the
that
health
helping?
savings accounts.
Oh, okay. Look, if you're broke, how's a health savings account help you? People are like, I can't afford a fucking burrito. And you're talking to me about I have to save for my eventual cancer diagnosis. Yeah. These are not adequate solutions for people. So
there's a reason the Republicans are not touting this is like, these are our big solutions.
Yeah.
There's a reason for that. They're not very confident with them. Okay.
Well, look, I do think it's kind of an admission that the Obamacare was an utter failure. If people are coming out here, later on and saying healthcare is still terrible, right?
Right.
Now we need Medicare for all because Obamacare failed.
Mm-hmm.
If we need Medicare for all, then it is an admission that Obamacare was a failure, right?
Of course.
And Obama was a total failure.
Obamacare was a failure, yeah.
Yeah.
I think most people say that, or acknowledge that at least.
Well, they probably would say it's because Republicans destroyed it. They took out everything that would make Obamacare work.
Well, they made it worse.
To buy health insurance.
But I don't think it was working. Even when it was like at its peak, I don't think it was really that good.
Right. I never had Obamacare, so I don't know.
Oh, okay.
I got to keep my doctor.
Wasn't there a time where everyone had to be on a... Am I crazy? I thought there was a time where everyone had to be on an ACA plan.
No, everyone had to have health insurance. And as long as you could prove you had health insurance, you didn't need to be on Obamacare.
You didn't have to be on the marketplace?
No.
Oh, okay.
I never joined Obamacare or any of that stuff.
My plans were always on the marketplace.
But a lot of people did. A lot of people came out and said they lost their doctor.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know that it was related to losing the doctor was related to Obamacare, because I've lost doctors before because they say, oh, we're not taking that insurance anymore. I'm like, you can get different insurance or find a new doctor.
Yeah. Well, no, it's because, Obama said that. He said, like, if you like your doctor, you keep your doctor.
Yeah, but I don't know that that's related to Obamacare. I guess
was whatever. Basically, what happened, if I recall correctly, a long time, was that
he's saying if you got Obamacare, the doctors would be forced to keep it, so you'd have to keep your doctor.
It was that when the ACA got rolled out, I think a lot of older plans disappeared, and so you had people that's plans disappeared had to choose a new plan.
Oh, okay, I got you.
And so probably whatever new plan they chose.
Insurance.
Yeah, like didn't cover the doctor that they had previously.
I did not lose my health insurance when Obamacare rolled out. There was no effect on me at all.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Pig Venus for $5 says, why is Skeletor on this panel and why is he wearing a wig? Terrible.
Questions we all want to know answers to, but never will.
Phil Cogans for 43 months says, so the woman who's selling healing crystal lies about the DSA guy's position. Whistling down the primrose path. I'm shocked.
Yes. Yeah. It happens. Although she did get a wake-up call a little bit later on, probably after you super chatted this.
Yes. Living in Suggs Wall Timberlake for $5 says, judo flip it. Free healthcare for illegal immigrants, but it's Canadian style. It's awful.
Just deport them to Canada.
That's terrible. Okay. How dare you? Tom for 32 months says, no, I don't want to abolish Sitch and Adam. I just want them defunded.
No. I see what
like
you
Adam.
did there.
Adam defunded. Yeah, there you go. Girl Sarah, thank you so much, Girl Sarah, for being 51 months a new member. Or not a new member, 50 months a member of Be Fuel Seeker. Thank you, Gora.
Thank you so much.
Edward Sr., thanks so much for $5. Says Congress defunded NPR. They did not abolish it.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
NPR is still around though. They got plenty of slush money.
It's funny, the clip that Hong said, the whole thing about proximity to whiteness and all that shit, it's from an NPR show. She's on NPR saying all this shit. Can you imagine? Yeah. Like, God, it was in 2021.
Yeah.
Like, oh, just forget how crazy things are, and that all those same people still exist in those positions. They're just trying to hide it slightly. So, the real Haltonator for 23 months. Thanks so much. Says everyone wants to abolish prisons until you've lived 3 months in a random basement being disassembled. True.
Yeah. Yeah. As soon as you're the target of crime, all of a sudden they're like, no, bring the prisons back.
Hellfire and brimstone, baby. Metalworks for $5 says, shouldn't we replace ICE and replace it with something similar so we can get rid of the bad actors that are deeply entrenched in corrupting it? Sure. But I don't think that's what these people want to do. I think they just want to get rid of it because they don't think that people should be deported. That's the difference.
Yeah, they're the ones that have infiltrated if anyone has infiltrated the establishment, it's these people, because they don't want to actually do the job of deporting people.
Well, I mean, there's a lot of stories of a lot of ICE people doing fucked up shit, and I think a lot of it is, a lot of it's very top down, obviously from Trump administration. So I'm not going to say everyone that's in ICE that's doing a bad thing is some sort of leftist infiltrator,
but when you say fucked up shit, like releasing people that they shouldn't be
like
releasing?
Grabbing people that shouldn't be grabbed, throwing them in these detention facilities that are really shitty, that they don't, not even supposed to be in there. Like, it's all sorts of like wacky shit going on. So
yeah.
I saw for $10 says, forgot to mention when PF was on that he had a debate with Ryan Mullally and said that because modern Judaism is descended from the Pharisees, Jews and Christians are not natural allies. Wait a minute. Is that
real?
Jesus? That was hard to tell with P.F. Young as a natural
Yeah,
troll
like
here.
is he memeing?
Jesus Christ.
That's pretty funny though.
That's weird. It's a weird thing to say. I'll look it up though. Curious to see this debate. He's been.
It's our milking
hates,
farm member.
He really hates Israel so much.
I
don't know why. P.F. Young really hates Israel. Yeah.
CS Pappy for $5. Look at this.
Says, I know we say literally 1984 a lot, but damn, changing the literal dictionary definition to back your side's lie is literally 1984 the most. That's true.
It is big time. What's going on here?
Righteous Indifference for $5 says, Sitch lies. His zoomed in crash. He was muted for saying the filthiest thing imaginable about the dictionary people. That's true. That's a good point.
Yeah. That's when he went hard R the whole time.
I did. Lethal Strain for $2 says, Fat Electrician has a great video about Taco Bell. I'm not familiar with that person, but I will check it out.
Is he a fat electrician or is that just a meme?
I'm assuming. How dare he? How dare he steal the,
Well, maybe it's because he eats at Taco Bell and makes videos about it.
Yeah. Solo for $5 says, I asked Ryan Mullally, how should you respond to the I can't afford food, housing, etc. when fighting socialism? And he said, limit suffrage. I don't think that's a good answer.
Ryan Mullally said that?
Yeah. A bad answer.
That's what they always wanted. That's what they always want to do.
Yep.
They're like, defranchise the people who vote against me. That's how you fix it.
Of course.
Want to know how you fix the problem? Only let me vote.
Of course. There you go. It's easy. It's simple. Messy Tenet for $2 says, this lady is radicalizing me. I'm tired of these. That's about the doctor, the trans doctor lady. Well, I guess she's not a doctor, social worker, whatever the fuck she was. Okay, let me read the Streamlabs here.
Did you miss one on the WNBA stuff?
I read that one already.
Oh, okay. Just trying to keep you honest.
I read it earlier. It was about the trans basketball player in Europe, and I said I don't think they should be allowed to play basketball in Europe.
Oh yeah, you're right. You went off for an hour on.
Did Dr. Diddler for $3 says, question, Putin wants to assassinate you, but doesn't want to risk Russians being too involved. How does your open border plan stop the assassins from pretending to be a poor immigrant and offing you? Well, there you go.
They don't. It doesn't. You're dead.
Yeah.
There you go. Your policy prescriptions failed, and now you're dead because of it.
I believe I saw Spain was claiming that they had found evidence of like Moroccan agents in the giant waves of the thousands of immigrants that poured into Ceuta the other week. So yeah,
of course.
Death by Sloth for $2 says, I would love interviewers to just ask Democrats, do you believe the U.S. has enough resources to support any amount of immigration, increase social services to everyone, including the immigrants, and still keep the country safe? Yeah, I mean, because that is really what they think. They think that there is just infinite resources for like anyone, I guess, the whole fucking world to come in here. Yeah, we're in like all these fucking crazy situations where you have all the housing prices in so many places. It's going crazy, especially in a lot of blue areas. And they're like, oh no, we just have more people coming, infinite people coming.
They create more economic activity than they destroy.
Actually, I saw a good video about, I should go back and see who did it. It was all about how, like, it was something like 98% of all economists, whether they're left or right oriented, all think rent control is terrible. And they all explain like how economically with math and with studies about how rent control never fucking ever works. It just makes everything worse.
Yeah.
And yeah, you have all the left-wing economists saying this too. It was like only like a handful. It was like 2 or 3 socialists are like, no, you can still do it.
That's great.
Fondue for $6 says, if life is intent on being a comedy, why not laugh? There you go. Fondue for $6 says, talking about Taco Bell and explosive diarrhea, be careful about the parasite going around in unwashed lettuce. I know. I haven't bought greens from the grocery store in a long time. I'm too paranoid to, yeah.
I just got some jalapenos last week and went crazy.
Jalapenos
I was thinking about it though.
I don't think jalapenos are one of the.
Oh, it is. It is. They're talking about jalapenos all over the news now, and I'm like, oh my god, I just got a bunch of jalapenos.
Oh, okay. Well, there you go. What are you doing?
Eating.
I thought it was just like lettuce and spinach.
No.
Okay.
Jalapenos from Mexico now.
Well, there you go.
The jalapenos.
Stop it, Adam.
I'm not gonna stop eating jalapenos.
Oh, okay. Gonna get that. I mean, that's true. You're over here eating the shrimp and lobster with your with your allergies. So I guess you're like, no parasite's gonna stop me.
Strengthens me.
Okay. Holtonator for $5 says, see, the best part in basketball is that you can commit 6 personal fouls before being ejected. That means that one of these dudes could send the entire first string of an MWA team home in boxes and still play, snap some femurs, boys.
Wow.
I do not endorse that. Do not do that.
Gotta teach them a lesson, though. Come on. Don't go soft on us.
I want them to allow them to play. It was really funny. Oh my God. I'm blanking on his name. It was Peter Boghossian. Peter Boghossian had this funny poll on X that was like, if they allowed the two guys to play WNBA, would you be more inclined to watch the game or less inclined? And I clicked more because everyone wants to see that. And it was like, overwhelmingly everyone clicked more. I'm like, please let them play, just so I actually have an interest to watch the NWA, because everyone wants to see like these guys just fucking crush it.
Nobody really wants to see the trans people, though. If it was a trans woman, people would be revolted by it. But the fact that it's like giving the middle finger to the whole trans movement, and you get to see the women who support this get brutally assaulted in a game.
I know it's because I want to see him brutally assaulted. I want to see him get dunked on. Okay.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Yeah, and I'm like, no, see them get crushed. Oh my God.
Look, I kid. Just for rhetorical effect.
It's the Huxley quote. It's the Huxley quote.
Yeah, no. Yeah, no, it is. Literally, people getting hurt.
Yeah.
The most delicious of moral treats.
Yep.
People getting maltreated for being moral idiots.
Well, no, it's just the spectacle of seeing some guy with the very thinnest veneer. He's not even putting on a wig. Like, he's not even trying to pretend to be trans, just going out there.
Yeah.
Like, oh, I'm going to, he's doing lady ballers shit. Like, I would watch that. That'd be fun to watch. Holtonator for $2 says, if I wasn't into crazy, I wouldn't have the address of most of the leftist activist leaders in my area. LOL. Well, there you go. Look, Holtonator's like, he's got a whole list.
Be safe.
He's been going after. Yeah. You better be careful.
Yeah. Double wrap that dog.
Philip Kogan, Angry Bellsprout for $2 says Pierce needs to mute more for refusal to answer. It makes better content though if he just keeps badgering them to death, I think.
Yeah.
Sell for $5 says the settler baby comment made me realize he's either on the spectrum or a psychopath. Either is plausible.
Yeah, Hasan.
Yep.
You don't think there's baby settlers?
Nux for 12 months. Thanks so much for being 1 year. Freewheel Seeker says, continuing your media channel, you guys might be the last credible critics left. After the Odyssey, I feel most showed themselves as being in an echo chamber.
Wow. Who was that?
Nux, HB6.
Yeah. I got to admit, I agree. The whole Odyssey debacle seemed a little strange to me. It really did. It's like, oh my God. Yeah, I did not. I checked out of a lot of that.
You know who liked the Odyssey?
Who?
Red Letter Media.
Oh, that's great. Good.
Well, there you go.
Some fucking sensible people.
Yeah.
Yeah. Some sensible adults.
There you go.
Yeah, yeah. It's just
I don't know about
it's tougher. It's tough for Sitch and I to we got stuff going on, so Sitch should do more videos. More
I do need to.
media,
Well, I
media
have
content.
to.
So
I'm being forced to do videos. Otherwise, Sammy's not going to marry me. So
she's not gonna what?
she's not going to marry me.
Really?
Yeah.
Nah. You already got her.
You want me to risk it?
You already got her a ring.
She said she's gonna cancel the wedding at the last minute.
Yeah, she's bluffing.
Oh, you hear that? You hear that, Sam?
She's
Adam
bluffing.
says you're bluffing. Says you're bluffing. Okay.
Sammy, you understand this. You're an artist. You get it. Come on, we're artists. We have to be inspired. We can't just make beautiful, flawless art because we want to. Come on. We can't do it because we're being pressured by our fiancés.
Wow.
That's not how it works. We have to feel the muse calling us. Sammy will understand.
She screamed from the room. Yes. Tell him the Hispanic woman is bluffing. See what happens.
Uh-oh.
She's using her Hispanic
playing
heritage
hardball.
against you. She is, yeah. She can get
Well,
the
I find
chocolate.
that to be a racist trope. How dare you? This is sounding a lot like Woke 2.0.
Well, actually, I was kind of inspired to do a video about Woke 2.0 and how people are trying to distance it from being like different and how it's literally just exactly the same.
Right.
And now, actually, I feel like I should do a video on the whole defunded thing.
This is the
That's crazy to
time.
me. Yeah.
People would be shocked by well, they wouldn't be shocked by it, but it would be interesting to them.
Yes.
That little piece of information.
To literally just change the definition.
Even the information that this DSA meeting was totally viral, but I don't think it's widely known that it's the same chick.
Yeah.
Like that's a nice little nugget of information there.
Right.
Like, oh my God, we laughed at her 7 years ago. Now she's going to be governor.
Yeah.
Oh my God. If you listen to this live stream, I'm sure there's clips in here of us talking about how everyone's saying, oh, these people, when the real world comes and slaps them in the face, they'll change. Now she's going to be fucking governor.
Yeah.
She's slapping the real world in the face.
Mm-hmm.
Oh man. People are
Sammy
so
says
out
I
of
have
their
to do 3 videos, not just one. I have to do 3 videos, Adam.
You bust that out in like a weekend.
There you go.
You don't understand. Have you seen the tools AI has now? All the
I know.
time,
Oh my God.
all the fucking time you spent.
I know.
Like doing all these graphics and shit.
Crazy.
You
It
can
would take
just
me
put
like
your-
10 seconds.
Yeah. You just put your avatar in there and you're like, make this avatar walking down a dark alley.
Yes.
A
know.
dark, brooding, scary, dark alley. And it fucking does it right up for you. Oh, here you go.
Yep.
Oh, actually, can you make it the script talking and saying that? Oh, okay. Here you go. Here's your clip.
Yep.
Yeah. But all those videos would be totally dated. Nobody's doing that shit now. Don't do that. Don't be the...
No, I wouldn't.
Yeah. Come on.
Yeah.
Be cringe. Everybody like...
Also, you get dinged for YouTube for AI content now.
Oh, yeah.
They hit
Yeah.
Kurtzagat. I never know how to say it right.
What-
They hit
what-
Kurtzagat.
They hit
Calling
them?
it thought that their content was AI generated or something.
The shit that they spend millions animating?
Yeah. It's not shitty.
No, it's great, actually. But
I mean, it's shitty that YouTube.
Oh,
dinged
yeah,
them.
yeah,
I don't
yeah.
know if they ever were able to fix it.
no, they got a YouTuber. They got like 20 million subscribers or something.
You would think so. So
What kind? this is an interesting quandary because I don't know what style of. I always see content creators that are using the same style that was popular in like 2017. And I think, I mean, you got to kind of evolve a little. So I don't, you couldn't just make your old PSA Sitch style videos.
No.
You'd have to like, but I don't know
That's what Sam
what
wants.
the
That's the problem.
evolution.
She's like, she wants the time machine. She wants it to go back in time.
Right.
She wants to be literally like.
Well, she wants to see videos of the content creator that she fell in love with.
Exactly. There you go.
That's what she wants to see.
That's what she wants to see. It's true.
These are the videos that made me, these are the videos that turned me into a stalker.
There's nothing like seeing a photo of Assy McGee and a fart sound effect whenever I say butt fly on screen that really gets a woman's panties going, right?
Oh, of course. What was that thing everyone goes to, all the YouTube content creators? What was that called? VidCon.
VidCon?
We argued at VidCon about how I told Sitch he needed to have a nice butt. Like
a sexy butt.
The butt that he was using was not an attractive butt. I'm like,
it was not. It was an ugly butt. It was Assy McGee from Adult Swim. Yeah.
Right.
You wanted me to have some like sexy lady butt.
Yeah. I was like,
you're probably right.
You really need to punctuate the butt thing. Putting an ugly butt in people's face is not really. I mean, it works on Adult Swim, but
yes. No, you were correct. I should have had like Tracer's butt or something instead. I should have a nice lady butt. Tracer's butt pre-nerf. You're correct.
YouTube has just changed so dramatically now.
Sammy did the eye roll emoji. So.
Oh, in the chat?
Yes, in response to your stalker.
She could just walk in and eye roll in front of you. She doesn't have to. Oh, I guess that one's
but then
aimed
the chat
at me,
wouldn't
though.
say that. So.
Is that the eye roll? I always thought that was the short girl trying to reach the top shelf.
Oh, zing!
I didn't realize that was
Zinga.
Trying to see what's on the top shelf there. That's the top shelf desire emoji.
There you go. That's girl looking up at the jar she can't open on top shelf. Terrible.
Oh man.
So man, she's gonna come in here and hit me. Philip Kogan for $10 says Obamacare failing was the plan all along. Why are people so shocked about prices going through the roof? And Congress mandated by law you had to have insurance or pay a tax. I don't think failing was the plan all along. How does that make any sense? Why would Obama want his name associated with a plan that would fail? That doesn't make any sense.
They thought it would succeed. They really thought they were going to stick it to the health insurance providers by saying that they had to spend 80% of your premiums on healthcare. They're like, oh my God, this is really going to fucking stick it to them. I can't believe. Yeah, I can't believe no one thought, well, won't they want to spend more money on healthcare then? I guess they just thought, oh, well, that's a good thing. As long as they're spending like drunken sailors on a bunch of tests nobody needs, our healthcare system will improve.
Right.
Unless they're totally wasting money. Yeah, that's how you know you've got a great healthcare system. When you're paying far more than everyone else because the insurance companies only can make 20% on their premiums. So you really know you're succeeding.
Dear Fox says, speaking of can't open a jar, did you see Andrew Wilson set up a debate with Candace Owens? I did see that. I think it's happening this week. So
what?
Andrew Wilson is supposedly going to debate Candace on Charlie Kirk.
Wasn't it? Didn't she say he's got to pay like $100,000 or something?
I think he offered to pay some super large amount of money or something, and kind of like embarrassed her into the conversation or the debate because she didn't want to do it. I believe
good for
him. Supposed to be going through. So
good for him.
Yeah, I'm not usually rooting for Andrew Wilson in debates, but I definitely will be rooting for him in this one. So I hope he annihilates her. I hope he annihilates her like she's some thought on the whatever podcast. Just don't ask to open any jars, okay? So.
Every time I see him debate, though, he's always such a jerk. It's like,
good. Be a jerk to Candace.
I guess people like that, but I always think this makes the other person look sympathetic.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't necessarily think it's like a win. So
we'll see. Paul for $2 says HSAs are useless. Are these people not working? Yeah, Adam, are they not working?
HSAs?
The health saving accounts.
Oh.
You're too busy pinning Sammy's tweet about me gonna take your punch.
I love the fact that that's gonna happen.
Domestic abuse is funny.
I want you to record his reaction and message me. Send that to me.
Uh-huh.
Actually, send it to. I'll show it on next week on the show. We can all enjoy it. Be great.
Don't do that.
Yeah. What was the other question that the pinning distracted us on?
HSAs are useless? ? Are these people not working?
Like, I don't personally have an HSA. If you have one and think it's great, I mean, I'm not opposed to the idea of getting one. But normally, people who can't afford to pay all of their bills don't have extra money to put into a health savings account. So that's the problem I'm bringing up. I don't know if that one's like pro HSA or anti HSA or what.
No, they're pro HSAs. Yeah.
Right. No, I'm sure HSAs are great if you have a job and income and stuff like that. But, if your income is not enough to cover basic needs, like a private taxi for my burrito, come on, we don't want to drift down the.
Well, and even then, I mean, it's like, HSA is not bad. That's not going to replace. It's hard for me to imagine that an HSA is going to be all a person, most people will need, right, to pay for their health costs. I don't think that's going to be the case.
I mean, it could be if they
don't have health problems, sure, but.
And if they have a big fat paycheck and they're.
What I said for most people who don't have a big fat paycheck, right?
Right.
So.
If you're basically saying healthcare is fucked if you don't have money or are poor, then that's not really solving a problem, because a lot of the people who are poor are the ones that are having problems with healthcare. Well, and people who aren't poor are having problems because they're getting overcharged for everything.
Right.
Who knows? What do I know about healthcare?
What do you know?
I'm luckily relatively healthy, so I never really had to worry about it much.
The Oceanist for $5 says, anyone else remember when people said AOC was becoming more moderate? Any update on that? Did anyone actually believe that?
Nancy Pelosi did.
Well, she just hit her power level a little bit. Okay. She had a talking to from Nancy. She hit her power level a little and was like, oh, she's becoming more moderate. No. Still the same.
Can you imagine? Nancy Pelosi is going to be so angry if AOC becomes the president in 2028. Holy fucking shit.
Mm-hmm.
And she's going to do that catty woman bullshit. She's going to be like, oh, remember, I have a long memory, Nancy.
Right.
Nancy's going to retire. She's going to be like, fuck that. I'm not going to be in the House of Representatives when that bitch starts laying down the law.
I mean, she's old. She's 86.
Nancy Pelosi?
Yes.
I mean, she's got like 14 years. What are you talking about?
She's got another 14 years to go. I don't think she's running again, isn't she? Isn't she done?
Is she out?
I thought she was.
Oh my God.
Let me check. Yeah. This was her last term. She's
retiring? What am I gonna do? Her stock picks are making me rich. What the fuck?
There you go. You follow that account on X.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The last one was Uber, which Uber's been doing pretty good. So don't hate the player. Sitch, hate the game.
I can hate the player.
Mm-hmm. Sitch is like, I can hate the player and the game.
I'm a player hater. Okay. I'm a definitive player hater.
All right, last super chat.
Edward Sr., thanks so much for the $5. Says, hey, Sammy, tell Sitch if he doesn't do the vid, you're going to switch with the DSA co-director while he's waiting for you to walk down the aisle. That's evil. Evil.
What does that mean?
I don't think her family would be too happy. Like, I'm waiting for her. Like,
and she sends that. Oh, man.
She sends a horrible DSA co-director out in the wedding dress.
Oh, my word.
It's not going to fit, though. She's going to be, like, stretching it out.
Right.
But yeah.
She should just walk out in some lingerie.
Mm-hmm. That's the DSA lady?
Yeah.
That's even worse.
Yeah.
That's terrible.
What am I looking for here?
Anyways.
What's going on? Anyways.
Thank you all for coming. Thank you all for your incredibly generous donations. You making this stream, you are the true heroes. You are the true free will seekers. You are the true anime isekai protagonists who would never allow a crazy lady who mind controls thousands of people to just go free. You'd say, no, bitch, you should go to jail. You would never, ever allow the isekai anime world to be overtaken by disgusting, degenerate socialism. No. You would implement amazing democratic capitalism. That's right. There's actually been a bunch of animes, Adam, where the isekai protagonist comes in and they literally just like, hey, I'm going to bring democracy following the American Constitution to your backwards medieval society. And it works out beautifully. And that's what you would do. And we'll see you guys all next week.
Good night. Bye-bye.
Point of personal privilege.